Hey guys. All right. So, where do we want to start? Do we want to start with the tweet Porsha twoked, or do we want to start at the beginning of the Carlos and them review? I'm crying that we got the timer. Let me pull up the tweet, and then we'll go mosey on over to Carlos, and then I want to get into the comments because I feel like fighting anyway. Yes, we are information. Okay, ladies, now let's get information. Okay, prove to me you got some coordination. I just might be a black girl and I'm Megan. When it got Megan, I take his resident. Here it is. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Just catching up. This is at 8:23 p.m. Just catching up here in the Bahamas. Yo, I can't believe there are actually people talking about my mother and mentioning my daughter in a negative way. Was this really worth it? Shamea took this way too far. You're not innocent while you got people discussing my mom because of a lie you told on the show. If we're going to discuss it, keep it between us. Now let's discuss you. And I'm going to add, bitch. Sleeping with your manager, who's married to one of your high school friends, as well as a pastor indicator who's 100% on your roster, along with many more. Let's go. And I'm going to add, bitch. T motherfucking Porsha, Pilar, and Mama Diane. Yes. Look at how many retweets it got when she first sent. Let me say 685. I want to be taken out of the group chat. Well, leave. Bye. Porsha, if you don't have receipts. Angela Oakley vindicated. Oh no, Shamea is about to open the floodgates on your secrets. I don't feel like Porsha has it. First of all, I don't feel like Porsha is ashamed of these quote-unquote secrets. Shamea is married. Her husband clearly, to me, is giving, he is paying attention to what's being said. He knows his wife is a hoe because of how he met her. He know what she be doing. Gerald is paying attention. That's why Shamea is crashing out over Angela saying the things that she's saying. So, and Porsha knows that. All right, so we'll get to the comments later. Let's go over here with whiny ass Claudia. But I'm gonna rewind it some. Wait, let me see if Kendall posted anything. Kendall. You fucking that money up, Kendall. All right. Back to here. Let's see. Is this whole thing about them?
Me look crazy and like she's.
Besides wearing red lipstick.
Yes, red. First of all, blue, that ring, that green ring is super cute. I like it. Yes. Cute. I love it. Thousands, really. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, and they do get scared, Blue. The more appearances after Access Hollywood, that number gonna go for 3 to 2. I'm afraid they really grabbed my ass. You were so amazing. Great time.
See, they always taking it there.
Right, whatever. Didn't work out. She took all his money, whatever. I saw him in Miami at the club. And I was looking at him, I'm like, maybe that's him. He looks different. And then I went up to him, I said, is your name? And he said, Clark. And I was like, oh, I said, the kid gained weight. And I go, and your chain is a lot smaller. So
Claudia? I don't hear about Claudia. Hotels.
It was now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Includes, if the raindrops are there, I do expect you to remove yourself from the situation.
So you make them fall back and like pretend you're not with me.
No, this is the thing you have to do.
I ain't talking
No,
shit.
both of them was athletes, nigga. Did you see her with that bust down? That's what they call it when their hair be bone straight and long like that, parted down the middle. She had
But all, Dustin, you're a Bill Collective historian. What are your thoughts on Matt and Carrie speaking to the mom? My parents talk to my dude any kind of way in the first place.
Friendships from childhood to adulthood. I love the people in my life so much. If I know that we might not make it, I still want you to be good because you were such an influential part of my life. And I think they can say the same thing. And so if my partner says, to Claudia's point, hey, I'm up now. I'm up and it's stuck. I would like to get my money if this don't work out. Chose to stay. You can't have it both ways.
being cordial with Porsha is all it takes to press severe.
I have to leave. I'm like, Claudia, I'll punish you. So I have to go because now I'm the bad guy. I have to go.
I know my mouth.
Yeah.
I know my mouth. I'm not. Yes.
I have to go because now I'm the captain now. Now I suck.
You don't want to stay with me after you cheat on me because you are. I'm gonna be annoying. You think I'm annoying here? Cheat on.
You would be the last. This would be the most difficult episode. I will have to recap, but I plan on being honest, like always, of course. But
y'all keep saying to go on TikTok. While this is playing, I'm gonna see if I can do that.
We are going to keep it real, keep it fun. Claudia, why fucking my balls?
First of all, can I just adjust my neck? Maybe
I just adjusting your attitude, Claudia.
Turn my face because I never wear a part on the right, so maybe I just turn my face. Why are you feeling guilty about something?
I'm not guilty about nothing. Now look, I said what I said, and
it was a pregnant pause in the conversation.
I didn't say it, y'all. I didn't say it.
A right couch pregnant pause on the upcoming reunion of Atlanta Housewives, allegedly. Okay, so Blue, Claudia, and Dustin, I got ready for this episode. Claudia and Dustin, I got ready for this episode recap.
Yeah. On my mama, I'm ready.
Dustin is trolling us.
I know.
We all Aries today, huh? Apparently. Let's
all right. So raindrops, please vote whether you're Team Porsha, Team Shamea, or Team neither. All right. So in this episode, the ladies are in Scotland. And as we all know, Porsha and Phaedra are hosting a trip. The ladies play a game, tug of war. Look, raindrops, I love y'all. I already know what time it is. Y'all don't care about me and Dustin Claudia recapping the tug of war. So I'm going to spare y'all.
Legs in the air.
Recapping that. The ladies play a game. It was actually cute. Okay. Now we're going to get into the ladies sitting down to have lunch after the game. As we all know, in the last episode, Porsha and Kelly made up. So Porsha asked Kelly, how does she feel today? Kelly's going through a very nasty divorce at this time of the taping of the show. It's also revealed to the table that Porsha and Kelly both agreed after apologizing to each other that, there's no beef. It is what it is. We're all good. Shamea found down that moment, and Shamea did say that it felt weird to see Porsha move forward with Kelly and not her. I want to start there because the thing about this recap as we get into what happened at the end, I felt that the producers did an amazing job feeding us moments that made sense to where everything went to hell, right? So in that moment, Dustin, I'll start with you. When Shamea found out that Porsha and Kelly apologized to each other and Porsha's engaging with Kelly, and Shamea made that comment how it was weird to see Porsha move forward with Kelly, not her. What are your thoughts on that?
I thought it was childlike, personally. It felt very immature. It felt as all season long, right? Like we've been watching Shamea and Porsha dodge boulders like they're on American fucking Gladiators when it comes to opportunities to have the talk, right? They dodge the boulder. Everything that you think might sway them one way, they dodge it and continue moving forward. So I thought that of all the things that will nudge you into this conversation of all conversations, a little bit of jealousy over your bestie, right? Finding some sort of peace and state of being cordial with Porsha is all it takes to push you overboard. It just seemed like of all the reasons for this conversation to now be started, jealousy over that and then calling your mom about it, it just felt very childlike to me in a way that I wasn't necessarily. I felt bad for Shamea. I guess that's what I mean when I say child. Like it felt like watching a little kid get their feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? And then go back in the room and call their mom about it. So I was just kind of like, damn, Shamea, like, suck it up. You know what I'm saying? And keep it moving. Where's your poker face right now? So, and I really wonder how Kelly felt about that, to be honest with you. Like that would have given me a little bit of pause with the fast pace of our friendship. Like, why are you mad? Because we made up.
Exactly.
I don't know. That's how I felt.
Blue, I saw you nodding your head. Do you agree with Dustin's assessment? Did it feel like Shamea was acting childish in that moment?
I think it was and here's the thing, I don't have a dog in this race. Like neither Shamea nor Porsha are people that I cape for. When I agree with them, I agree with them. When I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them. So it's not like I have an allegiance either way. Like maybe you might or somebody else might on this. So I have no allegiance whatsoever. As somebody with zero allegiance who's just watching it super objectively and doesn't feel like there's somebody I feel bad for, what was the literal visual definition of misery loves company? Literally, I am in a miserable situation with her. You and I have bonded over our miserable situations with her. Now you've stopped being miserable and I have no company. You and her have made up and I have no company to be miserable.
Tell it, Blue. Tell it.
That's objectively true. I'm not going to debate if water is wet. You are literally mad that she's not miserable with Porsha anymore. Quite literally. 1 + 1 will always be 2 in this household, right? And so as a matter of fact, not opinion, you were miserable that she stopped being miserable. There is something entitled, immature, and enabled in that already tells me this is a weed that's grown from a rotten seed a long time ago. Something like that doesn't happen casually because Shamea is someone who's known for being a good friend and holding space for people. My first thought wasn't that, oh, Shamea's childish, she sucks. It was Shamea's childish in a moment where this is usually her superpower. Being a supportive friend is her entire effing brand. So if someone like me, like I'm a supportive friend, Claudia's supportive friend, Dustin's a very supportive friend. You are like legendary for that in these right?
Thank you, friend.
So as somebody who knows how supportive friends work, this doesn't make sense to people like us. Unless the premise has been flawed from the beginning. And the minute I saw that scene, I made it a point to listen very closely to the words that were being said in the blow up. And the words revealed their friendship, in my opinion, as a matter of fact, for right now, the premise was a lie. And we'll get into that later. But that scene was the premise of Porsha and Shamea, to me, it was a lie. I now feel comfortable saying that.
Okay, so Blue is saying to us, she'll get to that once we get to that, but she's holding up the sheet that Carly Red did on Love and Hip Hop and said it was all a lie. It was all a lie. So Braindrops, make sure we get to that. Lutla and Lizzie, thank you too. Claudia Jordan, what are your thoughts on Shamea not? Because again, I took intricate notes because I want to make sure I did not use words that weren't used. So I want to be very careful with my words. Shamea said it felt weird to see that moment. What are your thoughts, Claudia?
I think it will come out later that, like, I just think that Porsha is a much better reality star than Shamea. I think Porsha made a great move by making up with Kelly in front of an audience and making everybody think that It's Shamea. That's the problem, not me. Look at me. Look at even. I'm even cool with her bestie now. She's icing Shamea out with this.
She is so jaded against Porsha. It is disturbing at this point. Like, you can't even be objective. Like, you hate Porsha still? You still mad? Martina, did you send me a message somewhere? I don't feel bad for her either. Shamea always fucking crying, going, I'm gonna call my mommy.
No allies, and there's no one left for her to feel like she has an ally. And although Kelly's still gonna be her ally and a friend, I've seen this happen in girl groups before, and it sucks if you're that person that's Shamea. Because the more you complain and say,
Claudia must be like a Shamea, but without the money and the husband and all other shit. Like, you must be the girl everyone hates because you are a nut ass bitch. Like, let's not get. So you probably have these similar experiences that Shamea is having because you're probably the same person.
no, she doesn't really mean that, you guys. She doesn't really want to make up with Kelly. She's being fake. I know her. I've known her the most. You look like a fucking bitch. You look like you're a hater. You look like you won't let it go. You look like you're petty. And who knows what the real truth is. But I'm just saying as an
Hold on,
outsider,
let me rewind
I've
that.
seen
Let me
this mean
rewind
girl
that.
shit in groups.
People like us. Unless
I think it will come out later that, like, I just think that Porsha is a much better reality star than Shamea. I think Porsha,
What's wrong with that?
great move by making up with Kelly in front of an audience and making everybody think that it's Shamea. That's the problem, not me. Look at me. Look at even. I'm even cool with her bestie now. She's icing Shamea out where there's no allies and there's no one left for her to feel like she has an ally. And although Kelly's still gonna be her ally and a friend, I've seen this happen.
No, Claudia. Shamea has managed to piss off everybody who was Team Shamea. Like Cynthia said, are people just picking on Shamea, or is this of her own making? You have managed to piss K Michelle off. K Michelle turned it. She was like, I tried my hardest not to like Phaedra. And she loved Phaedra now. And you did that shit with Candy. Whatever you did, whatever happened in that club that night, it pissed K off. Pinky is just, from what I see, Pinky is peeping the way you're moving. The conversation she's having with Kay, she's noticing that you are miserable. So it's really, and you know what I don't fuck with, what I don't like, when Shamea is like, why would you say that on camera? Why would you say that in front of everybody? What do you mean? Like, where are we supposed to say it? We're on the show. You want all your shit and your dealings to be private and in the shadows, but like you told Kay, why would you say that in front of everybody? But you sat up here and told Porsha mom business in front of everybody. So like, which one is it? Uchiwali or one mic? Like, stop. Y'all gotta stop with this Shamea shit because y'all hate Porsha so much for whatever reason. I don't know why y'all hate Porsha so much. Because are y'all mad because she's a hoe? But she's a better hoe than you? Cause you fucking and you can't even get your kids McDonald's. Like that girl that was living in her car, she gave her baby father $50,000 and she's still living in her fucking car. Are y'all mad at Porsha because she dares to go after what she wants? She dares not to let these niggas play in her face no more. She's leaving with something. Like Kelly was hating. Oh, you got him all in this man's house. Oh, no. This is my house now. Simon don't live here no more. Like, why are you mad at that? You should follow suit. I don't know why people hate Porsha so much. Tisa, I think Claudia is so much cheesier. Who wants to be around gloom and doom? I told y'all when she come around in the preview, we saw when she came to the bowling alley, it was like a record scratch. Everybody wanted to get the fuck out of here. Shamea has started with everyone for 2 damn seasons. Yes, she has. Baby, if every time I see you is problems and crying, come on. Kelly has some nerve. She living in Shamea house. And she trying, to me, I'm starting to feel bad for Kelly because, like in the interview we watched with Carlos, Shamea said I was like basically I was ride or die for Porsha. If Porsha ain't speak to somebody, I ain't speak to them either because I was her friend. So that's what she's making Kelly do. That's why Kelly wanted to move out her house. That's why Kelly wants to. It was like a support group for Kelly. Like she's trying to get away from Shamea. And Shamea pulled a fast one to me last night. She started that shit so she could drag Kelly up out of there and get her back on the Porsha hate train. Because they was all hollering, I'm not hollering, hugging, and oh, you call me if you need something. And every time Shamea would walk in Kelly's room and see all the girls in there, she just had this look on her face like, because, like Gabor said, Shamea needs the division in the group. The one Claudia is crying about right now, that she thinks that Porsha has Uchiwali on one mic. Porsha is a mastermind, or she dumb as bricks. Which one is it? Because y'all can't have it both ways. Now Portia's this mastermind that is doing all this shit to Shamea, and or she's a dumb bitch. Like, which one is it? A dumb hoe? Which one? Make up your mind. Claudia, you need to go see a therapist. And TikTok is not working on my computer so far.
Girl groups before, and it sucks if you're that person that's Shamea. Because the more you complain and say, no, she doesn't really mean that, you guys. She doesn't really want to make up with Kelly. She's being fake. I know her. I've known her the most. You look like a fucking bitch. You look like you're a hater. You look like you won't let it go. You look like you're petty. And who knows what the real truth is. But I'm just saying, as an outsider looking in, I've seen this mean girl shit in groups before where you're like, you know what? I like you a little bit. I hate you a little bit less than the other girls, so I can stomach apologize and I'm making up with you because I don't got real beef with Kelly. Kelly and her Porsha shit was surface. It's easy to make that up. So Shamea's seeing that, and she's like, I know her. I know her. This is just she's taking everything as it's a hit to her. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I understand in that moment how Shamea feels. Is Shamea right on everything? Hell no. She got her shit with her, and she did go low on a few things, 1000%. But she is like someone backed into a corner who feels, damn, before I had 3 friends on the show, then I had 2, then I had 1. Now I'm all alone totally. Now she's going to really pop off. She's going to pop off because she has nothing to lose now. She is alone on an island. No matter what she does, people going to say she's fucked up, she's wrong, she's an asshole. We can't stand her. She's doing it for clout. And I think that was a masterful thing that Porsha did, reality show-wise, to make up with Kelly in front of the group and make Shamea look crazy. And like she's imagining shit, and look at Porsha over there. You know, she's the bigger person. That's what I think.
Carlos, you seen that super chat, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I missed it. I was listening to
Thank you to whoever just left that super chat. Thank you, my love. Thank you.
I was so enthralled with what Claudia was saying. I didn't even read.
And Steve reminded me, hey. I kept trying to remember. I'm like, what did Shamea do to Porsha? That was so bad. Like, was it a big thing or was it a little thing? Because I forgot.
I talk so much.
I have a question about that premise. If someone that you are, because I've been in the Shamea in the situation, which is actually why I'm being hard on her, because I know what it's like to be in that position, and that's not the only way to play it, right? If I am cool with someone and they know that I've been through something with someone, but we're in an ecosystem where even me and the person I'm no longer cool with are still being cordial, right? Porsha and I are still on the same show together. Kelly and Porsha, we're all on the same show together, right? So it's not like this is somebody who lives down the street who we never see. We already have some sort of working agreement that we have to get along to some degree to do this show together, right? So it's not like, oh my God, I'm isolated from her and you ran off. We're in the same room. If y'all make up, my first thought is, you know what? I'm gonna let this play out so she can see for herself. I'm actually not gonna say, oh no, she's being masterful. I'm gonna let adults be adults.
There you go.
And not put myself in other people's business and say, hey, this is a great opportunity for me to learn 2 things. Either Porsha's gonna show her ass and she's gonna be revealed, and now me and Kelly can bond even deeper about a boast seeing that she was revealed, or she might have actually evolved because I'm not fucking God, and I'm giving her a chance to show she's evolved. My thing is, there's a hubris in thinking that you have to be the person to be the town crier in other people's relationships when you're trying to say, because this is the thing, let's be honest. If they're saying you're not letting it go, it's because you're not letting it go. It's hurtful, but it's not inaccurate. You running your mouth about their relationship, or you not being able to let them figure it out for themselves, is you not letting it go. It's painful, but it's not inaccurate. You are being a busybody. It's not my place. If Dustin is friends right now with somebody that I fell out with, my first thought is either my friend grew and Dustin is seeing the better part of him that I didn't get, or Dustin's going to see for himself what I saw. Either way, that's not my place.
There you go.
Shamea keeps putting herself in these situations. She's back in the corner. She put herself in that corner. She could have just let them have their moment and drank her fucking tea.
I also think that, again, Shamea does not come from a life where she's experienced certain types of hardship in like the relationships with people in her life, right? She bravely shared some horrible experiences she had with an ex, but then like outside of that, I don't think she's experienced anything like this before. That's why Porsha was able to stay composed at that table and be like, I'm okay, let her go handle her emotions. And Shamea was in the car breaking down, crying, saying that's my family, and you know, all that other stuff. She was rocked to her core by that. Shamea is not a person who I just think that this is a lot for her, and not in a way that she should be shamed for. It's just this is a lot for her to deal with. And I do kind of feel like Shamea is getting a bad rap from everybody. I do feel like she's an easy target for motherfuckers to pick on. I thought it was rich that I may be jumping ahead, but I thought it was rich that K. Michelle said at the table.
I'm gonna get to that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm gonna tap you into that because one thing you did bring up, Dustin, you brought up the fact that Shamea called her mother. So Shamea calls her mother after she saw Porsha and Kelly tell the group that they did make up. She mentions to her mother the accusation that Angela made about her sleeping with George. Then they intercut. Then you saw Pinky and K. Michelle in the kitchen. And Pinky's like, so what's going on between you and K. Michelle? I mean, you and Shamea. And in this moment, you know, Pinky says she feels that Shamea is fighting all of these battles. K. Michelle then says she saw this girl turn into a monster. In that same moment, on the other side, Shamea looked at Kelly supposedly off camera and said, I only have you in this group. So based upon all of that, Dustin, what were your thoughts on K. Michelle saying that she saw Shamea from her purview turn into a monster while Pinky is saying, I'm fighting all of these battles.
Yeah.
Maybe dealing with this emotionally.
I thought it contradicted what we now know to be true, because apparently K. Michelle has unfollowed Shamea. She's been doing what she does with the kind of vague tweets that allude to her having an issue with someone, and you can kind of predict, you can kind of determine what it was aimed at. And apparently it's been aimed at Shamea. I just thought it was rich. I think that K. Michelle sat back and watched how they were playing ping pong with Shamea and was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it too. That's what I think. I think that K. Michelle doesn't have as much respect for Shamea as she does Porsha, because when Shamea dropped the bombshell at the table in K. Michelle's confessional, she said, ooh, boy, it's about to go down. Porsha don't play about her mama, meaning that she recognizes that's a line, that there's a consequence if you cross it with Porsha, but she was willfully having multiple conversations about how Shamea's mama had her titties up and out, quote unquote, at the club and was in her face praying all night and shit. K. Michelle is willing to cross certain lines of disrespect with Shamea that she's unwilling to cross with Porsha, and that looks unbalanced to me in your position as this person who is unafraid of conflict and unafraid to confront, you know, hot button issues amongst the group. I thought it looked fraudulent. And that's the pile-on shit that I don't like with Shamea. Say what you want about Angela's conflict with Shamea, but it's been here since the beginning of the season. It's not anything new. To me, it's something totally different to sit back, quiet, might I add, and watch everything that's going on for what, 16? How many episodes deep are we now? 16, 17 episodes, 14? Yeah. You know, to watch all this time and then shift your positioning on someone who you have claimed to be a friend, who you allowed to rally around you when y'all were in Dallas and you made up that moment with Drew Sidora. I just thought that K. Michelle kind of switched on Shamea, and I didn't like that.
Well, I so agree with you because, like, I'm sorry, Carlos. the way that, like, listen, and I'm not okay with anyone talking bad about anyone's mama, right? Including Porsha's mother, although, okay. But like, you can't have two sets of standards where, they don't play about Porsha. Porscha don't play about her mom, but
Shamea mama titties was out.
Shamea's mom is fair game. I don't think that's right. Like, I think this was pissing some people off with this watching this, is there is 1000% a double standard in this group. And if you're in favor of the favorite and the star,
and Shamea, the double standard is Shamea. Like I just pointed out, you told K. Michelle not to mention the stuff in front of the group, but you just called yourself Aaron Porsha's mom out in front of everybody. You tell everybody else's business in front of you. Talking about Angela is fucking with your marriage and that, but you had Charles' mouth in your name since season 1. Like, all of the boundaries that Shamea supposedly has, she crosses every last one of them. What are we talking about?
Of the show, and I see all the people that had beef with Porsha, like, they made up with her, right? Which I like. I'm glad, but for some reason, Shamea's issues that people have with her is so much worse than everybody else's. They've all done dirt, all of,
because people feel betrayed by Shamea. People feel like Shamea is playing in their fucking faces. That's the difference. Porsha is just a dingbat. Like when K. Michelle got mad at the pregnancy comment, she didn't mean it like that. But Shamea is very calculating. She's very calculated. This like blows my mind. The way that people just twist and turn things, and this is actually to me a testament to Shamea. She's such a manipulator that she has these people really thinking it's bullshit. Like, seriously, her psychology degree is being put to good use. I'll just say that.
them, whether they're your favorite or they're not your favorite, they've all done things. But choosing to forgive everybody else except Shamea is obvious of a pack mentality.
Did Shamea apologize? Like, let's take Angela, for instance, right? She said, oh, Porsha can forgive her, but not me. Okay, Porsha and Angela had a conversation. They made up. Whether you believe it or not, me personally, I think Angela's keeping her enemies close, okay? But you don't see Porsha constantly trying Angela. Keep saying shit about Charles. Oh, I still fuck your husband. Charles don't fuck with you. Or your feet too big. Like, she doesn't do any of that shit. All the shit Shamea is saying is giving, like, you still hate me. You still got smoke. It's not giving someone who wants to be my fucking friend. That's the difference. And Shamea, can't fake who Porsha is naturally. And what's eating Shamea up, we saw last night, is that when Porsha was her friend, there was like a kind of a buffer or a cloak, or like we're seeing Shamea play off of Porsha or use whatever Destiny Swap. I don't know if I'm using it right, but using Porsha's aura as her own. Shamea has no aura whatsoever. She's not likable. She's not funny. She's corny. It's very fake, the energy that she gives. Like, she doesn't have that Porsha force field around her anymore. She's on her own, and she's flopping. But now she wants to blame Porsha. Like I said before, you told me not to come on the show because it's going to fuck up our friendship. And now our friendship is fucked up. And then, but didn't she tell you this is going to happen? What do you want to do? Because Claudia is just making shit up. Because she really hates Porsha. Shamea is a nasty mean person. Yes, she is. Wicked. I read somewhere that when you cut off a narcissist, they lose. Yes, Shay may be a narcissist. Shamea may be a narcissist. She literally said Simon would have been invited to the party. She didn't invite Porsha to if he was in the country. Girl, fuck you. You took a shot at the queen and you failed. Now you got to deal with it. Right. You're supposed to be my sister that I didn't know like that when I was growing up in the interview. But you invited my fucking exes to your party? Fuck you for real. Like you just said. Narcissists also triangulate their victims, make them hate each other so they never focus on the narc's behavior. Except the girls are not simple. Shamea thinks she's smarter than every fucking body else. They didn't got together on her ass, especially Pinky and K. Michelle, and they're comparing notes because shit ain't adding up. And I think we're not giving Phaedra enough credit for everybody say Phaedra don't do enough. Phaedra is turning the girls like K. Michelle. Oh, I love Phaedra. I love Phaedra. Phaedra. Yeah, come on over on this side. Like, that's Porsha. I mean, that's Phaedra doing that. And Shamea, Shamea, I think Shamea hate Phaedra more than Porsha. They was fighting about Africans and introducing the Africans at the St. Regis years ago at the and I saw the way Andy was looking at Shamea and trying to shut her up back then. This been coming. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you very much. Can't get away with it on camera.
Against one person, and this is what was happening. I mean, I won't say what's happened to Kenya, but like, it's not fun when it's like 6-on-1, 5-on-1. Like, it's not. It makes for like, it's painful to watch. It's painful.
Yeah, and I want to add this before we move on to stuff. I hear all of you guys, and in my opinion, I see all of your points of view that I feel personally and professionally, you three very well executed your point of view. So there's things that all three of you guys said that I actually do agree with. I think that's the beauty of reality TV, which is everything's nuanced, right? There's not one right answer. There's not one wrong answer. I think when it comes to the dynamic of Porsha and Shamea, which we'll get into later, I always say this, I leave it to their supporters to battle on social media about it. And the reason why I love coming here is because we do have a conversation where, like Blue said, no one has a dog in this fight. Yes, disclaimer, I'm the closest to Porsha on this panel, obviously. But I'm also cool with Shamea. Shamea is my girl. I make sure to pick a side on the show. Based on this episode, as we get to this moment, I actually think all of this is true. I 1000% believe that Shamea is battling something she kept inside and she's ready to burst. Okay? She's ready to burst. Okay. It's obvious. It's obvious that her and Porsha's friendship, which was delicate already, has reached a milestone where they both are trying to figure out the dynamic based on being on the show together. Okay? That's simple. It's black. It's so blatant that we are trying to figure out how to coexist on this show in a way that makes our producers happy and in a way to make the fans happy, right? Porsha is obviously one of the greatest reality stars in the world, so Porsha understands how to do her job, right? Now, when it comes to the Kelly thing, I will say this. I do believe that the moment Shamea saw Kelly and Porsha make up, I do believe in Shamea's mind, my opinion, the fact that she said off camera, allegedly, because we didn't see it, Kelly, you're the only friend I have in this group. And K. Michelle said she felt offended by that comment. I do believe.
And that is so manipulative. Just like she told me, K. Michelle, none of my friends want me to be your friend. Now she's saying, Kelly, you're my only friend. In front of K. Michelle. No one, K. Michelle always, that's probably my air conditioner. knowing K. Michelle said she was crying when she said that shit to her before. You said it again. And then you're manipulating Kelly to like, oh, I'm so important to Shamea. Shamea needs me. I had to be there for her. It's so manipulative. It's so manipulative.
I believe that Shamea possibly could have saw Porsha making up with Kelly as a way of this is another person that will be on Porsha's side. It is. I do feel like in her mind, that's what she thought. I'm not saying Porsha made up with Kelly for that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Porsha made up with Kelly to spite Shamea. Porsha, in my opinion, made up with Kelly because Porsha is the star of this fucking show. And Porsha understands how this show works. The reason why I'm saying Porsha is one of the greatest reality stars is because Porsha knows this show cannot survive with me being at odds with everybody. So Porsha making up with Kelly was, girl, it ain't that deep. I dissed you, you dissed me. We both got our lick back. It was great for the show. Let's move on for it. But Shamea in that moment, to me, wasn't thinking that. She was thinking, I'm losing somebody else to go with Porsha because you're the only friend that I have.
She's still in the victim mindset. She's still in that victim mindset, yeah.
Also, Porsha made up with, further to your point of Porsha being an incredible reality star, Porsha made up with Kelly because she didn't want that smoke no more. Because Kelly, love her or hate her, Kelly don't give a fuck about nothing Porsha has to say. And Kelly will literally go toe-to-toe with Porsha in scene every single time. And she's willing to get in the paint with Porsha. And Porsha knows that Kelly has that capacity. And I think that she knows that that's always there if she ever wants to engage with Kelly in that way to stimulate the show and make it exciting. She knows, she recognizes Kelly as a formidable cast member and opponent. Yes. And so she's like, you know what? Yes. Let's not do that. We ain't gotta always do that. You know what I'm saying?
The K. Michelle thing real quick though, because I did want to touch the K. Michelle thing. I've been watching K. Michelle and I'm getting a glimpse into who she really is as opposed to the version of her that I had on a pedestal. And that happens, right? Like the more you see people on reality shows, even if there's a certain level of self-producing, the mask slips and you see beneath it sometimes. I'm getting the feeling that K. Michelle is more conservative than I previously thought before watching the show. A lot of people are getting that impression, right? Like there's a desire to be wanted by mainstream white country institutions we wouldn't have thought previously. There is a certain level of, I don't want to say internalized misogyny, but she's a little old school in her thinking, right? Women who are old school in their thinking and are harboring unintentional internalized misogyny, they think like old street dudes. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that word. They think like old street dudes. And the code of a street dude is, I'm going to treat her all the way she acts. If she moves in a way that's respectable and has boundaries, I'm going to treat her like a princess. If I think she's fast and loose, I'm going to treat her like a whore. If you think about K. Michelle having a similar mindset, Porsha, who's emotionally regulated, to Carlos's point, thinks the big picture, to Claudia's point, is a pro at knowing when to react and when to hold back. I'm watching you have restraint, be masterful in the space, wield attention, but still know when to pull back. You're emotionally regulated. You're aspirational. I'm going to treat you as such. Shamea easily feels like a victim. Even when she's victimized, she adds tax. She's not making it up. She's been victimized. She just likes to add tax, right? Easily victimized, emotionally deregulated, extra reactive, can barely hold it in, about to burst at the seams. I'm not treating this whole way I treat the fancy lady in the mink dress. I think in K. Michelle's mind, it is a conflict. She thinks she's treating them with whatever respect they inspired from her. I'm not taping for this. I'm just saying a lot of people move this way. And I don't want to feign confusion. A lot of people, I've had people tell me previously, Blue, you think so-and-so's nice? She's not nice. She just knows she can't be a bitch around you. You know how many people I've been told that are horrible people that are lovely because they fucking know better with me.
Yeah,
so
same.
All four of us on this panel know that there are folks who are nice to us because they fucking know better. I think K. Michelle's just doing the same thing with Shamea and Porsha.
Well,
I don't think that's weird in reality.
I don't want nobody around me that is making decisions like that, basing their choices on how to treat people. You know what I'm saying? Based on some stupid ass shit like that.
That's K. Michelle though. That's how K. Michelle has been showing as she moves.
Much like her song, Damn.
Blue
You know
Blue
what
is
I'm
on
saying?
point
She got a
today.
great
Blue on
song
point
that
today,
first album,
Dina.
Rebellious Soul, called Damn. But yeah.
I think
Blue is the only one calling Shamea out on her shit. You in the beginning of the season, like I fucks with her for just admitting I was team this person, team that person. They was going on the colorism thing, and oh, y'all don't like Shamea because she ain't. I mean, Pinky because of Porsha, and she was on all of that, but she has taken it all back because she see what's going on.
in the show,
Hey, Claudia.
some people are being just real about their emotions and not being reality stars, and some people are being reality stars.
But
And
this is
it's
a
very
show.
frustrating when you are being 100% hard on your sleeve, not used to this like as much as anybody else, and you're
Oh
just,
my
wait, this doesn't make
God.
sense. You look erratic. You look crazy. You look like you
Mhm.
tripping. You look like you being a bitch. You look like you clout chasing. You look like all the things when everybody that's in the chat, in the comments, if you were in that situation, you might react like that too. It's so easy for us here, safe, not being with cameras on our faces, being humiliated and embarrassed and in uncomfortable spaces, right? I'm saying if I was on a show with my former best friend or even a really close friend and things change in front of the world to see and everyone's talking about it every week, I'm going to be off my game. I'm not going to be on.
But Porsha warned her about that. But here's the thing.
But warning her doesn't make it.
That's the thing I'm saying is the thing that struck me by the time the credits rolled is that Porsha's a soothsayer. Porsha literally predicted this a decade ago and said, let's not do this because I can already see what's going to happen. You didn't listen and she was right. You're mad at her for being right.
No, I'm with you, Blue, because I did think that. I did think and that's exactly what happened. Like you said,
she warned you and you didn't listen to her. You're mad at her for being right.
The show, our friends was gonna be the reason why.
Well, let's hold on to that.
You weren't blindsided. You weren't blindsided. You were warned.
All right, we're gonna get to that. But, okay, congratulations. We have 10,000 people in the chat tonight. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna stop talking. Thank you for having me. I'm gonna learn from Claudia. I'm gonna start reading the comments.
So look, we're gonna get to that. But please, Lula, Lizzie, remind me to get to the moment of whether or not Shamea proved Porsha's point towards the end. So, because guess what, guys? We're finally going to recap the show in chronological order so that we understand the buildup that happened. So at this point, Pinky is crying to the girls about her business. She's going through a lot of business issues. She mentioned how she had to, she had money, profit. She had to give $20,000 to pay off some things when it comes to the business. And in that moment, she's crying, saying that she's spending so much money. Angela overhears her and says in her confessional that she believes that Pinky's identity lies with her money. Okay. Mm-hmm. Which I would agree with. Being an entrepreneur is very hard, and all four of us are one. It is very hard. The reason why I do enjoy Pinky on the show, the reason why when it wasn't popular to like Pinky audience, all four of us said, no, she's great for the show because she is giving us something different, and I still stand by that. I think Pinky is fantastic for the show. With that being said, I do think Pinky is very one note. Pinky, your whole entire identity is your business, is your EIN number, it's your LLC, is your LegalZoom account number, is your invoice number. I don't know anything about Pinky outside of her business. You are married. I have never seen you be a wife to your husband. I don't know what that looks like. I've never seen you have a family outing that wasn't attached to a business. When I see you with the family, they're promoting Milano's clothing for children, right? Everything you do has been about business. And to add more evidence to what Angela Oakley said, about your identity being with money, you said, I'm crying over rich people's problems. You're not talking to a class of students at the bankrupt court. You're talking to Porsha, who is arguably the richest Black reality star female on television. You're arguing in front of K. Michelle, who's rich. Shamea is rich. Angela, despite what she was going through her homes, like Angela has a coin too. Juice has a coin, right? Despite what she's going through. So to hear her say that, I gotta be honest, seeing her cry in this moment, if we want to talk about moments for TV, I felt this was a lifetime made for TV moment directed by Shonda Rhimes, co-produced by Mara Brock Akil, and narrated by Lisa Ray McCoy.
Does she owe you money? Damn.
No, I'm just it's everyone knows that I enjoy Pinky, but let's be clear. You don't cry to say, my husband, I have issues because when I come home, I'm so stressed out, I can't even give him sex.
Why do you sound like her though? You sound like her. You even looking
that's how she. I'm so sad that I can't see my kids play. One thing about being an entrepreneur, and you're talking to Carlos King the First. Mm-hmm. The beautiful thing when I left Housewives, which is why I won't ever go back, and that is no shade. I love the show. Thank you, God, for the opportunity. Thank you, Bravo, Andy Cohen, truly original, and all the people involved. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I won't ever go back to that show because when I was a showrunner as Claudia, that is a 24/7 job. I make more money talking about this show than working on it. So
you better say that.
Claudia's face. She said, "Really, raises for me."
So for me, the beauty of being an entrepreneur is I clock in when I want to, and I clock out when I want to.
Hey.
So I don't feel no sort of tears on my cheekbone, because when you are an entrepreneur, you can't say, "Yo,
now you sound like Pinky, Carlos."
You don't have to flip the processed burgers. You don't have to go there to do anything. I felt that it was performative. I love Pinky. I think she's great for the show. Pinky, my advice to you, next season, I want to see who you are as a wife, a mother, a friend, because I haven't seen any of those things in 14 episodes.
To be fair, Pinky went on the show to promote her businesses. We know that.
I don't like that.
Pinky is a person who.
But no shade, this ain't talk.
I don't like that she said that in the interview. That's not what Housewives is for. You come on Housewives and you be the best housewife, you housewife, and then you get a business or whatever, and you increase visibility for your business, but your primary thing is being a housewife. Like, a housewife doesn't work. Like, Pinky is on here trying to work. I don't like that. I don't want anything that Pinky's selling. I don't want a guy. I don't want anything that Pinky is selling.
Tank.
And I'm with you 100%. I just want to be fair because it ain't like we didn't.
Because when you are an entrepreneur, you can't say, "Yo, I'm about to go to my daughter's recital."
Did Carlos hear me say he's a fucking YouTuber?
You don't have to flip the processed burgers. You don't have to go there to do anything. So I felt that it was performative. I love Pinky. I think she's great for the show. Pinky, my advice to you, next season, I want to see who you are as a wife, a mother, a friend, because I haven't seen any of those things in 14 episodes.
To be fair, Pinky went on the show.
But I will say, I like the way Pinky is moving on the show now. Like, remember when they when they had to stay in the pool house and Pinky was coming at them? Yeah, I've softened on Pinky. I agree with this, but I still like Pinky. I like that she made up with Angela. When Angela cussed her out, and it was her, Cynthia, and Angela in the room. They were laughing, and she was like, whatever she said, and they were all laughing, and I like that. Like, it's lighthearted moments until Shamea comes around. Bing, too engulfed in your role in life is never a good thing. Or you could come on here to leave your husband. Okay, that too. Vicky Gumbelson is all about work though. But she had shit going on with her husband though, and her other men though. We don't ever see Pinky's husband. She said, I ain't no housewife. I don't cook or clean for these kids or this man. Like, I'm slutty vegan down. Like, that's all she cares about. Carlos doesn't like Pinky. Yes, I'm going to disagree with you because he was caping for her so bad in the beginning. He was saying, y'all don't like her because she's not shaped like Porsha, because she's darker, because she don't have a weave down her ass. He was going hard for Pinky. So I don't know. But I don't know. I like that she keeps it moving about stuff. Right. I like that too. They knew Pinky was going to be one of the girls when they stated the Phaedra eating dead people thing. That shit was so funny. I thought that was weird. Vicky and Ramona were about work. Where did Ramona work? Yeah, but Vicky had a lot of shit going on, and she was like the Nene of that franchise. And she did Coda Real Estate. Yeah, but it wasn't just about Coda Real Estate. We didn't hear about Coda all the goddamn time. Her son was it her son that was acting up? Her husband Don, he didn't want to fucking work. She was feuding with Tamara. Didn't Tamara throw a drink in her face? She had more money than them because she worked. Like, it was Vicky had a lot of shit going on.
Oh, to promote her businesses. We know this. Pinky is a person who.
But no shade, this ain't Shark Tank.
And I'm with you. 100%.
Yes!
I just want to be fair because it ain't like we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. Pinky's literal, by the words I'm using, her literal claim to fame is her success, runaway success as an entrepreneur. After several tries, after several different attempts, she got something. And not only did she get a big one, she got a hit, right? Of course, she suffered the woes of business that we've been privy to throughout the headlines we see. But Pinky did the damn thing with Slutty Vegan. And Pinky is a serial entrepreneur. That is.
Let me say this too about them with Pinky. I listened to the read, and they use, and Dustin, Fran, Asante, Crystal, Kid Fury, and they have some other people that they're friends with. I think they lived in Harlem. They know Pinky, so there's a bias with Dustin because I feel like he would be reading her if it was somebody else. I think he's biased because he knows her.
Is her focus. She's always been clear and upfront about that. And so much so that
that's why he said we knew what we were getting. No, you know that because you were friends with her. And apparently this is how she is. But we don't want to see that.
Totally came into this show to use it as a vehicle to accelerate whatever business ideas that she had. Now it has exhausted us as viewers, right? Because it has been incessant. It doesn't stop. It's just like one episode after another. So it's shows. So this is that. It's this. And I'm crying out. It is that. And I think that we're worn out. But I don't think it's fair for the viewers to like vilify Pinky for being exactly who the fuck she always been. You know,
but y'all vilify Shamea for being who she is.
Yeah, we talking about Pinky, Carlos.
Oh, what I'm saying is, in the word,
Shamea ain't even in this. Okay, just say Pinky done got on your nerves with all these businesses, and you don't want to see that shit no more. That's all you got to say, because that's what it is. You tired of Pinky shit.
Capable, though? I have a question. As someone who cares about her and knows her better than I do, do you think it's just strategy, or do you think she's just too scared to be as vulnerable as Carlos and most producers would want her to be?
I think it's strategy.
I think it's both. I think this is sort of like, listen, as a reality producer, I know for a fact that
he does the same thing Pinky does.
Do go on the show with an agenda. They have a whiteboard. They have a manager, a publicist, an assistant who's a family member. They have dance squads.
Wait, my sister's my sister. Don't do that.
I tell y'all, listen. The reason why everybody waits for Monday Night Live is because y'all want the truth. I have a fucking reality star a part of the panel. I have a Harvard student a part of the panel who is highly intelligent, and I got
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna say 5 shit. We got 5 shit. Dustin Ross. That should be
Oh,
breaking. We got some breaking news, you guys.
Uh-oh.
Porsha just put a tweet out. Did you guys see it?
no.
And everyone's saying it. Okay, want me to read it real quick?
Yeah.
Is it a real tweet?
It's from her account. I'm on her page, Twitter.
Okay.
Wait, 12 minutes ago. Wait, just
Stalking Porsha.
catching up here in the Bahamas. Yo, I can't believe there are actually people talking about my mother and mentioning my daughter in a negative way. Was this really worth it? Shamea took this way too far. You're not innocent while you got people discussing my mom because of a lie you told on this show. If we're going to discuss it, keep it between us. Now let's discuss you sleeping with your manager who's married to one of your high school friends, as well as a pastor in Decatur who's 100% on your roster, along with many more. Let's go. So I guess it's blown up now. Even, I mean, it already was, but now it's like, it's going to get extra ugly now. And that was from her page. I got the notes from the Raindrops, saying, oh my God, Porsha just released a statement. So I went and looked, and this is definitely from her page, just so you know, I'm not making that up. That was the Twitter page. That's for her verified account right there.
From the ground journalism, Claudia motherfucking Jordan.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
As a real journalist.
As a journalist, yes.
Oh
my God, I was slightly aroused, Claudia. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will unpack that. But Claudia, now that you have the floor, what are your thoughts on the season?
I'm so titillated. I love this show.
I feel bad for Pinky because, like, when you like put all your value based on your career, I understand that, and you gotta sometimes you gotta hit rock bottom to like get out of that and then find your value in other areas. I went through a period of that where I know that people only rocked with me for whatever I was working on or what money I had. Or the thing.
I'm going downstairs for a second.
And it becomes your personality, and it's a little bit of a masculine trait, some might say. But like, it's when you're in it, like when it's good, right? So everybody's like making you feel good about, oh, you a boss, you this, you that. So I get it's like intoxicating. But the negative part is when things aren't good, it feels like your entire life is crashing, even though you still have a fantastic relationship. You have a great man, your family, all those things. You can't even see the good things in your life because you're only focused on, oh, right now business ain't popping. And you kind of forget about all the other things. And it does make her seem like one note. So this probably needed to happen for her to realize, she's going to have to go through this and reevaluate who's around her, and see she's still got that man by her side, having her back and all the good things in her life. And she'll probably come out of this. Hopefully she comes out of this not putting so much on success, because success is fleet. It comes and goes, right? Yeah. You pop for 3 years, you feast, and then there's a famine. And then you can't let your whole personality just go out the door when life ain't like when your money ain't right, because like, when you say stuff like first world problems, a lot of people watching your show can't really relate to that. They're like, well, girl, bye. You talking about 20,000 this week, this hour you lost, people out here making 40,000 for the whole year. So
that's why her hair fell out.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm just playing.
Dustin, I had an edible.
I'm trying to not get in trouble.
This is my life.
Dustin, oh my God.
I'm just playing.
I have something. Okay, I want to say something more serious. My God, today. So the intrusive thoughts have won. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Blue.
Claudia's point. Ooh, actually, I'm so happy you are being who you are, Dustin. I love it. Okay,
for my pride.
For your pride, being who you are. I woke up this morning, and okay, I'm gonna be transparent. Even though this is not my most highest paying gig, it is actually one of my favorites, if not my favorite. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about different forms of currency today, and I woke up super early and immediately started texting my team, like, hey, this is time sensitive. We're having a meeting tomorrow, X, Y, and Z, payrolls on Wednesday. I'm sending all this stuff the minute I wake up. And then at one point it hits me, because my store has been closed for a couple of months, I spent $15K last week on inventory. Mm-hmm. And for a moment I felt very sad. So watching this morning on Peacock, I was like, oh, this is a little triggering, friend. Why am I watching this right now? And I remember walking to the bathroom this morning and thinking, I just spent the last 3 hours doing all this big boss business shit. What would happen if I had a partner right now? He would have had to watch me all morning, the side of my face. I probably wouldn't have even said good morning to him. And I was like, I need to slow down if I want to savor this. I'm finally living the life I've always dreamt of. And to Claudia's point, I'm too busy to actually live it.
Mm-hmm.
And it like broke my heart because I was like, Beyonce back in the day, shout out to the old Destiny's Child fans. She used to say, hey, Carlos, she used to say, hey, when we go to Japan, when we go to Australia, we go to all these countries, you guys don't realize I don't remember any of those countries. I'm going to have to go on vacation and go back. I was there, but I wasn't there. And I realized I can be in a 2-hour Uber and have no idea where we've driven because I've been sending emails the entire time. So that's all to say, I very much am in a phase of my life now where I am actually emulating a Pinky. I'm not going bankrupt, thank God. Knock on everything, including wood. I'm not going bankrupt, and still, even succeeding can be as stressful as failing. They don't tell you that about entrepreneurship. Success and failure are actually both stressful, right? And I was thinking to myself, if somebody asked me to be vulnerable right now, would I be able? Luckily, shout out to therapy, I can. But when I asked Dustin that question, and Dustin said no, it's strategy. But Carlos said no, I think it's a little bit of both. A part of me thinks this is an opportunity for Pinky. I think she's going to have to confront herself if she chooses to and say,
yes.
hey, I am no. Hey, what I'm going through is valid. And maybe I haven't fed the other parts of me that would naturally come out because I'm not feeding them in real life. To Dustin's point, she's consistent. She's not
because she's in competition with her husband. What we have to say the quiet part out loud. One thing that I will agree with Marcel Scott, Love and Marriage Huntsville, shameless plug. And I said one of the things I agree with. Okay. New season this fall. One thing I agree with is I agree that, listen, I think it's cute to be a power couple. I think it sounds good. I think it looks good on paper. I think it looks good when you go to the mayor's ball. I think it looks good when you are traveling and you both in first class and y'all both are able to do it. I think that's wonderful. Congratulations. Happy birthday. But let's have a real conversation. 100, let me not say too much, child, because I forgot people scroll through my page. One thing I will say, a large majority of the power couples I know, their marriage or their relationship is not great. It's not great. I know for a fact that 95% of married couples who are the presenting power couple, they're in secret competition with each other. When one person's up and the other person's down, baby, that dynamic breeds issues in the relationship. That it absolutely does.
That's heartbreaking.
It 1000% does. We saw it on Love and Marriage Huntsville. I'm not gonna name names. Watch the season. We just talked about with Letitia and Glenn. Yeah. Letitia was a housewife who started making money, and she has the audacity in Glenn's eyes to ask for a posting up. Oh, because your weight up, you know what was good. So the thing is, I do believe that Pinky is going through an emotional situation, but I think Pinky is tapping the wrong thing. And I'm being real. That moment of this is rich people's problems, that wasn't for the girls. That was for you, Bravo audience.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It just did not. It felt. It didn't land right. It was not. It did not. It just didn't land well with the audience.
Contrived. It didn't feel authentic.
100%. And I just think Pinky is just making choices that are not resulting in her being entertaining as she thinks she is. And I think that after editing herself, right, watching the show back, editing herself, hearing what Carlos just said, and seeing what the fandom has had to say, I think that Pinky will edit herself a little bit. But I just think that these are rookie mistakes from her. I just think that she has worn everyone's patience thin with bankruptcy talk, business-related issues, this series that we didn't need to know anything about, all of that other stuff. I think she's just exhausted us with that.
The cameos.
Yeah, all of that.
And,
Montel Jordan.
Montel Jordan. And the Tory Martin. Where are we right now? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
In the beginning, we were like excited when Pinky was like showing her relationship with her husband. And that's when we were like the most intrigued. And she could actually help some of her problem a little bit by opening up more in that area, because that would actually make her more of a more dominant, prominent housewife. thereby increasing her pay, thereby helping her with her financial issues. Like, focus less on the money problems and focus on the relationship. You'll be more relatable, more loved.
And not sex either. She just makes sex jokes about him. I'm getting tired of the Pinky. She only talks about her husband's penis. I'm tired of the sex jokes. Her, K. Michelle, they're all being weird with the sex this season.
When girls try too hard to be sexy and like do too much, it's like it's so like obvious and annoying. Like when they
you like me? Do you want me? My provocative? No, sit down.
Like, oh, like, yes, think of me in a sexual way. Relax, calm down. It's okay, girl. Like just
all of you and all your husbands. K. Michelle, what are you talking about? You can't even put on makeup to go to dinner. Seriously? But now you want to see everybody's husband? Relax. Sorry.
So we're going down. All right. So the moment that you all have been waiting for, we're going to get into the dinner scene that occurred at the end of this episode.
I want to time out. Go ahead.
Okay.
Your juice don't be looking like our juice, Carlos. Damn.
What are you drinking?
Nigga straight from the bottle?
That's what are you drinking? Because we know Carlos drinking like some Coke and kiwi water or something.
Prune daiquiris and
Tequila,
shit.
baby. It's a tequila night for me.
I thought about drinking it, but I was like, oh, let me not.
What, you don't have any beverage at all? We can't
No,
be
I'm over here thirsty as hell. But you know, they think
there's
I'm
enough thirst in this segment. Please drink something. Please.
All right. So we all have our okay.
Coconut water. Hey, excuse me.
Hey, who's she asking? Is that a concierge or a man? What's going on?
None of your business.
Oh, really? But you won't. Okay, girl. Okay.
Okay.
You better leave the seat of the cry.
Okay.
I know she can hear me though. All right.
Coconut water.
So,
well, that was a triple shot, Dustin.
Yes. I'm 6'1".
Flex. That's subtle flex. I'm a broad back 6'1" man.
So
sorry.
That's okay.
No,
we
you're
all
not.
good now? We all got okay. So now we're at the moment that everybody's been waiting for. So they're at the table, and Drew Sidora brings up to Porsha that Dennis says that she asked Dennis if he misses Porsha. Dennis said that Porsha doesn't want him.
Well,
right? And Porsha made a face like, what are you talking about? And the ladies did ask Porsha if Mike was a threat to Dennis. And she mentioned that honestly, it's more Sway that he seems to like have a problem with. But she said, look, we could be who we are, and we are amazing, great co-parents. And because of that, listen, she doesn't bring anyone around Pilar that she doesn't think is good for her because she does not play about Pilar. Okay? In that moment, Shamea brings up to Porsha that Dennis and Gerald, Shamea's husband, had a conversation, and that supposedly Porsha said that she was not comfortable.
That's what I'm saying about the dark cloud. They're having a moment at the table. Oh, girl, Dennis wants you back. You don't think it? Well, Dennis says you don't want me around Pilar, and your mother's a hoe. Like, come on, Shamea.
With Pilar around Shamea and Gerald, and Shamea said that was hurtful. Porsha said, if someone doesn't like me or has ill will towards me, I am not going to have them at your house, whatever. I want to stop there. I'll start by saying I agree with Porsha in this moment. Okay? If me and my best friend are not cool, sorry, not sorry, our kids aren't going to be cool. And that's how I was raised, okay? When my mom, rest in heaven, my dad, who's alive, if they fell out with somebody, we were not allowed to play with the kids anymore. My mother was not above it all to say, well, let the kids be kids. No, my mother said, I don't trust this woman who was my friend for y'all to be at her house. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. So I actually agree with Porsha. If I'm not cool with you, my kids ain't gonna be cool with your kids.
100 motherfucking percent. This is common damn sense. As many fucking
Thank you for keeping it the fuck real.
Documentaries and shit all over Netflix about people
Amen.
stealing kids, beating people's kids up in private, all that other stuff. Why in the hell would I send my most prized possession to a home of someone who is literally my adversary? That doesn't even make sense. Especially,
I am so glad they said that, because the people in the comments trying to act like Porsha is foul for saying that is blowing my fucking mind. But then again, it doesn't. Look at the state of the world today. Like, girls are having babies by bums and giving them all their money. So, like, they killing people, like, just abusing kids. So, like, I'm so glad they said that. Because that's common sense. Maybe it's because of the era we grew up in. But if you don't fuck with me, what you mean you don't fuck with my... How you gonna fuck with my kid and not me?
when it's somebody that I used to be cool with. Those are the people who end up murdering motherfuckers, all that other kind of shit. Like, so Porsha even went a step further and said the only person who I would feel safe leaving my daughter around after things that have happened, but after the things that have happened between us have happened, would be my sister. To me, she made that as plain as she could, and I totally felt where she was coming from. And I think it spoke to the performative nature of some of the things that Shamea can do when it comes to bestie this, friend that, sister this, all that other stuff. Shamea would have found peace, or she would have found comfort in knowing the fact that, okay, even though we're beefed out, she's still willing to play the game and let our kids play together. So let's pretend that we have this friendship that eclipses our feelings at the moment, and we both still want our kids to play. When Porsha's like, no, you've crossed certain lines with me that I don't feel safe leaving my kid over there. And I totally felt where she was coming from.
And that's when Shamea started getting bucked. Well, I thought you said we were sisters. With
that, totally.
I debated sharing this, but I do think I love that Dustin made this point. My grandmother, and this is, oh God, it's not me sharing a quick tea. My grandmother passed away, and there was a lot of suspicions about her best friend being involved. Several years later, yeah, it's a whole family thing. Several years later, I'm a kid in Boston. I go to the house of a family back from the part of Haiti that my family's from. We're hanging out, and a woman walks in and says, I look exactly like my mama. I look like my people. She's like, aren't you related to so-and-so, to Lusma? I said, yeah. I went home that day sick. There was something in the food. I had to go to the hospital and have my stomach pumped. It was like a whole thing. I'm being so serious. And when my mother found out who was in the house, she started screaming because she was like, you know, they don't fuck with our family. You know exactly what the hell. It was like a whole scandal in my family. But I was the kid. I was the Pilar in the situation, right? And so I say that to say, for me, I don't know if it's a Black American thing, a Black thing in general across the diaspora, we're always funny about who all's going to be there when the kids are going someplace, because you understand that the checks and balances I have in my home might not be the checks and balances that you have in your home. There's a story on the news right now, so let's not be tone deaf. A story on the news right now about a young man who went out with the wrong group of friends.
See?
And now his family is mourning, right? And so I think there's a certain, and I agree with Dustin, there's a certain manipulation. Because I'm going to say this honestly, I always have sympathy for Shamea because I think she's a good person.
I do too, Blue.
Who's low functioning and has bad coping skills, and her bad coping skills
We're not
are
talking
being mistaken for madness. So I think
agree.
Shamea's sin is that she's immature. And
you mean her husband, the man she married? And for all intents and purposes, she been messing with Simon. That wasn't a new man. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about somebody who does not like you, you leaving your child with somebody who does not like you. And people do all kinds of things to children, just mean things. Like I said, my aunt will have 12 chicken wings and give my daughter 1 and give her son 11. I'll drop the link after they're finished. I don't want people talking over this or me.
doesn't have any emotional regulation. Shamea, call me, baby. I won't even tell nobody. So she just needs a coach and a therapist, right? So I don't think she's a bad person.
That's exactly how I feel about her. But go ahead.
You don't have to be a bad person to be manipulative. And feigning confusion as a Black woman married to a Kenyan man about why someone who doesn't F with you doesn't want their kids over feels fraudulent to me. That's nothing to be confused about.
Yes. Claudia.
Although
here she go.
I have not one.
You know, Claudia is half white.
Wait.
Let me say something. I'm sure she also wouldn't leave her child with Simon after all of the mess of the divorce. Exactly.
Drop of me believes that Shamea would ever do anything to Pilar.
I don't believe that.
I do not think she has any malice. I do not think she's gonna. I think her beef with Porsha is with Porsha. I do not think that Shamea for 1 second would harm that child, do anything wrong to that child. Yeah. I agree with not having my kids or at someone's house that I don't deal with. You are right about that. But I do not think that Shamea is in any way, shape, or form a threat.
No,
but
not at all.
Porsha as a mom.
That's not the point, and you don't know that. I feel like we don't know Shamea anymore. We don't know her anymore. Like, they used to be friends, now they're not. Look at the way Shamea was talking to Porsha at the table. You mean to tell me you're not gonna bitch, if you talk to my daughter like that, like if you talk to me like that, you gonna talk to my daughter like that. You hate the same, you're not gonna shut the fuck up.
I'm saying, hey man, we ain't cool, then our kids ain't gonna be cool. And might I make an argument? If the mamas would have had the same attitude, we wouldn't be here where we are today.
That part.
Now that's okay. When you cook, you cook. All right. So moving into the next moment at the table. This is so much going on. Okay.
The chat is moving so fast. People are so. Isn't it like 10,000 people tonight?
My moderator said she can't even put up comments because
she quit, child. She went home. She said,
I think there's 10,000 people in the watching us.
No, we have over 10,000 people live, and thank you all the raindrops, and I'll read your super chats after this. So Porsha, as Dustin said, that's when Porsha did say the only person I would do this for is my sisters. Then Shamea said, well, you said we were like sisters. There's a difference between a blood sister and we're like. So, but I don't think, listen, I think all of us agree.
Shamea would never hurt that baby. She would never hurt Porsha.
No. That's not the point.
We all agree with that, but we also all agree with
too far now. Like, come on.
Said we're like sisters. It doesn't mean that she sees you as her blood sister, right? So I think we all can agree with that. Porsha then said there were things said last year where she thought they were friends up until that point. The producers flashed back to Angela telling Porsha Shamea talks about her and feels there's something going on in their friendship. They also flashed back to the moment where Shamea is saying to Porsha she wishes they had the friendship on camera that they do off camera, and Porsha allegedly said they would have to pay me more money for that to happen. Within that moment is when Shamea revealed YouTube. No. When she revealed the first drop, right? Mm-hmm. She said, Porsha said to Shamea allegedly that she did not want her to be part of this friend group, i.e. the show, and said, you sing, you act, you dance, you do the Hawks. I don't want you on Housewives. Okay? The biggest thing that has happened that we talked about all last season was whether or not.
Hold on. If you don't have a kid, I don't think you. Dominique, do you have children? Is that a picture of Shadora Sanders? Do you have children? Because if you don't have children, you cannot. I notice a lot of people commenting on here don't have children. So you don't know what it means to have a child, birth a child, and be protective of your child. So I would like for you to answer that question. Well, we ain't got to kick Dominique out. He can have an opinion. You got to leave Dominique. What you say? The cognitive dissonance. What does GTG mean? But I'm curious, Dominique. Do you have children? I lost the thumbnail. Here it is.
Porsha wanted her best friend to be on the show. When I interviewed Porsha, I asked her that question specifically. She said, "With all due respect,
bye.
I won't ever speak to her again because she did something to me so egregious." Right? So she said that.
That's perfect.
I did ask Shamea because I'm a fair journalist. Hey, Claudia.
Wait, let me rewind this.
As a fair journalist, I did ask Shamea.
Blue is pretty though.
And we're like, so, but I don't think, listen, I think all of us agree.
Shamea would never hurt that baby. She would never hurt Porsha's baby.
Oh, no, I think we all.
Again, he doesn't have children. Did y'all hear what Blue just said? The lady poisoned her. Like, let's not, okay, how about this? Right? Shamea is feeling very, even though we know that's not the reason why Shamea is mad, but she is so upset that Porsha, even though she said Porsha mentioned her mom, she mentioned moms first, but she's so upset. So can we infer that Shamea's mom is so upset, or Shamea's sisters don't like the way that, Shamea is always calling home crying, right? So they see Pilar at the house. Maybe Shamea won't do nothing to Pilar, but what about the other people, the other adults in the house? Why that little fucking bald-headed bitch here? All that type of shit. Pulling her hair, knocking her over, letting other kids fuck her up. Like, I've seen some mean shit done to kids. I've seen other kids be put on a pedestal while others aren't. Like, I've seen some crazy shit. Like, all around the board. No, I thought y'all was kicking him out. I didn't know what got to go GTD means. Gabor made a good point today when he said Shamea is upset because the realities of Shiloh's are kicking in. You think that's what it is? But what they got so is Pilar Shiloh age? No, wait. Shiloh is the little baby, right? And she has another kid, right? Is he saying that's why Shamea is being mean? That's why they said she's turning. Well, I can't tell. She always on the go at the BET Awards. Yes, I've seen people be mean to kids. Seriously, and it be little stuff. It's little stuff. Like, did y'all see the video of the older lady putting the camera inside the little girl ponytail because she was like, "Grandma, she always give me the pretzels," and she always like it was his dad's new baby mom. And the baby mom was being mean to her, doing little smart shit. And she said, well, her dad leaves, the lady be getting smart with her. And nobody believed her, but her grandmother did. And she put some type of braid in her hair and braided the motherfucking camera inside the girl braid, or a voice recorder or something. Ain't nobody watching my babies. Thank you. This is her mother right here, and she got one in the chamber. Talk sideways about the kids' parents in front of you. Yeah, how about that? And let us not forget Shamea already approached Angela's daughter and was like, I like your mother better. So what you think she gonna say to Shiloh? Oh, you know what? When I was your age, your mom taught me how to shave my vagina. Let me teach you how to shave yours. I see Shamea doing shit like that, crossing, because she already crossed the line with Kelly's daughter. And maybe Kelly's too dependent on her to really give a reaction. But I don't know. Kelly put that, to me, that very sexually suggestive birthday thing out with her daughter. So I don't know what that relationship is. Yeah, I just mentioned it. Come to mind. Yeah, You will be surprised. People are evil, and they can't help the way they feel. If this is what I'm saying, like a lot of it, like shit I'm talking about is like maybe people with, I ain't gonna say who, cause y'all seen people. I like this mother better. Well, I like this. This is my daughter. You know what else I noticed too? Mothers who have daughters treat their daughters' kids better than their sons' kids. I don't know if y'all ever seen that dynamic, but I've seen that a lot. Like even with my ex-mother-in-law, she treats her daughter's grandchildren way better than her son's children. And I don't know if that got to do with mama's baby, papa's baby, however the saying go. People are evil and they can't help the way they feel. They might really hate you and they just don't see it. They're not going to be nice to your child. Like, don't give the child a pops. That type of shit. Not letting them get... Exactly. They can't have another piece of chicken. Or everybody is getting... How about this? Everybody got... You know the boy I did the intervention with? I don't know if y'all saw that video. It's the name of the video is called Intervention. His guardian used to take everybody on vacation except him with his fucking check. Everybody got brand new Jordans or whatever the New Balances, whatever they wear. He got fucking flip-flops. I swear, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the children, the other kids, same age, are eating crab boils and shit. And he got to eat a spring roll from the Chinese store, the corner store, off his dime. So, I mean, if you don't get it, you just don't get it. Shamea says something to Angela's daughter, too. Right, she did. She did. So you think she's not going to talk about Porsha like a dog in front of her daughter? Come on. And her grandma? Come on. She just did it at the table. For Shamea to have this psychology degree, she has very little self-awareness. Shamea already. I'm trying not to hit the block button. Had Pilar feeling bad about her. Yeah, your forehead is big. Your hair ain't like your mama's. Or, shit like that. Reason. Pilar feeling bad about her for no reason. You just never know. I've been mean just because I'm light-skinned. Or just because my dad is in the house. Porsha does this trick every time she is jealous of anyone on the show. Didn't she say the same about Candy? Like what? For instance, what?
Agree with that, but we also all agree with
Go too far now. Like, come on.
Said we're like sisters. It doesn't mean that she sees you as her blood sister, right?
Thank you.
So I think we all can agree with that. Porsha then said there were things said last year where she thought they were friends up until that point. The producers flashed back to Angela telling Porsha Shamea talks about her and feels there's something going on in their friendship. They also flash back to the moment where Shamea is saying to Porsha she wishes they had the friendship on camera that they do off camera. And Porsha allegedly said they would have to pay me more money for that to happen. Within that moment is when Shamea revealed YouTube. No. When she revealed the first drop, right? Mm-hmm. She said, Porsha said to Shamea allegedly that she did not want her to be part of this friend group, i.e. the show, and said, you sing, you act, you dance, you do the Hawks. I don't want you on Housewives, okay? the biggest thing that has happened that we talked about all last season was whether or not Porsha wanted her best.
Roro, shut your black ass up. You are exactly the type of bitch I'm talking about. You just mad. And like I said, we don't talk about how dark-skinned bitches bully light-skinned bitches like the way Shamea bullies Drew. But y'all want to Shamea want to call colorism. You pick on the light-skinned bitch because y'all swear y'all won't get punched in y'all fucking faces. That's why. You pick on the one that you think is the weakest because you're mad because you're dark-skinned. And I ain't say I look nothing the fuck like Porsha. Who said that? You feel some type of way about Porsha. Obviously, you don't like her. Cause look at you and look at Porsha. I get it. I mean, I'll be mad if I was you too. Roro, hush the fuck up with your rudeness. Watch it, Roro. You get jumped in here, Roro. Just the wrong road. I said I've seen people. Girl, I ain't said nobody was jealous. I said people be mean.
Best friend to be of the show. When I interviewed Porsha, I asked her that question specifically. She said, with all due respect, I won't ever speak on her again because she did something so egregious, right? So she said that.
That's perfect.
I did ask Shamea because I'm a fair journalist. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Porsha. As a fair journalist, I did ask Shamea. Shamea pretty much said the same thing to me that she said here.
Excellent.
I want us to have a conversation about this before we get into what they said. The biggest thing that I do think happened, besides Claudia clocking it with, if y'all mothers had that same energy of we ain't fucking with each other, so our kids want, then perhaps y'all won't be in the situation. Although Shamea did say on my podcast that her and Porsha had years of not speaking to each other, but
wait a minute, what are you saying?
She wishes they had the friendship on camera.
Did I go too far?
Wanted her best friend to be of the show. When I interviewed Porsha, I asked her that question specifically. She said, with all due respect, I won't ever speak on her again because she did something so egregious, right? So she said that.
That's perfect.
I did ask Shamea because I'm a fair journalist. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Porsha. As a fair journalist, I did ask Shamea. Shamea pretty much said the same thing to me that she said here.
Excellent.
I want us to have a conversation about this before we get into what they said. The biggest thing that I do think happened, besides Claudia clocking it with, if y'all mothers had that same energy of we ain't fucking with each other, so our kids want, then perhaps y'all won't be in the situation. Although Shamea did say on my podcast that her and Porsha had years of not speaking to each other, but they reunited around Porsha divorcing Cordell. That's what Shamea said.
They reunited right when she got big on the show, huh? Go ahead.
Wait, what Blue say? Shit. That was 11.
Hey,
Happy birthday. He's a Cancer. Besides Claudia clocking it with, if y'all mothers had that same energy of we ain't fucking with each other, so our kids want, then perhaps y'all won't be in the situation.
That's why I don't believe what Shamea is. I believe Shamea is the liar here. Because, hold up, before Carlos go on his thing, let me pull up this clip. Shout out to journalism. Hold up. Shamea. What's Shamea mom name? Right here.
Find that you have more in common with some of the ladies versus the other ones? Oh my God, let me tell y'all. Well, first of all, Portia's mom, Diane, she's my friend. She'll always be my friend. She's a sweetheart too.
Did you hear that? That don't sound like a woman who is talking about another woman who tried to fuck her husband or fucked her husband or whatever they said, whatever Shamea said. I'm gonna play it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you find that you had more in common with some of the ladies versus the other ones?
Oh my God, let me tell y'all. Well, first of all, Portia's mom, Diane, she's my friend. She'll always be my friend. She's a sweetheart too. And
yeah.
okay.
Did you?
Okay, let's go back. I know you ain't talking about. Was I not clear? Girl, if jealousy was given, it wouldn't be to you. Ain't not one dark skinned woman jealous of you. No one is saying someone is jealous. We were talking about the monstrosity of people doing evil to your kids because they don't like you. We are talking about jealousy within the cast. And as far as looks go, I would definitely give Porsha and you a run for every dime you got. In the chat too. There are no dimes in the chat. Y'all, this probably a man. Don't even engage. Thanks, you have brain and comprehension. Roro, go tuck your fucking dick, okay? Please. All right, let's go back.
Situation. Although Shamea did say on my podcast that her and Porsha had years of not speaking to each other, but they reunited around Porsha divorcing Cordell. That's what Shamea said.
They reunited right when she got big on the show, huh? Go ahead.
And that's all right. Whoa, I keep missing what Blue is saying. I'm just going. All right, it's at 11:32. Let me just do 11. Which is 12. Okay.
Besides Claudia clocking it with, if y'all mothers had that same energy of we ain't fucking with each other, so our kids want, then perhaps y'all won't be in the situation. Although Shamea did say on my podcast that her and Porsha had years of not speaking to each other, but they reunited around Porsha divorcing Cordell. That's what Shamea said.
They reunited right when she got big on the show, huh? Go ahead.
She said she reunited right when it was time for her to get on the show.
I want to unpack that. That's in a minute. Okay. I want to have a conversation about this. And I'll start because I don't have a problem with how people will take this coming from me. I have a best friend where we've been best friends since we were 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
His birthday was last Saturday. His name is Gregory Dean. Hey, Gregory Dean.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Happy birthday. He's a Cancer. We've been friends for over 30 years. I want to be very clear with this. I'm not talking about my career now, doing what I'm doing. I'm talking about being on a reality show because we got to be very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Porsha is on a reality show called The Real Housewives of Atlanta, where that show, like the other reality shows and franchises, are reading each other, secrets get revealed, and all those things. I'm going to make it very clear and plain. Porsha is on a reality show where she has seen Nene and Cynthia fall out and expose each other. She has seen Candy and Phaedra fall out, expose each other. Okay? She has seen this. I'm telling you right now, if I was on a reality show and my best friend said,
hold on. Hey, what's your name? Roro, come on the camera, bro. I want to see you. I want to see you back up all the shit you talking. Let me see. I don't argue with Abby's. Let me see what you looking like. Bitch, come on. Come with it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You heard what I said. I don't want to hear nothing else. I want to see your name and your name only pop up on this stage immediately. You talking all that shit, back it the fuck up. And turn the camera on, bitch. Cause let me tell you something about me. On my worst day, I ain't even call my motherfucking hair today. Alright? I don't have no makeup on. Come on, Mr. Roro. Let's do it. Bar for bar. Come on. Let's get it. Come on. Where you at, Roro? You real fucking quiet. Come on. I don't argue with avatars. Let's go. No, and no wigs, no lashes, none of that. Come on, Roro, let's get it. I'll put my hair on top of my motherfucking head. Come on, Roro, where you at? Don't act like you left. Come on, bitch. No wigs, no you can leave your lashes on, cause that's gonna make you look worse. Where you at, Roro? Oh, I didn't think so. I didn't the fuck think so, bitch. You wanna be a fucking girl. You worrying about Porsha. Porsha ain't thinking about you. Alright, I got like 20 tabs open.
I want to join, I would tell him, I don't want you to be on the show.
Same.
And the thing is this, Porsha has every right to say how she feels. I personally feel that if she did say that, there's nothing wrong with it.
Let's see. But wait, who's Latasha? Hold on. Now you look better than her? Hold on, let me give you the center stage. No, turn around. We want to see your face. Come on. Let's see your teeth. It's giving crack, bitch. Come on.
Hold on one second.
Them
Let me
black
go
ass
get my,
gums.
hold on.
It's
Just give me
giving
one
crack.
second so I can
It's
hear.
giving fucking crack. Put a fucking bra on, bitch. Them saggy ass
Hold on,
titties.
boo.
You giving Porsha what now? Girl. Miss Girl. What you in the attic? The fuck is going on in here? Where you go?
I'm here.
Come on, come a little closer. Let me see.
I'm here.
No, I want to see you. I don't want to see you shake your ass. That
Nah,
don't
boo.
work over here.
Nah, boo.
Don't
What
nobody
you
want to see you shake
said
your ass.
was you were gonna show me that you was finer than me, and I told you that shit wasn't true.
Come closer.
Yeah, that's
Come
cap.
closer.
Like I told you, this is a girl.
Lift your arm up.
Yeah.
Lift your
And
arm
why
up.
the hell
I
would
can't
I be
tell.
jealous of you?
I'm not
That's
sure, bitch.
insane.
Come
You're
closer.
insane.
Come
You're
closer.
insane. You need
You
to
don't
beg
want
a little
to.
bit back.
Them black ass
You
lips.
need
You
to
don't
beg
want to
a
come
little
to
bit
front
back.
close. You need to come a little closer. Let me see them black ass fucking lips you got. Don't nobody want to see your little stinking ass and your saggy ass titties. And you got the nerve to have a fucking cat suit on? Yes. You look like a fucking roach. You need to stop smoking weed or whatever the fuck you be putting in your mouth. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, fucking nasty whore. And you look better than Port. Look at you. Titties all coming out. Girl, get off my camera. Just nasty. You look nasty. You look like a fucking crackhead. Like a fucking smoker. That's what you look like.
Yeah.
The fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You look better than Porsha though. Old ass braids, busted and disgusted, gas station hoe, jump scare, and you got the nerve to be shaking your ass. Where you at? Where you go? Where you go? Hairy ass underarms. Cheap ass cat suit can't even hold them flat ass titties in your cat suit. Girl. Literally. Yeah, lift your arm up. Yes, Caribbean girl is gorgeous. She said she looked better than Porsha. She said she would give all of us on here a run for our fucking money. All of us. Girl, that crack is something else. Bitch, you tried it. I thought you was a man because you know, like, you so hateful, but that's all you. Well, I don't know. You can't be sure.
Because if I'm seeing how this show, not the producer's fault, there is something about the way these shows work. The difference between those girls is they met on the show, except Candy and Phaedra. But
Wait,
Candy
what
and
is he
Phaedra
saying?
became closer because of the show. And I don't know. I want to unpack that in a minute.
Okay.
I want to have a conversation about this. And I'll start because I don't have a problem with how people will take this coming from me.
Rode hard and put away
I
wet.
have a best friend where we've been best friends since we were 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
His birthday was last Saturday. His name is Gregory Dean. Hey, Gregory Dean.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Happy birthday. He's a
Gregory
Cancer.
Dean.
We've been friends for over 30 years. I want to be very clear with this. I'm not talking about my career now.
Nothing cute about her. Nothing.
I'm talking about being on a reality show because we got to be very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Porsha is on.
Honestly, this is the last time I paused it. Yeah, I was about to say she looked like a cam girl or something. Like she'd be sticking them like, you know, them like 2 foot long dildos up her ass. It looked like her ass is like real loose. That's why she wanted to shake it. It might have been addicted before. You never know. It looks like something else is going on there.
A reality show called The Real Housewives of Atlanta, where that show, like the other reality shows and franchises, are reading each other, secrets get revealed, and all those things. I'm going to make it very clear and plain. Porsha is on a reality show where she has seen Nene and Cynthia fall out
The best
and
of them.
expose each other. She has seen Candy and Phaedra fall out, expose each other. Okay? She has seen this. I'm telling you right now, if I was on a reality show and my best friend said, I want to join, I would tell him, I don't want you to be on the show.
Same.
Period.
And the thing is this, Porsha has every right to say how she feels. I personally feel that if she did say that, there's nothing wrong with it, because if I'm seeing how this show, not the producer's fault, there is something about the way these shows work. The difference between those girls is they met on the show, except Candy and Phaedra. But
Bitch, I don't need to go to the motherfucking gym if I don't want to. You need to. You need to look like that heroin. I ain't gonna even say heroin chic. I would never give you that. I don't need to go to the gym. You need to go to a fucking bathtub is what you need to do. Then go to the dermatologist. Let's talk about that. And I wanted you to get up in the camera and smile to see if it's really giving crack for real. But you ain't want no parts of that. All that fat shit, that shit don't bother me. Look like what? That's how I could tell you on something, because you are crazy. Probably OnlyFans. Ain't nobody paying to see her. It's giving one of them fucking cam girls on the porn sites that be sticking them fucking dildos, them big ass dildos up there. Bitch don't like that. You said, your whole titty popped out. Girl, man, definitely call you nasty before they call me anything. That's a fucking lie. You are just nasty. Oh, she needed some crack, bro. Yeah, give me some of your crack. You look like you starving over there. There ain't hardly no furniture. You look, child. What's the last thing you ate? Some oodles of fucking noodles? Roll, baby. And let me see. You catfishing with this avatar because you don't look nothing like that. And you bent over. Why are you bent over all the time? Hold on. Let me see something. Why are you bent over? You do not look like that, Roro. I don't know if y'all can zoom in on here. Even your digitally altered photo does not look better than Porsha. And it's giving horror. Where are you in the crack house? What's that? The projects? Girl, stop. All right, we are ignoring Roro. If somebody wants to block her, go ahead, because she's just distracting us. I really want to hear what Carlos saying. I read these last. Bitch, you don't want me to cam up, trust me. Miss Tina, and the only reason why I let you up, because we're going to be here all night with that bitch. I want to get through this argument, and then I'm going to drop the link. Hi, ass tweaker. You want to cam up? We know we can show this bitch. Let's finish with Carlos. We're not gonna let fucking fiends come in here and distract us. She probably got 4 kids watching themselves right now. She probably leaving her fucking kids in the car. Oh, you know what? She gives beer. What's that beer they be drinking? That 211, 411 shit. What is it called? That beer that costs $1. All the men that pay her to stick that thing inside of her. That's why she walking around with no drawers on and her titties are very easy to pop out. I know what's going on over there. It's real vacant in the background. It's perfect for, some things to go on. 211. That's what it's giving. 211. You probably put the crack in your cigarette. What is called? A blast? No, I forget what it's called. Bitch, you look like you from a Point Breeze somewhere. You ain't from Philly yet. I know you don't know what that means, but bitch, you had on a literal cat suit from like Rainbow. That's from probably Sheen, and it probably was like $4. You broke, bitch. We ain't even in the same bracket. Hello. All right, let's get back to the show. Enough. That was fun.
Candy and Phaedra became closer because of the show. And I don't know if y'all know that. Candy and Phaedra before Housewives, they weren't friends. They were friendly. Mm-hmm. Okay?
This is my question, right? Did Shamea and Candy meet on this show, or were they friends prior to? Because that's what also makes me give Shamea the side eye. I'm assuming that she befriended Candy when she got on the show because she, that's Candy Barris. Like, she'll help me get closer to whatever the fuck she's trying to accomplish in life.
I don't think there's anything wrong if Porsha does not want Shamea on the show, because I would not want my best friend on a reality show knowing what could happen. So I want to pose the question to the panel. Would you want your best friend to be on a reality show with you that you have known since you were teens and y'all know secrets about each other? I want to start with Claudia, because Claudia, you are a reality star and you have you and Annie been best friends for years. I don't know how long y'all been best friends. Mm-hmm. Would you want your best friend who knows your secrets to be on a reality show with you where you don't have producer credit, it's Housewives, and you know what it is?
Yes. Okay. Because I have faith and trust in the people that I choose to have as friends.
Claudia, you lying, because Nene wore your ass out. She said your clit done left your body and all that. You done they done wore that out, all that, and girl, shut up. Look what you did to Funky. You are not a good friend. Well, I guess Funky wasn't her friend.
There's no world where I don't think that us going on a reality show is going to destroy our friendship. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of friends are you? Are you surface friends?
That's why you're not a reality star, Claudia. Y'all said Porsha's a professional, a consummate professional at this reality shit. That's why you lasted, I wouldn't even say a whole season on the show. Barely. Porsha wouldn't even film with you. You tried to get a rise out of her so bad and failed. You wouldn't betray your best friend, and that doesn't make for good TV. All that buddy, kumbaya bullshit. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Are you kicking it friends? Are you hanging out friends? Are you the kind of friends that I'm mad at you over here telling all my business when I haven't told yours? I
That's
actually want to
familiar.
work with people that I'm cool with. Now, I do need a couple people on the show to not be my best friend, so we can beef with them, but not each other. I think a lot of the energy.
Do y'all remember when she was on here and Kenya brought her on here? It was just so corny because of what she's saying. Look at Blueface. Look at Blue and Dustin. Hold on. You see Blue's face? Dustin look like he falling the fuck asleep.
Between Porsha and Shamea is based on Porsha not feeling a way about her friend who has all the things that most people would want: the marriage, the money, the wealth, all that stuff. That who doesn't want that? Now on top of that, you got the one thing that I had over you. I mean, for certain people, it ain't gonna feel fun. It ain't gonna feel, and not everybody wants to share that. And why wouldn't you want your best friend on the show? I would think that'd be my best ally to have my back. That's my opinion. I mean, I pitched girls with some of my close friends, and I'm excited to share that with them. But I also have friends for 30 years.
But I want to ask you this, because you obviously were on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So based on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, would you still feel that way?
I mean, I was on there. Kenya wasn't a best friend, but
right.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Because it goes the way you choose.
No, it does not go the way you choose. And that's the whole point of what Porsha said, because she like what you call him just said, Carlos just said, she's been around for the Nene and Cynthia fallout. Some epic fallouts between best friends. She know how this shit go. She know how this shit changes people. What people will do for fame. Shamea, look what you're doing for fame and relevancy. Like, you just sat up here and did what you did or whatever. She knows how this shit go. And Claudia, you can't control the narrative. You can't. I mean, I guess, but Claudia, I also know that it seems being on a platform changes things, so maybe I wouldn't want my bestie there. We've seen marriages fall apart on this show because they can't stand the pressure. All somebody got to do is somebody very cunning, like Shamea, come in and tell you, well, what you call them said that your mom slept with her dad. Like, that's all it takes is one person to come in between and start planting seeds, and shit is a wrap. Claudia didn't do nothing but Kenya's dirt. Right, that's what I was getting at when she was on the show. She and Nene had no relationship, therefore no beef. Nene knew why Kenya bought her and treated her accordingly, and so did Porsha. Like, if it was money, like if it was a money thing, I'd find a way or introduce my bestie to someone else that could come up for sure. And for Shamea, it clearly wasn't a money issue. It's a fame issue. She wants the fame. She's already got money and married Gerald. It wasn't like Porsha said that because she was trying to block her bag. She was warning her. Right. She knew this day would come, and she know what type of bitch you are.
To let it go. Your whole life isn't just what's on camera. You have sidebar conversations. Hey, girl, let's not go there. Blah 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 blah. You have your conversations to the off camera where you're talking.
Why are we asking Claudia anything?
To not cross, like on the show. You know what I mean? Like, we choose to not hurt each other, right? Yep. And to try to do our best. Maybe sometimes there are a couple things that get said where it's like, ouch, but we choose to not go there. You can choose to not go there. You have a choice. I am willing to go there and blow up everything for the sake of a show or a scene, or I'm not. And no matter what you try to tell me, producer, I'm not doing it. You don't have to, you don't have to do it. You don't. They could have chose to say, look, no matter what.
They recorded Cynthia saying something. What did she say? I don't give a damn about. Oh, that was Phaedra. Somebody could record you and put it a certain way. It's too many variables. I wouldn't want my friend up here, my best friend. I just wouldn't. Like, some people it works for, like Kathy and Kyle, but Kyle didn't want Kathy up there at first. You didn't want Kim up there. I miss Kim Richards.
You know, Marosa had a pack, but we weren't best friends. Let's not try to do anything, drag each other until try to get us to the top 4. You can have these conversations. But what happens is, I think when Shamea got on the show, she got a lot of attention. I don't think Porsha expected that. Now, it did fizzle out. And it went back to default settings where Porsha went back to being, you know, the star. But for a minute, remember, it was a minute he was like, hold on now. Shamea, you don't think that girl saw that and felt that and made her feel away? Even the most person is not going to like that.
That's how you will feel, Claudia. Porsha, I promise you, Porsha secure. And I promise y'all, whatever tea Shamea thinks she getting ready to spill on Porsha, Porsha does not care. Porsha did the worst thing, committed the cardinal since she stole another house, husband. Like, what are y'all didn't say she fucked every Nigerian. What do you want to say? She's fucking a girl now. What can they possibly say about Porsha that's going to make us go, and why are they giving Claudia so much space on this topic? She was only on here for a season. I want to hear Blue and Dustin.
This is your shit. Here comes someone else that never had interest. Now you in my shit. And now people are kind of seeming like they liking you more than me. Of course, it's going to cause problems if you ain't secure or you're not having those conversations. I get it. I get why Porsha feel that way. I'm not even dragging her for that. I get it.
I can't take this with her. Like, you're not even friends with Porsha. How do you know that this would bother her? What do y'all think? Y'all think Porsha was upset at all the fanfare that Shamea came on this show with? Or did, like Porsha say, did she call it from the beginning? She know how fickle these fucking fans are. Read the comments. To make a show, Shamea wants Porsha spot. Point. Yes, she does, Neka. The producers, the cast, the fans, the blogs, the comments. It's a lot to take on. What else can be said after that? That'll be worse than foul assignment. Right. It doesn't matter who else she like. And Shamea tried to flame her with the mom thing, and it's like, bitch, my mom may or may not have done that. Like, I didn't do that. That was your the one in the chamber. That was your loaded gun. Teresa, Judice, and Melissa Gorga too. Yeah, look what happened to them. Not at all. Porsha knows what's up. Porsha is the darling over there. I don't think she's worried about no fucking Shamea. Claudia, you're telling on yourself, in my opinion. You would feel some type of way if your best friend came, if you were on the show, your spot was solidified, and look what you did on TGI Friday. Funky Dineva came up there, and I believe you couldn't take it. Like the Funky Bunch and all of the fanfare he got and just the popularity of him. You sabotaged that whole show. You did that. And whatever you did with Al and Armand, you was behind that too. You're a fucking hater. What they did say she did, they was FaceTiming. She's a rotten bitch too, because you was acting like you was their boyfriend. You know he got issues or whatever. You gonna take a picture of his apartment and share it on your group chat. You're not this person you're purporting to be on this panel. And I really wish that they would pivot to ask Blue something, please. Thank you, Neka.
You know, it's unfortunate though. Like it's unfortunate they couldn't say, look, no matter what, we're not crossing these lines. But their beef ain't about lines being crossed on the show. Their beef beef to me originated because Porsha did not like her friend being on the same level as her, because that's always something she was always gonna have over Shamea. God damn, you got the husband, the money, the long marriage, family, like you got all that.
Porsha got the money. Porsha, what she just say? Porsha had the money first. She was married to Cordell. That's when she divorced Cordell. That's when Shamea brought her whole ass around here because she wanted to get on the show. Porsha was on the show. Porsha had the NFL husband. Porsha had all the shit Shamea wanted. Shamea covers what Porsha has. Why is y'all letting this fucking whore just keep talking about this shit? It's driving me nuts.
And on top of that, you're in my area too. I understand how that would feel. I get it. I get how she would feel away. I'm not even blaming her.
Yeah, I'm a little different when it comes to shit like this. I don't think there's no place or no space for like jealousy and envy and resentment of that sort in like a friendship. I just don't. I don't play them games with my friends. I don't be getting into it with my friends and shit. If we have something we need to discuss, I'm very clear about my intention of not wanting our friendship to go to the wayside over whatever it is. Like, I just think that there's always an option outside of egregious wrongdoing, right? I think there's always an option for you to exercise some patience, some wisdom, and move with a view towards sustaining your friendship. And I think that will kind of protect you in an environment where your friendship is at risk, like shooting a reality show. There's no way I would be on a reality show and have access to certain opportunity and life-changing opportunities and shit, and they show interest in one of my best friends and I try to block them from having that. I just wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? I would want you to benefit from this situation positively, even if it meant me working a little bit harder at managing my emotions to make sure that it went right. That's a price I'm willing to pay because I love my friends for real. So like, if it means I have to be a little bit more patient, I'm willing to do that. But that does not negate the point that you just made, Carlos. It has nothing to do with you not wanting your best friend to have opportunity or have success or have, make that sort of progress. You don't want to risk fracturing this lifelong bond, this 30+ year bond with that person. So you're not saying you don't want them on the show from a place of jealousy or envy or wanting to retain this unique experience for yourself. You don't want to risk your friendship. At least that's what I'm perceiving.
No, and that is, and I'll make it clear in blue. I want you to close it out for us. I will say this, and what is happening today? I'm being very vulnerable to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. I have no regrets in my life because everything's a lesson. If I had to live my life all over again with my career, I won't ever work with a friend.
Really?
No. And I want to be clear, because the thing, again, we're talking about nuance. I consider you three my friends, and we work together. But this is very.
How many of us have them?
Yeah. So, but again, this is a very nuanced conversation, which is why I wanted to stick to like the reality show. Mm-hmm. I was with one of my best friends this weekend, and he and I were both. We just had a moment of reflection. Like when we first met, we were in our 20s, and he was like, "What you want to do, bitch?" And I'm like, "I want to have my own talk show." And he was like, "Okay." And then he told me his dreams. And I'm like, "You want to do that?" He's like, "Yeah." Just this past weekend, we were laughing because we both said we're both doing exactly what we wanted to do.
That's
like we literally just sat there and we never, because we don't talk about like that, but we had a sweet moment like, look at us. Like we both are doing everything we said we would do 20 years later. So I'm with you. I love to see my friends win. I think the difference is, just like they said, working with kids and animals on TV or working with your wife or your husband, I'm here to say I know for a fact, working with friends in a capacity where one person is the boss and y'all have I'm gonna be specific again, y'all have a 20-year friendship. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. It didn't work for me. Now listen, there's exceptions to every rule.
Right.
From my experience, unless somebody can say you're the boss and I bow down to you being the boss and I know how to separate it, I'm telling you right now, it sounds good. I'm telling you, it don't feel good.
But I think you should be able to do that as a friend. This is your show that we working on right now. It's clear. This is your show. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not something that.
All right, if y'all want to go with that logic, like, okay, one friend should bow down. This is his show. What act accordingly. Shamea is the one that came in and tried to buck the system. She wanted to take oh shit, I'm losing my game. She wanted to she won Porsha's spot. And y'all confirmed that she met Candy on this show and she's better friends with Candy than Porsha. I don't like that. She's a crew hopper, she's not loyal. I really wish. I mean, this is
I have to swallow down or try to make myself be able to take. No, I'm happy that this is your show and I'm grateful to be participating on your show. I like that this is your shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm happy you popping like that.
But that's
I
not
just
the
think
same
that
thing.
it depends. I think that there has to be a complete absence of any funny shit in the friendship for it to work. And I think that is the unique circumstance you're referring to.
But I do think all of our defenses, the four of us did not grow up together.
True. That's very true too. And that is relevant. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Blue.
No, I just want to make my point. I just want to make sure before I lose it.
No, Blue.
I have ADHD, so I'm going to lose it.
Take the time you need, Blue.
So, two things. First thing is I only work with my friends currently. Everybody who works with me. And I even, whenever they work with me, the first speech I give is, even though I'm the one who's cutting the checks, you don't work for me, you work with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really good at being an employer to friends and keeping them safe and having zero ego, even as the leader. I don't have any friends who can get that back to me without fucking up. So I want to say respectfully, let's all be mindful not to virtue signal just because people have different boundaries, because those boundaries don't mean I'm insecure. Those boundaries don't mean that I don't want them to have blessings. It means I have discernment about who's able and who's not. Not all your fucking friends are able.
That's true. That's very true.
I have a friend who I had for 25 years. Whenever I worked for him, it was easy. Whenever he worked for me, it was problems. I recognized, I have no ego working for you, but you have an ego working for me. Loved him for 25 fucking years. So let's be easy on acting as if not working with friends means you're insecure, you want to be superior. We're creating really victimized mindsets that are basically demonizing people's boundaries. And that is part of Shamea's problem, right? Because you have to be in a space where somebody can set a boundary with you and you don't have to make a fairy tale about how they suck just because you can't take no.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to say about the conversation that I feel very passionate about as an EQ coach, more than somebody who employs my friends. If someone says to you, and they're being honest, hey, friend, I know you want to work with me. Listen to this through not the lens of demonizing anybody, but just being objective. Hey, friend, I think you're talented, you're beautiful, you're funny, you're smart, you have a great personality, you can sing, you can act, you can dance. You are a literal star. You have all these things going for you. You and I fell out because of what was happening with our mothers. We just got back together as friends at a moment where I'm going through a divorce. I'm at a moment now where I've lost everything. I need something to be mine. You see how there's no insecurity in that? It's actually a reasonable fucking boundary, right? I need something to be mine. And I know because you're a star, I need an ally. You're not an ally. You're another star. I actually need an ally right now. And so I tell you as my friend, do you know how much courage it takes while you're going through a divorce and public embarrassment and found on Twitter that you were getting left to have a friend come back and she's offered the show and you got to admit to her that you ain't got it to give? Do you know how much courage it takes to be that honest? Love it or loathe it, it's honest, right? I need something to be about me right now. I need this to be about me. And because you're a star, I don't think you're built to be an ally. I need an ally, but you're too big to be an ally. I tell you that to your face. In that moment, you have three options. This is me stepping into my coaching back for a second. It's not even about the reality show. Your first option is to admit that you don't like it. And we have an uncomfortable conversation about what that means. Admit that I set a reasonable boundary and you don't like it. That's the first option, right? I was honest and you're honest back. The second option is to fawn, which is a form of covert manipulation. to pretend you're cool with it while feeling a way about it the entire fucking time. Now the seed of resentment has been planted. I'm thinking I warned you and we're good. Whole time you feel a way, but are pretending to be a part of the program. Right? That's the seed of lie that creates resentment even when you're a good person. Because if you lie to yourself and then you lie to me, the entire premise of the next 11 years of me thinking, I only want you as an ally, and you agreeing, hoping I'll change my mind, not knowing I meant that shit. It means over years, your resentment starts to grow like a weed because you lied to yourself and then you lied to me. But now you convinced yourself, you've made up a story. Well, a good friend would want me to have this. Your friend told you she didn't have it to give, though. Well, a good friend, you start making up all these fairy tales, forgetting she told you she didn't have it from the very beginning of this fucking relationship. And now you lying to yourself and me meaning what the fuck I said has now turned me into a demon in your eyes. You think I'm a selfish, entitled monster when whole time I know who I was at the beginning and I didn't lie to you.
Only problem with that.
Are y'all breaking up?
Okay, let's hold for a sec. I'm hearing some feedback. Lula, I did hear some feedback. I got a text from Lula. Hold on. Okay, so go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, damn, what the fuck was I? Oh, the only problem I have with that is not problem I have with that. Only caveat, not even only thing is if you were clear about your feelings, right?
Preach.
If you allow, and Blue, this is where you can help me with this, right? If you allow the other person then to operate and function, and you know that they are having a different expectation or whatever, and you just are resting on the fact that, well, I kept real in the beginning, so I'm gonna go ahead and reap these benefits of being around you and engaging you or whatever, even though I know that in your mind, this.
Let me pause it for a second. Before he goes into his thing, let's really think about what Blue just said, right? Because she just really preached a word. She was honest with you. And you thought you were going to. I don't want to say snake in the grass because I don't want to keep like harping on like what Shamea does, but like almost like a snake in the grass. Like you're just waiting for some opportunity. Oh well, Porsha doesn't want me to be on the show. I'm gonna go be friends with Candy, or she doesn't want me to be on the show. Or she thinks I'm going to hold this for Mad Day. I'm going to expose her. I'm going to get my lick back and all that stupid shit. That's exactly what happened. Like she has been laying and waiting. That's why she came on as a friend for free. That's why she was being the perfect. She pretended to be what did Blue call her? Not support. What was she saying? Whatever she said, like a supportive role. You might refollow Blue. You know, she came back to us. Blue came back to us. That explains like Shamea's whole MO, really. She told you what it was. She asked you not to come on and you did it anyway, and now you're crying because everything is out of your control. You can't fix it if you want it. If you paid to fix it, you can't undo the harm you did to your public image, your social currency. The other girl, even if Porsha wanted to fix it, she cannot. Too much has been done. She warned you. You thought you were bigger than the motherfucking program. Oh, she don't mean that. Or I'm gonna bring this up and I'm gonna come on the show and I'm gonna show her and I'm gonna bring this conversation back up in her face like she did last night. And it's just not working for you, beloved. Like, I don't know. I just cannot feel sorry for her because she's so nasty. When I see Shamea, I see somebody who is wicked on the inside. The shit that she be saying to people, the fact that you don't spend no time with your kids, you covet what other people have. Is her mom really like a church lady, or is she one of those like Wendy's mom? yet. My thing is, both Porsha and Shamea knew all this. Why were they friends so long? Even on Shamea's part, Miss Diane almost broke her parents up. That's why I don't believe it yet. I don't believe what Shamea said. Not entirely. In the biblical sense, wicked. Isn't coveting? No, that's coveting your neighbor's wife. One of the 10 commandments. I just see something different about her. What did DGF say? Oh, right, refollow Blue. Shamea hungry for fame at any cost, and she got it, and she can't handle it because to be famous nowadays is to be able to withstand public scrutiny and people turning on you. They love you one day, the next day they hate you, and then they back to loving you again. She's making it worse. She's getting darker and darker and darker. It's like she can't turn it. She tried to do that interview with Carlos, but it just made her look worse to the people who are really paying attention. Excuse me. As soon as they finish with this, I'm going to drop the link because I think we're going to have an interesting conversation. It's too late. It's not fixable. Even if Porsha wanted to fix it, she couldn't. Shamea is empty on the inside. All the money in the world can't cure that. I compared her to Lord Corliss on House of Dragons. If you watch it and if you get it, let me know.
This is moving towards something else or evolving our relationship, right? But when you call me out about it and call me a manipulator, I can now say, I told you in the beginning what was up. So you're wrong for vilifying me. Help me with that piece, Blue.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you with that because here's the thing that we don't talk about enough. You don't always immediately know somebody's lying for themselves. We'll have a friend who say, I've changed, and you're excited, and then you realize, oh no, they're relapsing. They've already gotten you to engage. The water is at your hip now. You're wet, right?
Wait, run that back.
Yeah, damn, what the fuck was I? Oh, the only problem I have with that is not problem I have with that. Only caveat
Let me say something. I kind of don't believe they beefing like that. You know, that crossed my mind too. Is all of this for play? They beefing like that because if you notice, Shamea always goes to Porsha or they are kikiing until the cameras come on. But after this episode, I will be done. You're right. Porsha's light is getting brighter, even with what she's been through, while Shamea's light is dimming in her perfect life. It is. And Porsha was very strategic. Y'all can call Porsha dumb all y'all want, but Porsha said, all right, bitch, you got it. I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to give you what you want. This what you want? You got it. And look, Porsha ain't said one word about this girl. She ain't said nothing to her, about her. Even when she had her dead to rights and she could have, she even left the room when they was talking about her. She gave her what she wanted. And now it's this. And what she did last night ain't no coming back from. It ain't no coming back from Porsha, your friendship with Porsha, and it ain't coming back from us. I will never forget that. I don't know about y'all, but bitch, how dare you? And I'm glad Porsha didn't react like the situation I had earlier with my sisters. I didn't react how, like I could have. I'm glad she didn't react. But all that bitch talking about my mom, you bringing up my child and all that bitch, I should drag you. I should really beat you the fuck up like bad. Like put you in the fucking hospital because I don't think that Shamea has had her ass whooped. Or hasn't really had it whooped. Like for real. Like you grew up, however you grew up. I don't think you ever been around no ghetto girls or like had to like really fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that Shamea, because the way she be talking to people, like, she really be violating. And because they're on this show, they can't really pop her like they want to. People get mad at Angela, she going too far. But Shamea really be violating. She really does. And I don't know. She talk, I don't know. I want to see Shamea fight. Because she talks so much. Porsha sat back and watched her. Yes, she did. And then when Shamea crying, when Porsha was like, okay, I want to get Angela. This is going too far now. She even tried to throw you just a little life raft to call him off you. And you still coming at the girl. About an hour ago, Porsha posted that Shamea slept. Yeah, we saw that. We're going to go on Twitter after this. Her and the married pastor. And have y'all been paying attention to Shamea gloating about always hooking somebody up with an African? And was it last night? She was like, from the was it the Falcons? She was like, from the Falcons. And it's like, girl, that's not helping you beat the allegations. Like, because I've been said, like, what are you, like, not a mistress? What's the a madam? Like, what you, a madam? It's getting very messy. My goodness. I'm waiting for somebody to respond. How long they going? They may as well fight and get it over with. I want them to. That's what K. Michelle said. What, the madam thing? And Shamea lied again. She used to talk about Porsha. Thank you. Thank you. She has not. She's not street smart at all. No. No. Nah, Richard, Shamea is like Porsha. She also said she hooked Porsha up with Simon with each other. But I remember Shamea said she hooked him up. Then she tried to act like she ain't know the nigga when they were saying he was a fraud. All right.
Not even fuck it. Only thing is, if you were clear about your feelings, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you allow, and Blue, this is where you can help me with this, right? If you allow the other person then to operate and function, and you know that they are having a different expectation or whatever, and you just are resting on the fact that, well, I kept real in the beginning, so I'm gonna go ahead and reap these benefits of being around you and engaging you or whatever, even though I know that in your mind, this is moving towards something else or evolving our relationship, right? But when you call me out about it and call me a manipulator, I can now say, I told you in the beginning what was up. So you're wrong for vilifying me. Help me with that piece, Blue.
Yeah, I'm going to help you with that, because here's the thing that we don't talk about enough. You don't always immediately know somebody's lying for themselves.
You don't immediately know somebody's lying to themselves. So she's talking about Shamea may not have had that intention in the beginning. Maybe. Is that what y'all getting from that? Kay said Shamea has never been to the hood because so she would have been. Oh, when did she say that? Right, both of them scandalous women, but we are just biased for. No, yeah. I've been saying Porsha gets all the whole this, whole that, but they used to run together. They was like this. That's why when she said, I will fuck your husband, Shamea, like that's the original freaking frack, for real. But we are just used. And also, I think Porsha handles hers a little bit. Portia's more likable, so we can tolerate Porsha. Because she's not nasty and so rude. Shamea is nasty with it. Yup. Phaedra undercover with hers. All right.
A friend who say, I've changed, and you're excited, and then you realize, oh no, they're relapsing. They've already gotten you to engage. The water is at your hip now. You're wet, right? And here's where the thing that Shamea does, that I think that's why Porsha, honestly, I'm not giving for Porsha. I think Porsha, sometimes when we think she's being sneaky, she's actually showing grace and pity. I think there are moments where over the years, we've seen this, and Carlos and Dustin, I know you're historians, we've seen moments of Porsha going, ooh, and kind of pulling away, right? I think over the years, she started to realize the thing that I was worried about, the thing that I was worried was in you that would create this, I'm seeing it now. She even said it in this episode. She said, there's a look in her eyes. And I know that look when I see it. And it's a look of resentment and negativity and whatever else, right? And so what I'm saying is, Sometimes when your friends lie to themselves and you believe them, and then you
Y'all, look at Claudia's face.
realize that they can't carry on the agreement, you start moving differently because we're already in it now. You're on the show now. I can't fire you. And I think a lot of the times when we've seen Porsha pull away from Shamea, I'm not saying she's without fault. I'm not saying she's not manipulative. To y'all's point, she's a great reality star, right? But if I've agreed to something and you're not keeping up your hold of the bargain, but I know we need the show to be cute, I'm gonna be cordial. I'm gonna do what I've been doing all season. If they mention your name, I'm gonna go to the store and buy me some milk. If they bring up something nasty, I'm going to leave because I've now recognized I can't trust you because you breached our agreement, but I respect the ecosystem of the franchise that we're both beholden to. And because I'm the lead and the big face in the middle, when you look at the avatar on Peacock, I know I got to keep this going, whether you lied to me or not. So, Ho, I'll keep it cute as long as you stay over there and I stay over here. I'm not saying I'm taking for it. I'm saying that if Shamea had told the truth from the beginning, that she had the expectation that, to Claudia's point and your point, that, oh, you're going to be generous or whatever, they could have had that honest argument at the beginning. You lied and played along. And I'm going to be clear with y'all. Let's put race into it for a second. If I have a white friend who tells me they love me, and I say, hey, white friend, I don't have any white friends. I feel nervous about having friends. I'm from Boston. Are you going to be a white friend who co-ops and wants to come to the cookout and all the stuff, or can you be an ally? Can you be an ally? And you swear to God that you can be an ally, which means you're not centered. You're to the left of me or the right of me, right? Allies never center themselves. And then one day, 10 years down the road, you say, I've been such a good ally. Can I say the N-word now? Can I wear cornrows now? Can I come to the cookout now? And you said no, because that would be centering you. Remember, the entire premise was that you were an ally to the side. And she's like, well, I think it's unfair that we've been friends this long and I can't call you the N-word. We understand when it's race that this is bullshit.
She's losing me.
Last thoughts before I move on? You want to add anything?
It's a reality show, y'all. It shouldn't be this deep.
They have real friends. They're real.
Now it shouldn't be this deep. She's such a fucking hater. Blue broke that down masterfully, without any shade, pretense, ego, without her feelings in it. She's preaching a word, SZA, and now it's not that fucking deep. Bitch, I just cannot take this girl serious. I don't know how y'all Claudia people, how we get on race. Yeah, that's why I said she's losing me. I can't with Claudia.
Real friends, though.
I think it's deep because, listen, the thing is this, is the reason why
Carlos getting tired of Claudia. He said the reason why I think it's deep is because, and normally Carlos will pass when Claudia is doing this. Claudia been a hater. I've been saying that. I knew Claudia wasn't shit when she was in Cordell's face, but kind of I had suspicions before then, but that's when it was solidified to me. And she was trying to start with Porsha. But Carlos getting tired of Claudia. She spilled the beans about their pregnancy. She wouldn't apologize. She doubled down. She got Carlos in trouble. He said he got a lot of phone calls. And normally Carlos would move on when Claudia is being this obtuse or whatever. You see the smile on her face? She thinks she's being funny. He gonna get tired of that shit. And look at Blue's face. She like, bitch, I know you just did not say it's not that deep. I didn't use my Harvard education to try to break this shit down to you because you fucking simple. Blue does not look happy.
When Kelly Rowland wrote and released and made a video for Dirty Laundry, okay, where she was open and honest about saying the quiet part out loud, right? We all assumed, thought about, wondered, right? When she said, it was hard to see my sister Beyonce on stage killing it, and I'm not. It's when she talked about her insecurities, I think this. I don't want to. This is me and Claudia, right? I don't want to reduce it to just reality show, but I do think this. I think, listen, what we also aren't saying that I do want us to feel comfortable talking about is the delicate relationships between Black female friends. And listen, that's a whole other conversation that we'll have later.
Yeah.
Right. And
Me
listen,
neither.
and the only reason, let's be real. The reason why I said about I have a best friend where we're both in the same industry, but we both did this.
Yeah.
Is because we both were able to Blue's point when he asked me, what do you want to do? And I asked him the same question, and we both knew it was this. We were honest. If he would have came to me now and see me popping on my podcast and said, yo, I want a podcast, I would say, okay, I'll help you. If he said, no, I'll make it easy for your boy. Have me join Blue, Claudia, and Dustin. I'll say, what are you talking about? You never wanted to do this. And I do think there's something to be said about
it's honest and ugly.
Listen, maybe because I'm a man, and that's why I love the fact that I got 2 Black women here. I think for me, I don't understand why it's not okay to feel this is my thing, and I don't want it to be part of my thing.
It is, as long as you're honest about that. No, and it's okay for a person to be honest about that.
It doesn't make you insecure. This means you have boundaries.
Yes,
insecure.
That's it.
Claudia. Claudia, anything before I move on? All right.
I mean, the babying is just, it just irritates me. And when I speak up against it, I'm a hater. It's too much, you guys.
Because you are.
You can't have it both ways. You can't sit there and say, I have a boundary and I don't want you on the show. But then also at the same time, Andy, didn't I say I want her on the show? Which one is it? You cannot.
I agree with you. I agree.
Fuck, and it's the baby.
I think she's been shamed into having to make this lie and backtrack, and she didn't have to lie.
You don't want to do. Like, it's too much. It's like people are being blinded, and it's so frustrating, you guys. It's so frustrating to sit and hear this. That is her friend. I guess I come from a different school of thought. I have friends of 20 years where I will gladly share an opportunity with them. And I know I'm not everybody. And some people, I need to have my own thing. Without the person you love the most, the person you love the most, you don't want them to be there with you. I do. So I think differently. I will never be in a place where I will recommend all 3 of you for something that I'm up for and not feel away if y'all get it, because I love you guys. And I will, if I can't have it, I want y'all to have it. To sit here and say, her being here fucks with my nervous system and fucks me up. What? You wouldn't have that girl's friend if that's the case. Y'all were never really friends, and your mothers should have never let y'all be friends after they had beef, because we would not be here.
Yeah,
I just don't operate like that. I have friends. I have friends, and I know it ain't about me, but I have friends that want to do the same. I have friends that are actors and TV hosts, and I had to watch them get things that I didn't get, and it may hurt at the moment, but I love that for my friend. You have
friends that can say no and you respect it without you thinking it's a character flaw that they simply don't feel like sharing.
What did you say?
Do you have friends? Here's my thing. I don't want a friend who's always generous. I want a friend who can.
Blue is tight that Claudia is playing.
To me, that's a problem that my friend is saying no to me being put on something that you're on because it makes you feel away. Why should my presence make you feel away on a show that you're so I'm not gonna take the stardom from you. I'm never gonna take the stardom. Porsha will always have the charisma, the beauty, the charm, the body. She'll always have that. And Shamea being there does not take away from Porsha's stardom.
Autonomy means that I can say no, and it doesn't mean here's the thing too. Again, let's be honest. Not all friends are the same frequency of energy. There are friends that you can lay next to and not say shit. Don't even have to put on clean drawers. Just lay next to, and it's easy. There are other friends that you love just as much, and they take some kind of inconvenience and energy. If I don't have it to give, and I am honest that I don't have it to give,
well, what are you giving? What are you giving?
Let her finish.
If I don't have it to give, whatever it is energetically, right? Whatever that currency is, if you ask me for something and I don't have it to give, and I honestly tell you that I don't have it to give, and you think I'm immature and insecure and not a good friend because I'm telling you the truth that I don't have it to give, there's an entitlement in that I can't sit with, because now you're making my stuff about you. People who can't hear no and still love you are not safe to me.
She didn't get on the show by herself. And if Porsha did not
as an ally, the premise matters. You said you coming as my ally, knowing what my boundary is and pretending you're okay with it, and whole time wanting to hold the peach is very different than you saying, actually, nah, sis, I'm sorry, I actually want to get put on. Do you want to do rock, paper, scissors? We're gonna have to figure this out. If anything, I would respect you more if you were kept to the stack.
Her boundary is
that's it right there. That's the point right there. Keeping it a stack from the beginning.
That's always my. It's very different than you saying, actually, nah, sis, I'm sorry. I actually want to get put on. Do you want to do rock, paper, scissors? We're going to have to figure this out. If anything, I would respect you more if you were kept in the stack.
Her boundary is.
That's it right there.
So Claudia makes anything about herself. So is she like, do you think she's referring to herself in Kenya and Kenya sharing her opportunity housewives with her? Because why is she holding on to this so hard? This can't just be about her hatred of Porsha. She's terrible.
That's the point right there. Keeping it a stack from the beginning.
That's always my point. If Shamea was honest and had this ugly conversation at the beginning, we wouldn't be here now.
I don't agree.
I think you can be friends that do the same thing and not have overlap in a way that is detrimental to your friendship. Yeah. I could go further, but I ain't even got to.
I love and respect a good no because it means you respect me.
So hey,
and I don't think. Let me clear this up. And I do not think that Porsha is jealous of Shamea. I think Porsha has her thing that is fantastic. She has her life. I'm just saying, when you have friends like, okay, say I excel over here and you excel over there. Now you're also over here and my shit. I get why Porsha would feel away. I'm saying that. I understand that. But damn, it bothers you that much to share this with your friends.
But I think okay, because I have to move on to the main part. But I will say one thing Claudia did say that I do think may have fallen on deaf ears, right? Because we're talking about hypothetical, and what Claudia has said is Porsha has said, to Claudia's point, Andy, didn't I want her on the show, right? So again, I'll speak for myself. My argument was more so, if she did say that, I'm not mad at it. But I agree with you. I wanted to ask Porsha directly, and she chose to not answer my question. So I guess it's one of those things we will never know unless the reunion happens. But I do think, to Claudia's point, Porsha did tell Andy, I did want her on the show. Shamea saying, no, you didn't. And I think what we're all saying is, hypothetically, if Porsha did not want you on the show, these are the reasons why.
But she said she wanted us.
She said that you wanted me as a sidekick, an ally, whatever the term. Carlos, you wrote the notes.
A friend, yeah.
Being on the show and your capacity on the show are not the same thing. I think we're assuming a conflict that might not be there, because wanting you on the show as a friend of is different than wanting you as my co-host. Those are two different roles.
Yeah.
Well, the conflict is definitely there.
Yeah, the conflict is about the perception about the placement on the show, not her being on the show. As a friend of, as an ally, that's very different than you being my co-host. We talked about that ad nauseum. Shamea has been wanting to get that peach for all these years. It's a running joke. Why are we pretending that capacity is not a nuance in here?
I'm a person who lives at the intersection of this conversation, right? Because while I would absolutely leave the door open for anybody I love that is qualified and ready for the opportunity, right?
Same.
I also concurrently at the same time would not be offended by offering myself available for an opportunity and one of my friends who had access to it telling me no for a relevant reason. For whatever reason. If you have an option to answer a question yes or no to me, you have that option. And I respect it, and I will move on. I don't think everybody's like that.
And for the record, I tell my friends no who do ask to be a part of this panel.
Yeah.
So I tell my friends no all the time. And honestly, too, I'm going to say this, too. Sometimes when somebody doesn't have an opportunity for you, it's not that, it's discernment. I think the one thing that we're leaving out is discernment sometimes says no, not somebody's heart.
But
also, stop asking, too. Stop asking. Stop asking your friends and putting them in a fucked up position too, just because you know somebody that's got access. Your ass ain't even ready 9 times out of 10.
And Porsha didn't say no. She said, "No, I wouldn't love it, but okay." But Andy, didn't I tell her yes?
All right.
I hate this.
No, Claudia. I made sure your point got it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to move on to the moment that ended this friendship, and I'm gonna go on record saying they will never be friends again. If anything, they'll be surface cordial, the whole 9 yards. They will never be friends. Shamea says in Savannah, okay, that Porsha said She
That
never
was a lie.
wants her mother's issues to affect their friendship. Then said Porsha went on her public platform to say that what Shamea's mom did was something egregious to her mom. Shamea said, when in fact, your mom did something to my mom, and this was years prior. Porsha said, I don't know about our mom's friendship like that. Shamea says you knew enough about their friendship to say that my mom bought your mom's daycare. Porsha said everyone knows that is not a secret. Then Shamea says everybody doesn't know that your mom tried to sleep with my dad. Porsha then says you and your mother are low down dirty snakes. Porsha said if my mama did something like that, it's on my mama, and it's not true. Porsha said, you know what? I knew that you would come up with this because I did tell my mom this. And my mom said she was surprised to hear that because Shamea's mom slept with Shamea's father's brother. Shamea then asked which brother. Porsha said she doesn't know, and the whole table fell out. I want to start with you, Claudia. What do you have to say about that moment?
Those aren't real friends. Real friends, bad day, it's all coming out. Again, the mother thing, at first it seemed like they were trying to keep it somewhat. Who do you think was wrong first, though, with the mother thing? Bring up the mom. Who violated first? Who do y'all think?
Porsha.
Right. Because
Hold on, I think I
remember
caught a
Shamea
lie.
had a failed reunion last year, right? She kind of got read down. We were like, damn, man, wake it up. She didn't really come with it like we thought. And she said, I'm not going to say that. She was trying to hold back. And so Porsha said the thing first, right?
Wait, I think I caught something that don't make sense to me. Hold on. Here go Claudia trying to put it back on Porsha. But wait, I love Porsha, but I might have something don't make sense to me. Hold on.
Mom said she was surprised to hear that. Shamea said when in fact your mom did something to my mom, and this was years prior. Porsha said, I don't know about our mom's friendship like that. Shamea says you knew enough about their friendship to say that my mom bought your mom's daycare. Porsha said everyone knows that is not a secret. Then Shamea says everybody doesn't know that your mom tried to sleep with my dad. Porsha then says you and your mother are low down dirty snakes. Porsha said if my mama did something like that, it's on my mama, and it's not true. Porsha said, you know what? I knew that you would come up with this because I did tell my mom this. And
She did tell her mom what? What did she tell her mom? Or is Porsha saying I knew that you would try to come back with something because I said your mom bought the daycare? Or Blue actually looks really pretty right here. And Claudia looks like a wicked witch.
And my mom said she was surprised to hear that because Shamea's mom.
Wait, surprised to hear what? Because this should be the first time that Portia's hearing this, right? So how did she ask her mom about it? Or am I not hearing that right? Shamea didn't want. That's a lie, and we determined that was a lie. Andy said, was it Andy who said she was never offered a peach? Or Carlos? One of them said Shamea was never offered a peach. No, in the interview, she said, first she said I was offered a peach, then she said she wasn't offered a peach. She said she didn't want a peach, but she was never offered a peach. She was never offered a peach. They never were friends, Miss Tina. Not in my opinion. That's the first thing I agree with Claudia with. They're not real friends. Your friends don't get your lick back on national TV. Your friends don't wait for Mad Day to flame your fucking mom and then in front of everybody with when nobody was talking about that. You brought the whole conversation up. Uh, you acting like you crying over Pilar. This is what you really wanted to get off, and you really wanted to get this off because you really want Kelly back on your side. Yeah, Claudia, hang it up, bitch. They know Shamea started it. Porsha wasn't even talking to her. Shamea felt the need to. Yup. Because Drew was talking about Dennis and Porsha getting back together. Then here comes the dark cloud. Claudia capping hard for Shamea. What does it matter who said what first? Right. They both went extreme. What did I say? Payola. See, they play games. I'm thinking she tried to sleep with her dad thing, meaning maybe it was a rumor on this. Okay. I thought they said she was offered and her husband said no. Shamea said that in the Carlos interview. She said she turned down the peach. But then later in the interview, she said she didn't want a peach because I think Carlos might have circled back to that. Like, wait, because Carlos was on the production back then. She wasn't offered a peach. He caught her in a couple lies. He didn't press her about him, but he put it on display that she's lying. They were whole friends. We know what that gives. Yeah. Porsha stated at the table that she talked to Diane about sleeping with. Porsha stated at the table that she talked to Diane about sleeping with the husband. Shamea must have talked to Porsha about it when they were friends. I don't know because I don't believe it. I believe something happened because you got to look at Miss Diane back then. Hold up. Porsha's mom, Diane, old pictures. Bitch. Remember I said Miss Diane hair with the deep be teased and pop. Look at her hair. Look at Miss Diane. Look. Look. Is that Porsha? Little scrawny self. Look at Miss Diane. Now let's look at Shamea's mom. But you know what? Didn't they say? Didn't they say? Miss Porsha father didn't claim her. He claimed Lauren. This is Shamea's mom, in my opinion, trying to look like Miss Diane right here. Where is Shamea's mom? There ain't really no pictures of. This is her late in life. We can't get no pictures of her. Um, Now look at Porsche mom. I mean that Shamia's mom. No, I want y'all to see Shamia's dad. Well, he's not bad looking. Shamia don't pay them kids no mind. I want to see younger pictures of him. I guess they don't have some. Gabor has showed a picture of yeah, Shamia that look like a player. I think Miss Diane had it going on. I don't know. I just don't believe Shamia. Miss Diane was a beauty, yes. No, Shamia admitted she was offered a peach a while back with her husband. On the interview, she lied. I know that. We could go back to it. Miss Diane still got it. Yes, she does. My thing is, try to sleep with him is different than slept with. Hello. Porsha said your mom slept with your uncle. Her mom's, her husband's brother. So maybe the husband was trying to get the wife back. We need more details. I think that's when she talked Porsha about it. Shamea was never getting a fucking peach. Why would they give Shamea a peach? She just got one only because of what happened with Britt Edie. What was Shamea doing back then to get a peach? Don't believe everything that girl says. They both went below the belt. How embarrassing for their moms, right? File anything that happened between the mothers undergrown. Hello. Porsha's mother, Young. They just ditzy friends that slept with each other's men. How about what if the moms don't even give a damn?
Mom slept with Shamia's father's brother. Shamea then asked which brother. Porsha said she doesn't know, and the whole table fell out. I want to start with you, Claudia.
Oh Lord.
What do you have to say about that moment?
Those aren't real friends.
I agree with that.
Real friends, bad day, it's all coming out. Again, the mother thing, at first it seemed like they were trying to keep it somewhat. Who do you think was wrong first, though, with the mother thing? Bring up the mom. Who violated first? What do y'all think?
Porsha.
How? At the table? How Porsha violate first? They said Shamia brought it up first.
Right. Because Shamea had a failed reunion last year, right? She kind of got read down. We were like, damn, man, wake it up. She didn't really come with it like we thought. And she said, I'm not going to say that. She was trying to hold back. And so Porsha said the thing first, right? Now,
No.
it's so damn ugly now. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. At this point, the mothers need to be on the show. Like it's
No,
so
they
much
don't.
bigger than these two. Porsha did go left first with the mom thing, and now we keep back and forth, and now they just gotta just out gutter each other.
Shamia bring the shit up with the mom first, and Porsha put it on her stories. It was at the reunion. Hold up. Now, Claudia, you just lying. Shamia mom, Miss Diane, reunion. It was at the reunion. Shamea. What did she say though? I didn't already clicked it up.
Qualifications in order to be official with the peach. Is it that you don't want the peach, or has the peach never been offered to you?
No, the peach has been offered several seasons.
Okay.
And I hate to sound like that because it sounds so like, oh, you think I had a peach or I was offered a peach. But no, really, it really truly was. Candy can vouch, just so can Porsha. The problem is when you are a peach holder, you have to show all of your life. And that includes my husband.
Yes.
And whereas he supports me being a part of Real Housewives of Atlanta, he doesn't want to be a part of it. So I have to respect that. You know, I mean, my family and my home life is my priority. And I guess for as long as he won't be a part of the show, I won't hold the peach.
Okay.
And that's just kind of the way it is. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to hang out and play with the girls as a friend. And I'm okay in my friend role. So when I see comments like, oh, she wants a peach so bad, I'm like, you know, I would love to be able to showcase all aspects of my life. But I'm okay with not having a peach. I'm financially stable. I'm happy.
Okay, so right here. It says the debate over who brought up the moms first between Porsha and Shamea is a major point of contention among fans and stars themselves. Here's the breakdown of how the claims shake out on both sides. On camera, Shamea reportedly first mentioned their mothers falling out on camera during a previous season, particularly when discussing her relationship with Porsha to Cynthia Bailey. On the recent fight to Scotland. Social media and reunions. Porsha took the feud public by being the first to post about Shamea's mother on Instagram. Put the drama to my feeling digger, but I'm proud of it. After Shamea made her accusation, Porsha pants with a fan blogger divided. On the reunion, Porsha put the whole daycare situation on prompted. So Porsha would it up. Okay, but Shamea mentioned the issues with the mothers first. Porsha then addressed it head on instead of being passive aggressive like Shamea. Because Shamea was like, let's not go there because it's really going to go left. Wow. Why would you like a recap of their daycare feud? Can you find the reunion footage of this?
Gave tips to each other back and forth. My mom, now we're best friends. My mom and her mom, they were best friends. They were both in the childcare industry, and they both, gave tips to each other back and forth. My mom, now her location was going under foreclosure, and her mom went behind my mom's back, and she bought it as soon as it went on foreclosure. That is absolutely true. Stop. This is how my mom found out that her mom bought her best friend's business when we drove past it. And they were taking down my mom's sign, putting up her mother's sign.
Damn.
They weren't talking for years prior to my mom buying that business.
Absolutely not true.
You
Shamea,
lying
that
right
is
now.
not
They were not
true.
talking for some other stuff that happened
Great
that I don't want
lie.
to speak on.
You lying. That's literally what happened, Shamea.
Another great lie. That's not true.
Why did they initially?
I don't want to speak on it because then it's really gonna go. That mom stuff.
Okay, so why did Porsha? Somebody said it's before the reunion. How did we go from Daker to who's sleeping with who? Why did I'm so glad Cynthia is wearing Go Naked. But before, why did Porsha bring that up? Let me see. Shamea put the mamas in the group chat. What is this?
Today, okay? And what I'm back to do is, I hope this is a debunk. I really do hope this is what happens. But shout out to everybody who sends, comments, because we're all a community here. And this is a conversation we're all having. Some of you don't feel it for Porsha. Some you all feel it for Shamea, whatever. We're talking. So I have a comment from one of my amazing people, and we better talk about it. Okay. So shout out to Nita Bug. Love you, Nita Bug. Okay. So Nita was like, to ask Shamea that. And what she's talking about is the post I made where I said, what the F does Shamea want? She said, first ask Porsha what she wanted when she entered the chat with Shamea's mom being egregious. Let's start there. Or when Diane's.
This is 11 minutes. I don't want to watch this whole thing. Wait. Where's the volume?
Why are you? You posted about my mom saying she did something egregious to your mom.
She absolutely
First of all,
did.
why are you even bringing up my mom?
What did she
Girl,
do?
I've never. And anytime people ask me about your mom, I say that's not my business.
What happened?
Virtual reality. Hi, I'm Denny Murphy.
And I'm Evan Real.
And we have no fans. I feel the ladies are probably happy to have a breather.
Yeah, well, especially a
Porsha-ish, according to Porsha. That Shamea's mom found out Porsha's daycare center was going in foreclosure. Shamea's mom.
I guess 11 minutes. The point is moot at this point. Someone needs to show the clip of Shamea bringing it. That's what I'm trying to find. When did she brought it on? Shamea brought it up first. It's hot, right? I'm trying to find. Carlos will be interviewing the mom. Hell, I'm here for that. She talking about the daycare situation, which is ridiculous. Was Shamea talking to Cynthia when she brought it up? I don't know. Carlos is sitting there quiet counting his money. It was before the reunion. Damn, it's almost 1 a.m. I gotta clean the kitchen. So her husband never wanted to be in the show, and she drug him along. Manipulate. See, she thought he would change his mind. I knew it was either Cynthia. We need to find that clip. How did we go from daycare to sleeping with her? Right. It was before the reunion. I don't know what to search. Let me ask ChatGPT. Put it on speaker. On Real Housewives of Atlanta, who brought up the mothers first, Shamea or Porsha?
Let me check real quick. From what aired, Shamea brought up the mama drama first on camera, talking with Cynthia about the history between her mom and Porsha's. Then Porsha shot back later with her own family allegations.
There you have it. Did y'all hear the man say that? I got too many tabs open. All right, let's get this over with.
I don't know, Carlos. I kind of forgot.
Yeah, no, I think this, and Dustin, I'm gonna tap you in next.
Okay.
This
I'll do that.
Extremely hard to watch. I obviously have been privy to a lot of things that happens off camera, and one thing I always told myself when I started the podcast and Monday Night Live started, that I will always keep things to the show.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's fair that people aren't here to defend themselves on the stuff that I may know or be privy to.
All right.
I know for a
ChatGPT found it. Hold on.
But I wasn't getting my actual FICO score.
I hate ads.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? RHOA now offers. When I sat down and talked.
All right. They said it's right here.
I sat down and talked to Shamea. She seemed just very confused by her friendship with Porsha, which I didn't realize that.
Like Shamea hair right here.
She seemed just very confused by her friendship with Porsha, which I didn't realize that. Like for me, it's like all I see is what they show on social media. It looks like they're great. This is the first time I've really seen any kind of turmoil between Porsha and Shamea, like in the circle.
I just wanted to really get into the nitty gritty of what was happening.
The fact that you have minimized my feelings to be about the show is really unfortunate because it's not about the show for me.
This is a lot, Shamea. Please stop. The worst thing I wanted to happen was now my friend is coming into the group, which I wanted to celebrate. Absolutely. Is that now me and her being pent against each other.
And I would have thought the same thing.
That's what I was really fighting for at that point.
I would have thought the same thing if I was you.
She may feel that this is kind of like a lopsided friendship.
Wow. Oh, these new girls may be saying this, but never my best friend.
Right.
As far as Porsha not being a good friend to me, that is the stuff that Angela, Britz, Drew, all of these ladies that in their own way and own time have come to me and said, hey.
Let me ask you a question. How did Shamea and Britt Edie get along? I don't remember. He said it's in here in a flashback. This is only 6 minutes. Kelly looks a lot better here than she looks now. They need to stop putting all those fillers in their face.
You always supporting her. You always speaking up for her. She don't do the same for you. Yada, 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 yada. But I never gave them anything. So the fact that she opened that up for them to judge and evaluate and dictate our friendship and what it was and what it was not, that's on her.
I feel like this goes back to when they were younger.
Right.
I don't feel like these are new issues. And now they're coming up as they've gotten older, as the dynamic of the friendship has changed. One of the things that I pointed out to her was, because she was saying all the things that she's done for Porsha, how she's been a friend to her, is I don't believe that you can tell other people how to friend you back. Yeah. If you're a giver, be a giver. People love to receive from a giver.
But you also have to tell people how you want or show people how you wish to be treated.
Absolutely.
You know?
I've been supporting you and everything, Porsha, from singing your song on my Instagram to playing it to asking DJs and everybody to play it. Even at the games, I would sing the anthem. I would like, okay, well, come sing it with me.
Everything with her is transactional, and it's like, I did this for you, you do this for me. And like Kate Michelle said, Shamea always going to tell you what it costs her to be your friend.
Anything you want, what your
Probably look tired.
dream is, now it's mine. I want you to win, just like I want to win.
Now, what you're willing to do,
Right.
you got to just do that from your heart, and this is the kind of person you are. But you can't hold somebody after all these years accountable. If this is who they are, and this is how they friend, and this is the friend you choose to have, then that is your choice. On Portia's end, Porsha gives me the feeling that she doesn't realize that she's doing anything wrong.
You know what's crazy? Like, even now, I guess the world is picking up on the division and just like the fact that we're not really speaking.
Yeah.
I've gotten so many DMs and messages, and even to those, I still give credit because it's hurtful. Sorry.
No tears.
People have said, I want to tell you a long time ago that your friend ain't your friend, and she don't want you in this space with her. She don't want to share this with you. I told you the other day, I said, Porsha, I wish we could be the way we are off camera, on camera. And you know what you said? They would have to pay me more money for that. Why can't we be that way?
But why are you saying all this shit on fucking camera? Like when Porsha was like, Shamea, don't. Like, stop. I'm a vet at this shit. Like, you don't want it with me on this show. Look at the look on her face right here. With the fake crying and I just don't know what to do. Because why wouldn't you want me to be on the show? You said it would ruin our friendship, and it ruined our fucking friendship. Like, well, how could you do that to me? Like, this is the face of a wicked witch, a manipulator. Look how she looking at Kelly. Like, bitch, you better agree with me. That's a mean girl right there.
I'm sorry. I need a minute.
Oh my God. I know they
really hate that friend.
This is not giving what you think it is.
Since you've been friends with both of them, do you think that Porsha wanted her on this platform? Do you think Porsha was like, this is mine?
I honestly don't know, but Portia's never told me that she didn't want Shamea on this platform. Now, I'm not negating Shamea's feelings. All I know is Portia's never told me, I don't want Shamea over here. I don't like her being over here, any of those things.
You know what? I'm about to throw Porsha a bone here. I think Shamea is playing the long game. I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
Well,
I think that Shamea wanted to be on this platform, and her friend was on this platform. And so Shamea was willing to put up with what Porsha was offering or issuing out on the friend side to get what she wanted. I don't take Shamea to be one you can walk over. I don't take her to be one who can be manipulated. I take her to be very calculated. Her friend got on this platform, and Porsha invited her on this platform with her. And then she coveted it.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry.
Even I didn't want to do this for the longest time because I was like, you know what, I was very respectful
Can I
of
tell
the
you
fact
something?
that this is her space. You know, I just wanted it to be okay. Like, you know, this is.
Can I tell you something?
Talk right over Kelly so she knows she's mic'd.
Because I was like, you know what, I was very respectful
Can I
of
tell
the
you
fact
something?
that this is her space. You know, I just wanted it to be okay. Like, you know, this is your thing. I don't need this. I'm happy with the life I'm living off camera, you know. But I thought doing
But
this that we
share
could
that
be.
life.
But I thought we could be like, we could show people like how great our friendship is.
Hey, I hate to tell you, even when we had that conversation the other day, and it's like, I think you said to me, you were like, if I don't have to do this show again, you know, so she could be comfortable. Let me tell you something. This is your authentic life. You have a purpose. Giving your all about Shiloh, giving your all about your marriage, giving your all about your businesses, giving your all about what your life looks like with IVF. Like, you're giving people Shamea. You are that mother girl. Imagine being in a competition with somebody you don't even know you're competing with.
The blind leading the blind, child.
I had to do a little power speech. I might as well have a little touch up. Can I have a little touch up? Why I can't?
She gave us the wrong information. Let's take it back. We can come back to this. Let's get this Carlos thing over with. Oops.
Yeah, there was love there. And that's why I did say to the both of them, to their faces in the interview, that seeing your friendship breaks my heart.
Yeah.
And it was nasty. It was nasty. I will say this. I'm not picking a side here because it's bigger than all of us. And because I know them both personally, I'm not going to pick a side. What I will say, though, being fair, and basing this on the show, I do believe that Shamea went in to that dinner determined to reveal what Porsha's mom allegedly did.
Oh.
And the reason why I say that is because from what I've been watching and what I saw prior to Shamea revealing it, Shamea was ready to say it. And she wanted to say it, and she wanted that to come out. And for that, I will say Shamea was wrong for bringing up that part.
Why?
Right? I feel like this. If me and Dustin been friends since 14, had a break 17 through 22, got back up friends at 23, and we know shit about each other. I'm a mama's boy. That's my, I'm not going to have our issues be anything that I will say about our mothers. And I do feel like Shamea was wrong for bringing up the mom's part to reveal that, because I don't think that anything happened for that particular expose to be revealed. If you are upset that Porsha doesn't want you and Gerald around Pilar, I was with you when you felt that. I look at Pilar like, whatever. Nothing to me made sense why I had to find out on camera that Porsha's mom allegedly wanted to sleep with Shamea's dad. Nothing to me warranted that information to be released. I think Shamea's fed up. I think Shamea's tired. I think Shamea has a lot of shit bottled in. And I think Shamea used that opportunity to hurt Porsha. And she knew what to do. And I think Porsha knew Shamea was ready to do it, which is why, now it all makes sense to me, which is why Porsha spent the entire season giving Shamea nothing.
Discernment.
Because she knew, I'm not going to give you any reason to say it. I'm not going to give you any reason to say it. I do feel like Porsha knew Shamea was going to reveal it because Porsha actually said it. I knew you was going to say that. And Porsha also knew, okay, if Shamea ever brings this up, I know what to say in retaliation to it. Which is why she said, well, no, your mom slept with your dad's brother. In that moment, I knew that these two will never be friends ever in life. And I just don't feel like I needed to know that ever in life.
How was Shamea wrong for planning to come to the table and drop that bombshell, but Porsha was right for saying, well, I know Shamea might drop that bombshell, so if she do, I'm going to drop this one.
Because
how is that different?
Because if you punch me, you can't tell me how to react to that level of shade.
So you don't think Porsha punched Shamea by making that Instagram post saying, yo mama went and bought my mama's daycare and offering detail and context to a conflict that we knew vaguely existed, but we didn't know any details about it. That's the first punch, right?
No, exactly. But to Blue's point, you then can't go on Andy Cohen's couch in your yellow dress and say in front of the world when Andy Cohen asks you, what did her mom do? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I want to keep it cute. You had to pick which you know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with
So
you.
that was me. And listen, when Claudia asked the question, who made the first hit? Porsha, right? With that comment. Andy Cohen did his job as a host. Shamea, what happened between your mothers? I don't want to talk about it because when I do, it's going.
But how did Andy know to ask that question? Did Shamea allude to something with the moms? Who introduced the moms, the whole mom plot line?
It's gonna ruin shit. If that's how you felt in Andy Cohen's couch, then my sweet love, what did Porsha do this season for that to be revealed? Because the moment for that to be revealed would be at the reunion. And let's be clear, even at the reunion, and I'm gonna be very fair, if Shamea would have revealed it at the reunion, I would have said, well, shit, you have a right to say it, bitch. I wouldn't say it. It's dirty, it's nasty. But hey, bitch, this is the opportunity to say the shit. Not during hiatus, you thought about it. And then, Dustin, I'm aware of what was allegedly said in the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
That they won't.
We're not, so tell us.
Well, despite what people say on the blogs, I'm a good friend and I'm not messy. No, the thing is this. I'm privy to some things that were said because it's Atlanta and I am Keisha Land's top. So I'm aware of things that
boy, bye.
You know,
okay, so
I'm the queen of Atlanta.
again, and it's been said on this show before, you can't poke a bear or say something about someone else and then be mad about how they respond. It doesn't only go one way where, well, Shamea did this, so don't get mad when Porsha comes back. They're both going low. They're both going low. And I'm gonna say this. I question their friendship now. Mad Day is revealing a whole bunch.
It's over, Claudia. What are you talking about?
I don't mean right now, Blue. I mean like in the past. Like, because have you had a friend that it went left, but you never told some things about them?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
that's how I
because that
roll.
was your
That's
real
what I'm
friend.
saying earlier. The seed was rotten because it wasn't based on the truth. I agree with
That
that.
wasn't your real friend. So now Shamea never told Porsha's tea about the mother until Porsha went first. So then Shamea came back. And don't you think now that Portia's on social media right now saying all the stuff, saying Shamea slept with this one and that one, she's showing her ass right now. She is showing her ass. And do you think that Shamea does not have similar tea on Portia's life? When you're besties with someone, you tell them all your dirty shit. You tell them this one gave me an STD, I cheated, I did this, I did that. I'm sure they got nasty.
Just roll her eyes. Watch Blue. And like I said, I don't think it's going to be a damn thing that Shamea is going to be able to tell us and us to be like, oh, Porsha. She had to say she fucked a goat or something like that.
Now the gloves are off. But like on both occasions, it has been, as annoying as you may think Shamea is, on both occasions, it was Porsha that went first with the mother thing.
But I do want to be clear
with the business.
I want to be clear because we have to be fair. When we say Porsha went first,
you know, on the Joe Budden podcast, when they be like, I was just potting, I think a lot of this is Claudia just potting. Like, she's just trying to be that person.
Porsha did go first, revealing something about
the
what
mom.
happened to the mom. But if we're being technical, Shamea went first, telling Cynthia in scene that there is something going on between their mothers, which propelled Porsha to tweet that.
Okay, well, hey.
At
the beginning of the story, Shamea started it.
We're going to be fair. Shamea told Cynthia on camera that something was going on with their mothers. And Shamea didn't reveal it so much. Now, granted, I want to be fair again. When they played that scene, Miss Diane, they flash back to Miss Diane saying the comment about trusting the dog with the bone. But I want to be very fair. Shamea did tell Cynthia Billy first, something's going on with the mothers. Then Porsha on a Saturday, after getting the episode in advance, is when she responded to that saying, wrong road, egregious.
But is that so bad to say something's going on with our mom?
But that's what I'm saying. I wanted to be
Starting
fair
it, starting it. We can't
about
split
the
hairs.
order.
Who's this? Yes.
I'm with Claudia on this.
No.
Order.
I'm with Claudia on this.
Between their mothers, which propelled Porsha to tweet that.
Okay, well, hey.
That's what I'm saying.
The beginning of the story, Shamea started it.
Shamea, we're going to be fair. Shamea told Cynthia on camera that something was going on with their mothers. And Shamea didn't reveal it so much. Now, granted, I want to be fair again. When they played that scene, Miss Diane, they flash back to Miss Diane saying the comment about trusting the dog with the bone. But I want to be very fair. Shamea did tell Cynthia Billy first, something's going on with the mothers. Then Porsha on a Saturday, after getting the episode in advance, is when she responded to that saying, wrong road, egregious.
But is that so bad to say something's going on with our mom?
But that's what I'm saying. I wanted to be fair about the order.
I'm with Claudia on this.
No,
it's very different to say that there's an issue.
Blue is sick of Claudia.
So what I said, you need to worry about your kids. Why are you talking about my kids?
We flash back to Miss Diane saying the comment about trusting the dog with the bone. But I want to be very fair. Shamea did tell Cynthia Billy first, something's going on with the mothers. Then Porsha on a Saturday, after getting the episode in advance, is when she responded to that saying, wrong road, egregious.
But is that so bad to say something's going on with our mom?
But that's what I'm saying. I wanted to be fair about the order.
I'm with Claudia on this. It's very different.
Claudia, you can't split hairs on something like that.
Different to say that there's an issue between our moms as opposed to saying your mom is fraudulent and stole a daycare from me.
No, I agree
That's a
with
character
you guys.
assassination.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Which is why I said
you need to worry about your kids. Why are you talking about my kids? That's not what they're doing.
I agree with you. That's why I said Shamea. My thing is this. Shamea said it first to Cynthia, something's with my mother.
So if I say, child, hold on. If I say, y'all, child, Q and Gabor, there's something going on there. And then, I don't know, Amy tells y'all what is going on. Who brought the shit up first? Who brought it up first? That's what it sounded like to me up there. Clearly it's Claudia, but sometimes I think it's Dustin, Richie Targaryen. Exactly. I started it. You already tried to put animals on Dennis and her. Shamea, yeah, like, what is she going to say? And I feel like she shot her load last night with the mom thing. So Porsha's showing her ass, but Shamea isn't.
Porsha then said, your mother did this. Shamea had the opportunity at Andy Cohen's reunion. What did she do? say it there. You can't say, I'm not going to say it.
She wanted to save it, though. She wanted to save it as an ace.
Then say it a year later. I agree with you guys.
What do you say to her explanation, Carlos, that she was trying to she was trying to keep whatever threadbare connection, you know what I'm saying, they had. She was trying to keep that intact, so she didn't want to go that far with offering up details, right? She wasn't willing to offer up details. So that is why she chose not to reveal the information at the reunion. Also, what do you say to the people who say ain't no motherfucking rules in fighting? I can know something about your goddamn mama and tell you 2 years from now. So
I agree with that. That's why I said at the top of this, and Blue, I'm gonna get to you next. That's why I said we're not the moral police. This isn't an issue of this person is plainly right, plainly wrong. This is a very nuanced situation. All we're doing, Raindrops, is talking about what happened on the show. I just said, I actually know what was said in the text messages. I'm not going to reveal it. I knew their friendship was over based on what I was allegedly told what the text messages were about. I said, y'all ain't friends.
Yeah.
But my point is, I always say what we're going to do is stick to the show, and I'm sticking to the show. Miss Diane made this comment, but Shamea did not know she made it until the reunion, until she saw it. Shamea told Porsha, Shamea met with Cynthia first and said something. Porsha then responded and revealed more about what happened. Shamea was then asked by Andy, what do you have to say about it? Shamea said, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to expose it. And then we're here. So, Blue, what do you have to say about all of this?
I think really light work. Sure. Do this in my sleep.
Carlos got me about to pass out. Right?
I'm happy we all felt it. He said a run-on paragraph and then said, so back to you, Blue.
By the way, we have 200 super chats. Raindrops, I love y'all. I don't know if I can read all of it.
$200 of them from that super chat is mine too. I ain't forgot about baby girl from the beginning of the show. Go ahead.
Are we getting percentages?
Claudia,
that one had my name.
It did. No, you should get that.
You should have got a little bottle or something.
No, go ahead, Blue. Go ahead, Blue.
I'm just fighting my ADHD right now because I'm like, I should have taken another edible. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, right? Because to me, this is tricky. When you're having a fight with somebody, since Dustin mentioned street dudes, because that's my favorite topic today. When you're having a fight with somebody, right? If you hit me first and you have a bad punch, and I hit you first, and I know how to fight, any response I give you, you're gonna fall over. As somebody who doesn't know how to fight, the reason I don't fight is because I'm good at it, right? I know that if you hit me and I hit you, it's not the same hit. It's never gonna be the same hit. My version of a light hit, I'm still going to jail, right? I'm saying that to say, Porsha, figuratively and literally, because I know people who have seen her in professional settings and said that she was strong. And there's a story that I heard, Carlos, I'll tell you later behind the scenes. I know somebody who said Porsha is
confirmed she's strong. I picked her up.
He has abnormal muscle mass, from what I've heard. Okay, so as someone who can fight literally and figuratively, there's no Porsha response that's like, guys. Can we just if we can respect the nature of Shamea, can we also respect the nature of Porsha? It's not favorites; it's just being objective. Actually, despite the fact that people don't always know how to do that, there are people who don't think I'm caping for Porsha just because I'm following the same rules for both of them. Whoever Shamea is, I've been following that thread this entire time. Whoever Porsha is, I've been following that thread this entire time. I'm never going to cross-pollinate them because, again, boundaries, yes? So, Porsha's a heavy hitter. Any response from Porsha is a mollywop. I think we can all agree to that. Shamea is covert. Any hit from her is going to be begrudging. Why are you making me fight? You know the girl who's crying while she's beating you up because she don't even want to fight? Shamea is a completely different fighter. So, it completely makes sense to me that when Shamea says something, it's going to be a soft hit. If Porsha ever responds, mollywop. When Shamea's asked, well, confront it, right? That Andy confrontation only required a heavy hit. Shamea doesn't heavy hit if she has a first option. She's going to always choose to pick the softer thing because, again, her branding is she's everybody's good friend. Someone who's everybody's good friend is tactful. They know how to say it in the sideways. They're never too blunt because they don't want to ruffle feathers. She's actually excellent at that, except for when it's time for a street fight with a bitch who can fight. Yes? What's happening is, I think at some point, and this is actually all of your points, Porsha clocked the girl who's gonna windmill and can't fight wants it with me. If I cough on her, she's gonna be in a cast. I'm going to choose this is, and by the way, this is not caping for Porsha. It's just telling you her strategy that again we agree on. I'm going to ignore her because if I even try to meet her where she's at, I'm immediately the bully because I fight different. When that girl finally gets in a fight with you, it's gonna be ugly. And I'm gonna say this: I hated everything about that scene. It turned my stomach. I'm not picking anybody's side. In that scene, they both disgusted me. I'm also going to say they both disgusted me and they fight differently. So we can't keep cross-pollinating these false equivalencies because they've always been two different beasts. That's part of the problem. I actually think that if Shamea was a beast like Porsha, she might have been more open to them being co-hosts and not allies, because I will say this as the strong friend. The gentler friend, I won't say weak because I don't believe it's weak to be gentle. The gentler friend requires stuff of you as the person who's naturally strong and strategic.
Yeah.
There's a certain, we all know this. There's a friend that we love who's not as able as us, that we know we love them to be around us, but there's more sweat equity for them to meet us at the audacity where we naturally reside at. So again, Porsha predicted it and she was right. So we're all debating how we feel about her being right about the thing she predicted 10 years ago.
You said something about my mama, it's going down.
It's over.
Flat the fuck out. I don't give a damn, especially something sexual. You say something about my mother.
Did that to me.
And you know what? I also remember when Miss Diane said some real shady shit about Shamea about
You gotta watch the dog that'll bring her bone.
and to Shamea's defense, she could have spazzed out then and she didn't.
It's not her character, yeah.
She's not.
But I think that was the point we were making. Like, if there's, and listen, like Blue said, we're recapping the show. No one's caping for anybody, but we know the chat will say what they say. But I will say, that's why I feel strongly if there was a moment to reveal that information, I just felt like it was much more suited at the reunion of last reunion.
I get that.
She definitely themed like green at the reunion last year, though. Like she wasn't ready. Like I think this year we're gonna see a whole. Well, hopefully we see a different, because I felt like so many missed opportunities last reunion to be like, oh, word, okay, big joker, bam. But she was. I think also at the reunion, there was still a part of her that thought that her and Porsha could get back and still be friends at some point. That's what
she said that. Yeah,
didn't go there. She wasn't gonna be all extra grimy with it. You know, that's what I think.
Do we admit she's mourning? The thing that's breaking my heart is we're watching somebody mourn.
100%
I think she's like
she's grieving their
it's like,
the loss
it's
of
like
that
a grief.
friendship.
We're watching somebody fighting at the funeral rather than crying.
Yeah,
And
you
that's
see her
never
face.
good.
Her face was like, wait, we're going there.
She called her mom. She called her
she
mom
called her
because
mom,
her
like
feelings were hurt that Porsha was not open to reconciliation with her off the strength of the history.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why when they were having that back and forth at the table, and Shamea said, in spite of it all, and as Porsha was like, in spite of what? There is like Shamea was holding on to reverence for the time spent. Porsha and Shamea are now at a point where that's irrelevant. And it's heartbreaking to see, as a person who, like, I value friendship. Y'all know I give a fuck about y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to, I'll say I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like humility is a essential component to like sustaining a friendship.
Amen.
But where they at now, it's just where it is. And it's always been that their friendship was not rock solid anyway, because their moms were at odds over some very real shit. So even if we saw them playing nice on the picture or in scene together on the show, it just was never solid. It was never a solid foundation. And unfortunately, it's imploded. I hate to see
I'm laughing
it.
what they're saying. I'm laughing at Claudia's cat's booty in her face.
Right.
Catherine putting her ass, her coochie in the camera, like all that. I'm like, please stop.
I see her cat's vagina.
I'm like, stop.
So, my final question of the night is what Blue brought up, and I want to ask the panel this. Based on what was revealed at this dinner, where Shamea obviously revealed the allegations. If Porsha made that comment that she didn't want Shamea on the show, does this moment now expose why she wouldn't want her on the show? If that is the case.
In nature of it being a a conflict or a point of no return for them, yes. But that's the only way. It just is an example of their friendship breaking down in a way that Porsha, I would assume, was trying to avoid by not being welcoming to Shamea being a part of this cast full time. But that's it. I don't think it's a unique thing like Shamea, you did exactly what I knew you was going to do. No, it was just Porsha saying, hey, there's a possibility our shit might get fucked up if you join. Don't do it. And now she joined and her shit is fucked up. I think it's like top level. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's mid-tier because
Okay.
you know why? Their mamas talk too damn much, Dustin.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's mid-tier. I think the reason why Pilar can't go to your house because I know that she's gonna hear the kind of shit that we heard.
Yeah.
And I think so. I don't think it's top. I think it's mid. As like I know how your mama gets down and the kind of shit you and your mama probably talk to each other. I know the kind of shit me and my mama talk to each other. I know that shit talking has happened. They've fallen out, and we've already fallen out. This is not like Blue's Clues here, right? Like I think it's a thing of things were tricky for us before we reunited, and it felt so good. And it's tricky for us generationally. And even on the show, we keep on seeing my mama making little snide remarks. I know this can go left because of people outside of us. It's not even just about us. And so I think it was a little bit deeper than top tier. I think that because they had just rekindled when the conversation was even had, and because we know their mothers talk shit on, Miss Diane has made little comments on camera, which tells you what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I think it was discernment saying, I don't think this ecosystem, us included, is strong enough because I've seen bitches who had less to lose fall apart. I think it's discernment. And here's the thing, guys. Someone can be strategic, they can be fake, they can be a villain, they can be putting it on for the camera and still have discernment. Discernment just means I'm clocking the entire room and plotting myself accordingly. That's all it means. She's savvy. We all agree she's savvy. So why would it be shocking that she was savvy enough to peep this? Because none of this is new.
Because she said 265.
Dustin. Claudia.
A broken clock, Dustin. A broken clock.
Claudia, what are your thoughts?
Do math.
Listen, I don't like people that know each other's business falling out.
Me either.
And that actually liked each other. I do question how deep their real friendship was in the beginning because there's certain again, Mad Day show it all. Mad Day will show you what kind of friends you really were. And I don't even think that there was reservations about Shamea being on the show because of their moms. I think because Shamea knows where your bones are, your bodies are buried, and Porsha knows where Shamea's are. They both have too much. And you see now on Twitter how left it's going. And it is going to be nasty because guess what? Shamea has the right to do now. Get on Twitter and say, oh, okay, you said I cheated. Let's talk about what you was doing during your marriage or during your this or during your that. And it's going to get real bad for both of them. And I think this is what Porsha was afraid of in the beginning. Not really about, oh, it's going to mess up our friend. No, she got your tea. You don't want someone.
We're going to get real bad for Porsha. Porsha just lost her friend. That's all. What's going to get so bad for Porsha? It's Shamea who can't deal with the fallout of her own actions. Shamea is the one. This is all. Porsha ain't been paying that girl no fucking mind. Shamea did all of this. Like, literally, y'all. Porsha has not been paying Shamea any fucking attention. She not filming with her. She ain't commenting on her. She leave the room when they talk about her. Shamea did all of this herself. Claudia, please shut the fuck up. Carlos, you gotta put a muzzle on her. Seriously. Y'all been up here. I've been up here for 4 hours trying to get through this.
Someone on the show that you might fall out with that knows all your dirt. But if you have a real friendship.
Back on tomorrow, I think we lost. It is late. I didn't know it's this late. We lost. What was her name in the chat? Oh, that crackhead that came up here was funny. That's the girl. She was up here when we watched the Shamea interview. She was on the panel the whole time. I know if I would let her come up here, we'd have been here all night. I got to get some sleep tonight. But I got to clean up the kitchen too, so we can stay on for like a little while more.
Where it's like I don't know. Their shit was, they were friends, but Like I want with these kind
Let's look. Y'all want to finish this out? She's weird. She's just doing too much. And I think she's just potting. Like, she's just trying to be obtuse. And I'll notice Blue has stopped. Look at Blue. Blue has stopped engaging with her. Yo, look at her face. She's tired of her. Seriously tired of her.
these kind of friends. Who needs enemies? But be prepared.
With Claudia, there's no rhyme, reason, education. She just up there saying shit based off of how she feel. Blue is trying to be rational. She's, she's not just saying shit. It's informed. Claudia is just trying. Maybe this is why she identifies with Shamea so much. Claudia is trying to make these fake ass moments, and it's weird. It's exactly, Claudia is weird. Like, you're just saying shit. You're trying to make a good podcast. Meanwhile, you got the shit. You're getting on everybody's fucking nerves. I wish I could pull up their live chat on here.
Prepare for some drops tonight on Instagram or Twitter, because it's probably gonna go back and forth with some nasty things, which sucks. You know, like
you think she's gonna respond, Claudia? You think she's really gonna go back and forth?
I do, because she came for her marriage.
Shamea will absolutely respond to that.
Oh, this is
she has to. And I wouldn't be mad if she did. You can't say that I cheated on my husband and dropping almost receipts, not receipts, but being specific, and I don't say nothing. And Shamea's already feeling away, or backs against the wall.
I wonder if she arguing with Gerald right now. Let's see if Shamea responded. Claudia, shut the fuck up. They was all calling Beyonce fat. She had to put her little panties on. And she got her Timbs on too. Don't fucking play with her. And we'll come back to Beyonce because I got some stuff to show you. Let me see if Shamea said anything. Matter of fact, let me look on Twitter. I was about to say, she's pretty, but that's Megan Thee Stallion. How is Porsha icing her out when she includes her in everything? Shamea is the one who doesn't involve. Yup. Who said if that happens during her marriage with Gerald, it could be OT that part too, regarding what Porsha posted. But what she did say is she said your roster, like as in current roster, not your old roster or what you used to do. She said your roster, like present tense. Words mean things. Let's see. Porsha said everybody slept with a pastor first Kelly, okay. This is where I figured everyone would just clock Shamea and move forward. Cynthia asking, do you think Shamea bought any of this on herself? I'm over this season. Uh-oh, what's this?
Refused to do it or could not do it. I'm not about to do it, or I'll just tell you, I never felt that Porsha was supportive of her being on Housewives. They had asked Shamea to be on Housewives as a housewife years ago, and Shamea refused to do it or could not do it. I'm not really clear about the details, but in any event, she couldn't do it. She didn't do it. She did not accept the offer to be a housewife or to interview to be a housewife. And I remember a specific conversation being filmed where Shamea brought up something. Maybe it was her wedding. Maybe it was Porsha not being supportive of her. But I remember Porsha saying something to the effect of, why are you doing this? Why are you over here? Why are you doing this? Do you need the money that bad? And I think Shamea was like shocked. Like, what, where's she going with this? And the gist of the conversation was, can't you just let me have this and you go over and do what you need to do? But this is my platform. You need to go and either be my support system or go away. That was the gist of the conversation. Now, I've been on that show, was on that show, still am, still employed, not on the show currently, but for 12 years, I've seen and heard a lot. I've never lied on anybody. Never. Y'all know that. I just remember thinking, is that a friendship or a relationship of convenience? Because a friendship, you cheer your friends on no matter what. And I just remember this saying that Oprah said before, like, if you have a friend that even shows you a hint of you.
I can't believe Kenya lost this salon. Was it ever even open? Yo, her fall from grace. Well, I wouldn't call it grace. That's crazy how life works. Like, you finally open a business, then you get kicked the fuck off the show. Let's begin filming. Filming what? Oh, I saw a video of, was it was Tiana Taylor. No, wait, what's this? You thought she was gonna break that down? Well, we already figured out who started it. I could close that, I could close that, close that, close. Uh-oh. Jay-Z, baby.
As much as people think I don't like Porsha and all this shit, I do hate seeing that their friendship fall apart because they did seem like they had a fun little time. They did. But it also worked.
She kind of says this every episode. I know y'all don't think I like Porsha. You don't.
Their friendship when Shamea was in a supportive role and Porsha was the lead. And I think that's where it works. And I don't want friends that don't want me to be on their level, that want me to
either.
I don't want friends like that.
Me either. I don't want nobody like that around me, and I will never be like that. Especially, I'm a black gay man. I'm gonna leave the door open for people to come behind me that are qualified and ready. That's just the game. Number one, Carlos works in media. Carlos has a media company. I'm a host. I'm a comedian. I'm a writer. Carlos saw opportunity for me.
Mm-hmm.
What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, and let's not even. Let me be quiet because I'm talking too much.
But stay away from those
But
friends.
you know, yeah, like I just think that it's possible to absolutely be friends and work towards the success of one another without ego, jealousy, any of that shit. I believe it's possible. And if it's not, if that's an issue in your friendship, you weren't real friends for real to begin with.
I also will add by saying this. Just like in most marriages, right? And this is gonna sound archaic. I do believe in marriages, you have to appoint one person to be the leader.
Mm-hmm.
And in some marriages, it's the woman. And I love that for the girls. Historically and biblically, it's been the man, but two people can lead one marriage. So my point is when you get married, before you get married, hopefully you have the conversation of which dynamic this is going to our relationship, right? So what I would implore with friends working together, there's going to be dynamic, whether your friend is the boss and you have to listen to your boss and your boss makes the decisions and you have to be okay with that. If you know you have the spirit of leadership and your friend is the boss and you don't want to listen,
Don't
then
enter the relationship.
whatever. Like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. So listen, I will go on record saying this. I was off, like I said it, I'll say it again. I was disgusted by everything last night based on that, because I know both of those girls and I never thought this day would come. I was actually happy that episode 1, Shamea mimed the text versus saying it. Right? Go ahead, Dustin. I appreciated that. And I appreciated Porsha still inviting Shamea over her house. Despite the text. And when I saw, so my point is, I thought they would leave it there. So to see where it ended up 13 episodes later, it does make me very sad for them.
And for
sorry.
And for Porsha,
Shut
Shamea,
up!
and everybody else that's watching the show, be careful about friends that want you to do well, but not better than them.
That wasn't. You still keep standing on that, Claudia. That's not what. I don't believe that about Porsha. Look how distraught Shamea is. Porsha is Shamea's ticket to whatever she wants. Whatever she calls herself trying to do. That's her ticket in to the big leagues. I don't think Porsha, but Porsha also knows. I don't think Porsha was threatened by Shamea in the least bit, but she knew this show would tear them apart. It's obvious. You know what? Claudia got me repeating the same shit over and over. Fuck her.
I love when Annie gets bigger movies than me and is the lead, and I'm having a support. I love it. I'm going to
I
your
love it genuinely, for real.
Fuck about your Lifetime movies. That's why you ain't been nowhere. That's why you sit on the fucking panel right now. You got all these experiences, all these movies and shit, and you ain't never been nowhere. You worried about giving your friends and shit opportunities and stuff. Girl, look at Blue, child. Blue is over it. I give a fuck about your two. Ain't she on Love and Hip Hop? Ain't she too old? Yo, didn't Love and Hip Hop get canceled? Anytime you gotta bring Claudia fucking Jordan on Love and Hip Hop, it's alright. As soon as Claudia get on Love and Hip Hop, it got canceled. What the fuck does that tell you? This poor lady. I feel bad for her today.
For real.
She completely checked out.
Honestly, yes.
That's my dog right there. But, you know.
I want nothing more than for my friends to see success beyond their wildest dreams, beyond anything. And it's not from a competitive lens. Even some of my best, Kid Fury, one of my best friends, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to, I just don't, I have and continue to exist in relationships where there's a complete absence of any sort of ego-based anything. If anything, we found each other as confidants, you know what I'm saying? And now we have someone who understands. There's camaraderie there, not competition. So but to each his own. You
And
know,
stay away
keep
from
that
a
shit from
friend.
me.
Treat you like an assistant. Stay with those friends that treat you like, for a long time on all these reality shows, a lot of these women were bringing on gay men and treating them like they were their assistants or they were their accessories. Those aren't your friends either. Because as soon as you get some shine, you changed up. No, you were mad. You want me to be on a support role with you, but when I leveled up and I get some attention, now I'm a problem. I'm a clout chaser. I want your life. Damn. Did you want the best of me, or you want me just to be there to be your assistant?
Here go your purse back. No, I'm just playing because I would have never had it anyway. Your purse would have hit the floor trying to hand it to me.
I just want to point out this one thing about friendship, guys, because again, I want us to be really careful about not virtue signaling. Is simply that I only work with friends, and the reason why I work really well with friends is everybody gets to have their own thing. And sometimes success doesn't have to mean copy and paste. And I think that's what we're here. Just because I don't want you to work with me in the exact same spot I'm in doesn't mean I don't want you to have an equally, if not greater spot than me. One of the things that Oprah Winfrey said a long time ago that I think has completely shifted the way that I work with friends is that the reason why Gayle King is my best friend is because Gayle King doesn't want to be Oprah fucking Winfrey. And that is valid, right? So it doesn't mean I'm a hater. It just means you can be Gayle. Shit, you could be Barbara Walters. You could be bigger than Oprah. You just can't be Oprah, right?
They're both
They're
journalists.
both good in their own right. My friends, my friends work for me, I say, you're in charge of this. You're the king of this. Even though I'm the right one, right? You're the king of this. Let me know what to do and I'll follow your lead, right?
Yes, Blue.
We need to have friendships where copy and paste does not mean loyalty. Loyalty means, like in a good marriage, I can have my thing, you can have your thing, just as great, if not greater. And we come together as two autonomous people who love each other, but who are not codependent or entitled. There's an entitlement that is weaved all throughout this narrative that we need to stop. Because nobody owes you a yes. A yes is a gift. How dare you demand a gift? It's not a gift anymore.
I
It's
agree.
blackmail.
No, I agree with that. And I want to answer the super chat question, then I'm going to read the poll, then we can move on. I was gone. But somebody did ask, why can't Porsha forgive Phaedra for the candy thing and not have a one-on-one with Shamea? I know y'all hate when I say this, but vindicated once again. There's a such thing as TV friendships in real life. If I met you on the show and we're cool, we're friends because we work for the show. In my real life, you're not my real friend, right? Shamea and Porsha are real friends. And I want you guys to always understand, look, yes, it's nice to think that, well, we hang out off camera. There's a thing called alliance for the sake of the show or the sake of the storyline. And then there's real friendships. And Shamea and Porsha had a real friendship at one point. All right, so the results are in. Team Porsha, Shamea. Porsha leads with 47%, but Shamea's not too far behind with 42%.
It's tight, y'all.
This is very interesting. I'm going to be honest.
Y'all talking
I
some
didn't expect this to be a split. Are y'all surprised too? It's almost split.
What did you expect?
Because if you took out neither, who knows what it would have been, right?
It's interesting. It's interesting. I didn't think it would be this close because I think based on just what we listen. That's why I always tell people this. Just because you see things on social media doesn't mean it's real. I didn't expect it to be so close, but the beauty of reality television, I always say this, is everybody watches the show based on their own human experience. So there's a lot of people who obviously are on either side. So this honestly makes me as a producer happy to see this because now it shows me that yes, producers, you got to bring Shamea and Porsha back next season, and let's see what happens. Because this poll with 12,000 people in the chat,
damn,
this is amazing.
They're about to fight all season 18 because now the gloves are off. The big secrets have been revealed, and now it's like, okay, I can't stand you, so let's get it on.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna get in season 18.
You know how much teas on a get dropped now because they have years of knowing like who you fucked.
I don't want more tea from that. This is hurting other people.
It is, and I don't like. I listen. It ain't cool neither. Once you do this to me, we're never gonna be friends ever again.
Never. We might as well just die. Yeah, because I'm never gone.
No, seriously, you're definitely at the point. Like it's actually fighting words already.
Literally.
No, it's and based on what happened tonight, we may do an emergency episode this week. So keep your phones on.
Emergency.
If Shamea responds by tomorrow, keep your phone on. All right. So what do you guys have going on? I'll start. Raindrops. No new interview.
All right. I hold on. I'm getting ready to go clean my kitchen. If y'all want me to put on something funny how time flies when you're having fun. Don't you ever leave. Say you love me so. Nah, I don't believe my fucking sisters tried me. Read your comments. You know how reality folk believe the hype of their most toxic fans then go to flop. I think so. I really do. I think that Shamea bought into all of the hype she got when, as I always say, people be impressed by the wrong shit. Oh, she's so rich. Oh, she's everything Porsha wants. They couldn't wait to with that narrative. And she bought into her own hype. And maybe this season, she thought, you know what? I'm going to dethrone Porsha. I'm going to finally get what I want. When did y'all realize Shamea wasn't shit? Because I clocked it. Even when they said she was coming on the show full time, I was like, no, she was always Porsha's flunky. That's not going to work. And for me, it's the shucking and jiving and the y'all, my fucking bra is driving me nuts. It's the shucking and jiving and the confessionals, trying to be funny, dancing, twerking. Always talking about having a dick in your mouth. Like, it's just weird. And even though, like, this was a fire ass episode, we wasted a lot of the season on bullshit. And I am not going to give K Michelle too much, like, as far as her not doing shit, or as far as, like, bitch, like, she's not, she just ain't doing shit. Because that girl was in her ear making her paranoid. She didn't know who was her friend, who was talking about her, but I like the fact that she kind of kept her mouth shut until she started figuring out who was who and what was what. Like that sit down her and Pinky had about Shamea. Like, and it's like, Shamea, these girls are trying their hardest with you. And I don't know what you really are doing with people behind the scenes. I can only speculate. But they're trying to rock with you. But I don't know. That, to me, it's like, last night with Shamea is like 15% what she said, but 85 like how she was saying it, how she was coming at Porsha, like she wanted to fight her, like she hated her, and she was just talking about having my child at your house. Like, what? Your actions aren't matching your fucking words. I mean, and like I said, she got what she wanted. She's like completely monopolized the conversation. But I don't think she likes the attention she's getting. She hasn't done any interviews lately. I haven't seen. I miss the days. Yes, light shade, rose, and going for the latest non-invasive. And you know what? We kind of get that when certain people are together, but then when certain other people come around, it's different. Angela getting popcorn and watching a mess. Let's see if she. Is this Giselle? Giselle look good. Some of y'all don't love your mamas because if you come out of nowhere and start saying my mama tried to sleep with your daddy on TV, it's gonna be a rumble in the jungle. My mama. I'm so sick of seeing about this show. I had to stop engaging with it. I thought that was Shamea. Was that Bose? What they be talking about?
Can't see it coming down my eyes. Don't gotta make the song cry. I can't see it coming down my eyes. So I gotta make the song cry. I know you love me like cook food.
The way you do that right there. You just remember why you. I like the way you do that right there. You just remember why you do that right there. That's all I say. I like the way you do that right there. You just remember why you do that right there. I made it tight to be country. They thought country was bummy. Until country start making money, now they all in Kentucky.
I was like, well, that's how you feel. I'm gonna say something.
I'm going down, baby. Yo, street in the Range Rover. Say another word, just hey, how your planes ain't going. Hip hop ain't pop, sell out, change over. Oh, frustrated, wondering who sets the chain soldier. Could have said, fuck the way you do that right there. Or pussy ass nigga, why you do that right there?
I thought it was both, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just this big king or something, like, I need to just recognize or something.
People telling me to stop, cause they know how we do it. Somebody said you was a country singer, is that true? Well, it's all in your head. If I miss, I'm shooting over and over again. Until I hit, then it's drop down and get to sleep on, boy. I don't flap my wings, nigga, I clap the thing. I like the way you do that right there. You just remember why you do that right there.
Oh shit. Porsha said, I am unbothered. She was going against Phaedra for Candy and wanted Porsha to follow suit. Shamea, her tagline was not being a side chick anymore. Oh, Shamea? So she was Gerald's side piece? I wonder what Gerald had to say about all of this. Episode 1 of Last Season. Bravo doesn't like a split cast, though. No. Dustin wants to be in good with Shamea and the Candy Cane. Yeah, like, I was Dustin's number one, like, I fucked with Dustin, but I've been told Dustin to get the fuck off this show because this Shamea shit, he going a little bit too hard for her. His opinion usually be on point. Being around Claudia and Carlos, and Carlos, like that day Claudia was crying is because Blue, who was they talking about? Was they talking about Shamea? I think she was crying over Shamea. And they just wasn't trying to hear it. But Dustin then turned into one of them. I mean, and for Dustin, even though it's kind of like the Armand Wiggins syndrome, like Armand got around them, and he's just a YouTuber, so he probably thought like, oh, Al Reynolds, Claudia Jordan, Carlos King, like they're famous, like compared to him. So let me, whatever. And Dustin, he's a podcaster, but he just started doing not his world tour, his stand-up tour. So maybe he thinks, I guess this is visibility for him. So, but he had his own podcast. He was on the podcast with Ebony K. Williams, and Dustin is funny as shit. And I hate seeing him on here because on the Friend Zone, he is just so funny. No, Dustin, I'm giving you the side. What's going on? Yes, I usually love Dustin. Porsha knew the show would ruin their friendship because Shamea is fame hungry. She would trade anything for fame. She's been chasing since a teenager. That's what I was asking last night before I watched the episode. The thing is, Porsha and Kelly made up. Oh shit, our stuff is on the way here already. Porsha and Kelly, they all had a kumbaya moment, and Porsha and Kelly kind of had like, I don't want to say heartfelt because to me it's all a game. They had a moment and they were starting to bond. But here comes Shamea. Not on my watch. Kelly, you are mine. I bought and paid for you. Your ass ain't going nowhere. Have fun. To me, that's what happened. In my humble opinion. Because if everybody on the cast is getting along, where does that leave Shamea? Shamea thrives in the darkness, in the whispers, in the, talking behind people's back. That's why she got mad that Kay said her shit on camera. She wants to move. She wants to be the Dark Knight. But the rules aren't supposed to apply to her. I don't even know who the fuck she thinks she is. Like, bitch, what? Hold on. Damn, people waiting downstairs for me. Hold on, I'll read the comment in a second. I feel like I need to soak in the bathtub. I want to like, hold on. Matter of fact, let's just take it out here. Damn, I left my shit upstairs. Hello. I'm sorry, my phone was on silent.
I don't know what you ordered, but it just it said
Cigarettes.
Ooh, watch.
Okay.
Oh, cigarettes?
Yeah.
I guess that's whatever. Here you go. I feel so weird about this. I think that this should be done already without.
It is, 'cause I have to do it when I order it. But
Yeah,
I
you have
guess
to do it with cough medicine, and if they don't if you don't have your ID, I have to return the order.
Wow.
And, yeah, and then they gave me a gift card, and I was like, it's not my money. Like, why are you giving me a gift card? But then,
But I guess they would. But you know what? I had somebody. I used to do one. What was it like? Instacart. One of the things.
Okay.
And one time they ordered beer. Or, I don't know, and they were drunk, and they said we're not supposed to give it to them. I think it was GoPuff.
Okay. Yeah. Because GoPuff orders alcohol.
Yeah, they sent out liquor.
Sorry.
I couldn't give it to. I wasn't supposed to give it to them because they were drunk, but I don't give a shit. Here, take your stuff. No, but another time I think the person was underage or the thing was expired. They were like, "Oh, just leave it." I was like, "I can't. I have to scan it."
Yeah.
But
I think
I think
that
they were
should already
underage.
be done, and then if it's an I the person up, and then I could just go on my way. But
Well, the problem is you'll have kids trying to order.
true.
That's why you have to verify the ID.
I signed up to deliver alcohol 2 years ago, and I got my first alcohol order last month. I was really excited, but it took 2 years for them to trust me.
Have you ever tried GoPuff?
Now I like Uber. Uber actually pays for college. So,
Really?
Yeah, after 2,000 orders, they'll pay for undergrad, and I need 29 credits left to finish my bachelor's.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Okay, well, good luck.
Yeah, I finally got that part accomplished.
I did not know that. I did. I have my degree, but I didn't know that.
If you've done it in the past, they're called, your orders always count for that. So you just finish back up 2,000 orders. And the coolest part is, if you don't want to use it for yourself, you can use it for your friend or family.
Oh really?
Yeah, Arizona State Online, but it's a degree is a degree.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Have a good night.
you too.
By the way.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you.
You too. Be careful out here. All right. Let me see. Well, I think they got me the wrong order. Hold up, nah. I did order the box. Let me see something. I did see a new Avi. Let me see. It's so nice out. With Gerald touching me there. Oh, let's see. Porsha sidekick. Hello, new subscriber. Oh, thank you. Welcome, Angie Lovely Butterfly. How did you find us? On YouTube or Twitter? That triggered Shamea. It did. It did. It really did. If y'all want to watch it again while I clean up the kitchen, y'all can, and I will point out because I went back and watched it. Shamea was making so many faces. She was trying to keep it cute, but the more the girls were laughing and kiki and having fun, and that's what we want to see. We want to see that. I like when it's Angela, Phaedra. I love Phaedra. Even K Michelle was not mocking her in a bad way, imitating her the way she was. I gave a Phaedra response. Well, honey, I love all of that shit, lighthearted stuff. Like GGF said, it's just too dark at a certain point. Like, Shamea, why did you have to say that girl's mom tried to sleep with your dad? Like, why would you say that? Who raised you? This is not. baddies, you know? And then it's just, it's the, like how she ran off the stage when she was sitting there with Kelly. Like, come on. You so hard. You so, yeah, but are we sisters or not? But then, like, every second you crying and I thought we were going to be friends. Like, we're not friends. She just really doing the show. Like, you really trying to force these fucking moments and these, like, it's like, it's, Kelly better move out the house quickly. This is my favorite time. I live in the West Coast. I'm enjoying Richmond. So, thank you. Well, welcome, child. It really is. I have a couple of personality disorders, probably. So, there was a crackhead on here earlier trying to come for us. Yeah, like, who raised you? I thought you were raised, upper middle class, but, like, crying like she having a breakdown. Like, come on. Like, do you sit in the house and practice this shit, Shamea? Yeah, Angie, we actually really have a community here. Like, everyone with a blue wrench. Those are my day ones. We have a group chat. We are really a family over here. I know people just be saying that, but we really like fucks with each other. So there's probably the energy you feeling over here. And we will jump you in the comments. I'm not near my computer. I will show you the troll who was trying it earlier. And did y'all notice when we ignored her, she finally just left? She kept commenting it, and I just kept skipping over her comment. But I ain't arguing with you. Your fucking lips are black. And not like in a bad way. Oh yeah, so I do watch parties. And I see a lot of people doing that too now, but I was here first. Especially on Sunday, we watch Atlanta and we watch yeah, you was on her ass, Caribbean girl. I loved it. So she looked like a cockroach. But she really did. What was I saying? Oh, we watched the shows together, House of the Dragon. We've watched The Gilded Age. What else have we watched? Oh, Imperfect Women, like whatever is out. Joe Budden. I'm trying to find like a permanent. You can subscribe to my Patreon for $4 because I keep getting like copyright strikes for airing certain things. Twitter is the only place where it seems like it doesn't matter, but we can't comment like we do on here, like the live chat. There's no live chat on Twitter. Not like this. But I'm gonna find I'll figure it out. My Patreon is only $4. But yeah, this is like our family over here. We are a family like a giant tree. I know that's not the words. This is where we watch shows together on Sunday. Yep. Oh, yep. This is my Twitch. If you have Twitch, if you don't have one, sign up. If you don't want to watch commercials, if you have Amazon Prime, they let you subscribe to one person on Twitch for free. It's free, but you have to watch commercials. But I guess you could have like YouTube Premium, and you can use your Amazon Prime account to subscribe. But yeah, now I'm getting ready. What's this? Look what it's stuck on. Layout. Porsha need to stop. This is what I'm saying. What could Shamea possibly say to us that's gonna make it? Like, I'm trying to think. Like, who would Porsha have had to fuck that would make us be like, I don't think I would be surprised. Like, it would have to be like something really scandalous. And the way Porsha speaking, like the way she put that on blast is like, listen, when they was at the table and Shamea said that, Porsha was like, "Oh, word, like, bitch. Oh, you want to tell C? You want to tell T? You want to spill tea, bitch?" But she wasn't gonna do it right then and there, unless she says, "I'll do it on Twitter." Like, why would you argue with somebody that knows all your business? And then there's like 10% of me that thinks that it's just a scheme set up by them these two. I don't know. How much worse can you get to silent? True. That's why I said there had to be something scandalous. But if she's accusing Shamea of sleeping with the clergyman and one of her friends, her manager, so she's basically saying she's cheating on her husband because that was present tense. Porsha was speaking in, and people swear, and all in the comments, they just swear Porsha lying. Shamea just got y'all under the spell. I don't get it. Oh, thank you. Inspirational. Yes, I do a lot of cooking. I have a lot of plants like this one. These are my plants in the front. This is called Dragon. This one up here is called Dragon something. And look how big the leaves are getting on here on the fertilizer. Hold on, let me get the flashlight. Ooh, look how she is prospering. I was worried the heat will it looks a little dry. I need to drink some water out here. Oh my God. This is so pretty in the light like this. And it was perfect. But look how big the leaves are getting. I put that fertilizer on here. I should have saw the damn fertilizer. Look how big the fucking leaves are. Look at that. A bunch of new growth down here. Even this thing is growing. And remember how spotty this one was? It still is a little spotty. You can see right down to the soil. But from afar, look how big this fucking leaf is. They was dying like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's so windy here. See, this is falling down. I gotta fix that. I might have to put those little sticks in here. Then, whoa. Let me show y'all something else. I can't use the flashlight, but hold on. Look at this arrangement. This is at Ippolito's, the seafood store. Look at that. And I was being naughty, naughty, naughty. Look at this plant with all the colors in it. This screen isn't doing any justice. But look at that. I actually took a couple of cuttings and I got them sitting in water. And I'm going to repot it because it has all the colors I like. Isn't it fabulous? All the different colors. I loved it. I might do that next year. See, there goes my plant. The caladiums. They're called caladiums. See, this is what I took a cutting of. It's not, you can't really see on here. It looks dirty, but the colors are pink, purple, yellow, and green, all in one flower. I mean, one leaf. It looks weird, but on the camera like this. And even this, the purple inside of the green. I got one of those. The pink. I love this. But yeah. Let me see did Watch What Crappens review they didn't do it last week. The House of Dragon. Oh, they reviewed Atlanta. All right, we can listen to let's listen to Watch What Crappens while I clean up this kitchen. I gotta wash all these pots and mop the floor. Gay comments under a post about Jay-Z shows. Yes, Watch What Crappens on Atlanta. I know I know. I want to hear what they have to say. Kanye commented fire emojis under Jay-Z's concert thing. Oh my god, every post is about this fucking concert. Oh shit, listen to this.
Union in which it was her first season and only season. I had made sure to request that he was not allowed to be there. Because really? Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't know that. Yes. I called production and I made sure. I was going to insist, but he apparently was not, they already asked him not to come to be, And what was your reason for that? I've always felt very uncomfortable. He's gone online and it has very much made, accusations about me and Garcelle, lied about us. Garcelle and I were feeling very uncomfortable. It was very, it got we had a lot of people involved, like the production network. So they were very helpful with us. We're protected and they said, don't worry. But they made it a blanket, like no husbands allowed, no partners allowed. Okay.
And
To make it not focused.
But you know what? I don't know how I feel about this because now you saying you pulled a Karen move. Did he threaten you or something, or was he just shit talking you online because y'all was fucking with his wife?
Loud, no partners allowed. Okay. To make it not focused. But I was like, I can't come if he's here. So you definitely want to be in a safe space. Correct. And because obviously we were heading into a reunion in which she and I were going to be combative. So all that to say is these are accusations on this side, but I can personally say that I have always been uncomfortable. But I feel very sad for the children. Of course. Very, very sad. It's so public. It's absolutely everywhere. They have 3 kids? I have
Crystal Kaminkov. I don't know how I feel about
I will
her
say
telling production she doesn't want him. Yes, he's a piece of shit or whatever. He beat up his wife. I believe her. But at the time, you didn't know that. And you didn't say, didn't just say you knew that. You just didn't want that nigga there. And they obliged you because
in the city, gun owners are required to have a license to carry a firearm openly, and the police department, though, is at liberty to revoke those licenses. The DOJ is now taking a closer look at the gun permitting process. It all stems from tense encounters that played out earlier this year. Action News reporter Maggie Kent now to
the Black Panther guy.
The city has been put on notice. It is under investigation by the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division for its gun permitting practices.
Yep.
Action News has obtained a video of a January
The
2026
Black Panther
confrontation
guy.
between members of the self-titled Panther Party and Philadelphia police at 23rd and Diamond Streets. In it, men armed with assault rifles and uniformed police officers are verbally arguing.
You walked up to me. I didn't approach you. Get out of my personal space.
Following the confrontation, 5 men had their gun permits revoked. The Philadelphia Police Department citing a good cause standard to cancel permits to carry firearms.
I mean, the first album I was ever given was a clean version of the Blueprint, which is unfortunate. I learned about the Rick Ross on Erie Avenue. Ricky the Rose. Hey, look at my.
What's going on with that girl, James?
We going to my job. Okay, going to my job.
That's that girl that won't kiss him. What's her name? Jasmine?
Ross on Erie Avenue. Ricky the Rose. Hey, look at my boy, Ricky Rosetta. We going to my job. Okay, going to my job.
Look at Dina.
Back in the days when I was a teenager, before I had status and before I had a pager, you could find the abstract.
Eva, Stephen K wants to know, do you agree with Shamea that her friendship with Porsha was never going to be the same once she became a full-time housewife?
Friendships are what you need. You need your girlfriends. Life happens. So I wish it wasn't the way it is. I think that there's some world.
And in the hip hop.
Don't answer questions.
Big Freaky and Lil Freaky done sold this bitch out. You can't even see the damn car no more. All the energy from the press box seemed like someone's social.
Alright, I need to get off.
A day in hell,
Oh,
functioning
this
addict
girl is
addiction,
wild.
23. And yes, these are my stories. I am 16 months sober. It's a Friday night and you just got home from work. Your friend is having a party at her apartment and you're excited because someone that sells coke is going to be there and your plug has been super inconsistent. You currently have sketchy Adderall, but it's not the same. You get changed and head to your friend's apartment. On the way there, you stop at the ATM and withdraw half your paycheck. You were under the impression that this was a party, but when you get there, it's just her boyfriend, and this other dude. This is not good. You were really banking on somebody who sells being there. You brought a little weed with you, but all they have is alcohol and whippets, and you don't fuck with either of those things. Alcohol has calories and whippets are just stupid. The only person that smokes is this other dude that you've never met before, so you ask if he'd like to join you. This guy's actually pretty chill, and you have a good conversation about astrology while you're smoking. But you come back in and realize that this whole party hangout thing blows. You remember that you have the sketchy Adderall in your bag, and you've been saving it for work, but you say fuck it and offer everyone some Adderall. You have 10 pills, but they're only 15 milligrams, so you give everyone 2. Again, not coke, but it does make talking fun. But then your friend decides to dominate the conversation, cutting off and shutting down anyone else that would like to speak. She's retelling the same traumatic stories that you've heard a million times for years. After 20 minutes of this, you can't pretend to listen anymore, so you go into the other room and start scrolling through Reddit. After about an hour, the other dude joins you. He's way more patient than you are because he's only heard these stories like once or twice, and he has no idea that this is a regular thing. You guys start talking about astrology again, and it's a good conversation. But then your friend comes out and butts Reddit. You go back to scrolling through Reddit, but then she has the audacity to ask why you're on your phone when they're all talking. It's just her talking. Then you decide to go to the bathroom to take another sneaky Adderall because if you're going to sit through this, you need something. You zone out for like 45 minutes, but then you tune right the fuck in because she decides to tell a story about you that she completely made up. You call her out, you prove that she's lying, and it gets really awkward. After that, you leave, and by the time you get home, it's 3 a.m. You only have one 15 milligram Adderall left, and you have to be up for work at 6.
So this girl tells all these stories of, it's called life influence inspirational shit. But I'm going to watch, we're going to go back and...
A Day in Hell, Functioning Addict Edition, Part 23. And yes, these are my stories.
Some of these are fucking wild.
A Day in Hell, Functioning Addict Edition, Part 17. Your alarm goes off at 6 a.m. and you're already cracked out on Adderall, commenting on every single Reddit post you see. But it's starting to wear off at this point, so you go to take more knowing you have work. But there's a problem. There's only 60 milligrams left, and that's not going to be enough to keep you awake at this stage of the bender. You're supposed to buy more today, so you just take all of it. You lay in bed for an hour waiting for it to kick in, which leaves you with about 0 time to shower. Oh, and most of your clothes are dirty, which means all you have are dresses and skirts to wear, and you have to wear nylons with those. It takes you 20 minutes to find your nylons, and you grab 2 pairs because you always rip them. Unfortunately, your hands are shaking from the Adderall, so you rip both pairs of nylons. You're going to be really late for work at this point, so A Day in Hell Cypher Edition, Part 6. A Day in Hell Functioning Addict Edition, Part 16. Your alarm goes off at 6 a.m., which means nothing because you've been awake for 2 days straight. Your grandmother died recently, and you used it as an excuse to go on this bender. You're annoyed that your alarm went off because you're in the middle of painting an absolute masterpiece, and you don't want to stop. You keep painting and lose track of time. 7 a.m. rolls around, and you realize you only have 25 minutes to get ready, which is definitely not enough time. You skip half your morning routine and do a quick line before leaving the house. You look at your bag. You're no stranger to doing coke at work, but this is a new job and it's in an office setting and you don't want to fuck this up. But you're a fucking psychopath. You bring it to work anyways. You've had this job for 6 weeks and you've been late like 12 times already, and I'm not exaggerating. You're 5 minutes late today and your boss is not pleased. She calls you into her office. You will be written up if this continues. After that, you get set up, and once you're good to go, you excuse yourself to go to the bathroom. There's 2 stalls, so you're gonna have to be quick. You realize you don't have your phone for a surface and you didn't bring any card to break the lines. You use the toilet paper holder as a surface and your fucking badge to break the lines. You quickly do the 2 lines, and in the middle of the second line, somebody enters the bathroom. You shit your pants and then quietly pack up shop. To your fucking luck, you and this other person exit the stall at the same time. It's your boss's boss, and this woman does not fuck around. She says hello and makes friendly conversation with you. Phew. You now have to figure out how you're going to get to the bathroom once an hour because the come downs are killing you. But that's fucking impossible without being suspicious, and you learn this quick. At lunchtime, you drive to a random parking lot and do some lines. You're in a really good mood when you return, and you start chatting it up with your coworkers. One of them goes, "Oh, you're in the talking mood now." They all joke about how they noticed how wild your mood swings are. Fuck. You feel like absolute garbage at the end of the day. On the way home, you pull over into a random parking lot and do a quick key bump. You still have a lot of coke at this point, so you decide to pull your 3rd all-nighter in a row, knowing you have work tomorrow. A Day in Hell, Functioning Addict Edition, Part 16. Your alarm goes off at...
That girl is, I don't know how she, like, that's white privilege for your ass, because she was late every day, high, and she still kept her fucking job. Did y'all see the girl who convicted for live streaming her ex and his new wife for like a year by hacking them? No. People crazy. I'm so tired. I'm gonna sleep good. She still has a job. She used to be late. They knew she was high. Let me look at the laptop. I think she went to rehab though, eventually. She got some wild ass stories. Watch what happens when we watch what. Damn it. Guess what happens when there's so much that happens? Watch what happens. All right, let's get to it. Turn this on. All right. They wouldn't be naked. They would be naked talking about medical stuff. Was she white?
This episode is sponsored by Michael's, your destination for all things birthday parties. We just had Lucky's first birthday, and it was so great to be able to go into Michael's and get everything. Of course, I knew they had craft supplies there. I could just...
something you do when you're after lights. Fifth, not disappointed. Oh, it was so fun. Of course, on that one day, we missed you, but we had the wonderful Ray Sani and Eric Williams fill in. And I love those two so much, and they're so great. And I just want to give a big thanks to them for subbing in, and also a big thanks to the audience for being patient with us while we break, because a lot of good stuff on Bravo that was worth talking about. And we know it's hard when podcasters go away for a second, and so thank you so much for giving us that time, because it really helps us like get refreshed and just like have just it's just nice. And now I feel like ready to dive into the second year of Bravo, second half of the year for Bravo. How was your
Refreshed
time off?
literally and figuratively.
That's right.
It was great. I mean, I was out of it because I got a waddle job on my neck. So
Shit, I just dropped my laptop. Oh, shit. I just do.
To erase all messages, press no message.
Alright, I'll just open the laptop when I get downstairs. Guess what happens when there's so much to crackle? See, look. And that was my laptop. These are the plants that I am propagating. See all the colors? Oh, dog. Alright, hold on. Oop, I forgot to feed the cat. I am fucked up today. That's crazy as hell for a year. Yeah. How did they find out? Oh, she was live streaming it.
bruise. I hope nothing's triggered by like bruising because like I strangled. And toward the end of the day, and they were much worse. You know, they were all the way down my neck, and my face was still all swollen. And I was walking through there just with sunglasses.
What happened?
For whatever, people were just looking at me and then looking the other way and crossing the aisles. You know, there was a certain kind of power in it, I have to say.
It's like,
I love
wow,
that
he got into a fight. He survived the fight
like
with a
he's
bobcat.
scary. Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it looks like you were been strangled, but also attacked by a wild animal.
Yes, it really did. I looked crazy, and I had Lego face because my whole bottom half was swollen out to here. And I was like, "What did he change my face? What's happened?" But no, I still have the same old face, but less waddle. So anyway, that was fun, and it gave me an excuse to be in bed, you know, watching endless hours of TV, which I don't know was great for me or not. It's weird how I do that anyway in real life, but then when you have to do it, it's like why? And then the endless thoughts, you know, like listening to my own thoughts, really not having you to come talk to every day is crazy whenever we have time off. It really is. Like, who do I tell this to? Like, I'm watching McBee, I'm screaming at the TV, and I'm like, I need to tell somebody this, and no one in my real life is watching McBee.
I was actually so happy because 2 weeks ago I watched the wrong episode of McBee Dynasty. I watched the wrong screeners, then we couldn't actually do the recap of it because
seeing the just because I'm an idiot. Sorry, Ben.
You also look like you sank down a little thing, which is that this weekend I went to a French fry festival.
What's
and then it was just a bunch of food trucks. We're paying, and I thought the entire things. So I just want to let everyone know I'm putting the company on black
every day, and that's why it's so weird that you and I are even apart.
I had to
feel
use
like
our
we
platform.
should do it better.
Yeah, we would do a very good fry festival. Well, then
no, we're what was that party that she's having? Like the singles? Oh no, the couples party. Yeah, it was the couples party. Yeah, to introduce her new boyfriend or whatever. And Shamea shows up late, and then she tries to kind of start with Porsha. And Portia's been just like, I'm not going to give it to you. Like, I know what you're doing. I know you're coming on here to just start shit with me. It worked last season. I'm not going to even give you that. Have fun. Let's see what you can do on your own without using me as a storyline. And I think she's been pretty good at keeping Shamea at bay because she sees what Shamea's doing. You know, I think it's obvious. And then she just let her have it at the end and went so low. I mean, Shamea went so low first, but then Porsha was like, okay, I'll match. You know, it was like it was like a low
crazy.
Option. She was like,
it was
match.
crazy.
You know, I'll raise that $1.
Yeah. But the episode begins. They are everyone's gathering for breakfast. And Phaedra has an update, which is that she wanted to go on to Tasty Black, which is the website that Kay announced she likes to go to watch porn. But unfortunately, I guess there's no porn in the UK, or at least that site is not allowed in the UK. So Phaedra, she had a little bit of a stumbling block on.
Yeah, they said you can't get porn in Scotland. What do people do? I mean, what do you watch?
That side.
There's only so much TV. For Christ's sake, Texas passed a law where you have to do age verification or something to watch porn. And it's just so stupid, you guys. I mean, okay, so I'll go through another step.
I know.
Just
I
give
mean,
me the
for
porn.
years.
We're looking at it anyway. What the hell?
I know it is hilarious, but I guess like the irony of like Scotland not allowing porn when you just have like a nation of free balling. Like, how do you not let people go to porn when you have like hot guys free balling around in their kilts all day? You like let people then like go off and watch their porn afterwards. So especially because kilts are such that is such a specific like porn genre too, right? Like the Scottish motif, right? That's definitely like a porn thing, right? Like a Highlander.
I haven't run into a ton of kilt porn.
Outlander.
Is that a thing? I think there's a thing for everything, really. I mean,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's people who poop on each other. I mean, like you can find something for anything, I guess. Nose hair porn.
Insurance are breathable, easy to throw on, and the summer
soft, luxurious tea. I have purchased from them before. I have bars
shine on their own, but also pair seamlessly.
And the discount will automatically be applied in kilts, and they said
pounds and everything. So they did this for quite a while, for an entire segment of like the logs, and then there was what was even after the logs? They wind up doing they wind up playing tug of war. There was something in between the logs and tug of war. I don't remember what it was, but they go to as a hammer toss. They do a hammer toss, and then they do tug of war. The only thing that was really notable about the tug of war was when quote unquote Team Sturdy dragged the other team and Team Mighty across the line, and Kelly is just like, oh, she just like falls over and she's just like on her back and her feet are just in the air, and she just gets dragged across the lawn with that rope.
Angela's like, oh, it felt good. Like I've been waiting to drag Kelly's ass the whole trip. So Kelly, basically it's wacky. So then they go back inside for treats, and now's the part where Real Housewives go to another country and just act offensive at any cultural cultural thing that they're offered. Today it's haggis.
Yeah, we knew the haggis moment was coming. We knew there would be oh my God, it's haggis. But, normally whenever we've seen haggis on a reality show, because anytime any show goes to Scotland, they always present haggis, and they try to always serve them like the most disgusting version too. Like you just see this big old bladder full of meat and stuff and oats. But in this case, they got like very refined little like fried balls of haggis. They looked lovely. And they were like, no, I'm like, I would have eaten that in a heartbeat. And they even had a nice little vegan one for Pinky.
Yeah, isn't there a character named Haggis in something?
I think so. I also want to point out that I would have much rather have had this haggis than anything at the Fry Festival. I'll just say that right now. There's a character named Haggis. Haggis. I'll look it up, everyone.
He's a giant in the Henry Screever book series, Arthur.
Okay. And he's the fiercely Scottish, short-tempered cartoon character from the Ren and Stimpy show. Haggis McHaggis.
He's also
There's also
the
a
old
book
Witch of the Woods in Pumpkinhead.
Hard Times for Haggis is a book also.
Well, you see, people come here, they learn about the French Fry Festival, they learn about nose hair porn, and they learn about characters named Haggis. So
Haggis.
What else do you need?
Yeah. So now they everyone tries the haggis, and now they go into they go to the dining room where they're actually going to be served more haggis, which I think is kind of funny. But Porsha's asking Kelly how she feels today, and Kelly's like, well, this morning was a little heavy for me, but I'm okay. Thank you, ladies, for asking. And they're like, well, we love you, Kelly. She's like, yeah, it was a good day. Thank you. It was heavy. It was hard for me because the last night, like, she had a bonding moment with the ladies where she and Porsha decided they just weren't going to fight anymore. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, with all this stuff going on with the ex-husband and not allowing the kids to film and this and that, she's like, let's just get along. So they decide to get along. And Drew's like, yeah, well, last night was liberating and it was very spiritual. I just felt like for the first time we were really able to come together in Phaedra's room. Cynthia, myself, Kelly, Porsha, and Portia's like, and I just, Drew's always gonna try and start something in her innocent little voice. She's like, yeah, we were in her room talking very privately. And Portia's like, well, I felt it last night for sure. And, we made an understanding, me and Kelly, that we hurt each other, but we're going to be friends now. And Shamea does not look happy about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think this starts Shamea's spiral.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah. And Portia's like, I want you to call me. I want you to be around me. I want you to ask me for stuff. And Shamea's like, the fact that Porsha is able to forgive other people and not me is crazy. But I've seen this before. I'm not buying it. But hey, I hope it works out. Good luck. I'm like, but Shamea, are you asking for forgiveness right now? I don't even know. Like, yeah, it sucks. But like, you're not like sitting here trying to get Porsha to forgive you. You guys are both mad.
That's what I've been trying to say about Shamea. They just put it better. Like, you're not acting apologetic. You're actually insulting people. You are keeping shit going. That's why Porsha can forgive other people, because they're actually fucking sorry. You keep fucking going.
Mad at each other.
Well, Porsha did forgive her. Kelly just wants to keep bringing it up over and over and over and over and over and over.
The problem with Shamea is this. Shamea is going down, is participating in a long tradition on reality TV, which is actually one of my favorites, which is the sidekick separating away from their dominant, their alpha. And it always creates so much drama on reality TV because like whenever there's like a sidekick and an alpha, that dynamic is so built in that when the sidekick tries to become the alpha, like neither of them really know how to deal with it, and they like lose their minds. And Shamea's trying to do that, but she's clearly not totally comfortable doing that because as much as she spent last year being like, now I'm finally gonna step in the spotlight, I'm gonna be my own person, I'm not just gonna be a friend of, I'm not just gonna be this person that like, you know, follows along with whatever Porsha does, I'm gonna be Shamea. Here she is now saying like still wanting Porsha's sort of forgiveness or apology or whatever. She's like wanting stuff from this person that she now wants to be independent of. And it's like,
Yeah,
this is why you're still
she
gonna be the
doesn't really
sidekick.
have anything without Porsha. Like Portia's the entertaining one in that relationship, you know, because last year Porsha didn't even know they were arguing. She's like, what? We're arguing? I mean, it was the whole season, and Shamea had been going behind Portia's back, like, oh, and it really hurt my feelings that Porsha didn't support me when I came on the show. And she didn't want, you know, she didn't even want me to be on the show. And then she didn't like come celebrate me. She just sent me flowers. And I remember saying, she sent you flowers? I mean, that's nice, right? I don't get it. Of course, we saw Porsha send flowers again this season, and it wasn't nice. So, you know, anyway. But Porsha didn't even know. She's just like, we're fighting now. And Shamea is still trying to just bring up this stuff. I think because she knows she doesn't have anything going on her own. You know, she's tried it all season and there's just nothing. I mean, she's going to make a dick joke every day and talks about how much she likes, you know, getting dick from Gerald. And then she'll cry about, you know, the drama stuff in her life. But she really, as far as entertainment, she doesn't have anything. And she's tried it with a lot of people this season and they just read her for filth. And so now she's going to try and come for Porsha. And it's kind of sad because I don't really dislike Shamea. I just think she's flopping so hard on the show. And she just does it.
I just like this version of
it's
her.
worse and worse.
I see Shamea as actually a pretty sad person. I was completely on her side with the Porsha thing. I feel like she probably has it's probably very exhausting being Portia's friend, and she probably put a lot into it. And I feel like she probably didn't. I feel like Porsha was probably a good friend to Shamea in certain ways, but I have to imagine with Porsha being the star that she is, that friendship was a little bit more one way. Shamea going into Porsha. And Shamea probably got exhausted and probably like she finally has this moment where she can be almost like on equal footing with Porsha. And now she's like feeling like, you know, she's getting some sort of resistance from Porsha. And just like, man, after all I've poured into you, you can't pour something back into me in this moment for me. So I kind of got all of that. But I almost feel like this season has been a reaction where she's almost trying to overcompensate to be like, well, I don't need Porsha. I am hilarious on my own. I don't need to just be Porsha's sidekick. So she's trying to be this big extra person and it's turning all of us off because she's trying so hard. And so when you say she doesn't have anything going on, I think maybe if she were just being a little bit more authentic or just like more chill, we would actually feel like she does have stuff going on and she would be more accessible. But right now she's just very presentational and she's just like over the top and like giving drama club member. And it's just like, I don't know. I see her as a very sad person. She seems like she is, you know, when it's pointed out later in this episode that she's fighting with everyone, it's like, that is actually kind of sad. Like she seems like unhappy.
Yeah. And a lot of the fights revolve around like, well, I'm happier than you. I mean, like, look how happy I am. Where's, you know, kind of it's all tied to the Gerald. I don't know how to say this, but a lot of it, I think, is just tied to her home life and Gerald because she's not happy over there. And this whole like, Gerald won't let me act because he doesn't want to see me kiss anybody. And all of this, that's too much. And it's like he's demanding a son. He must have a son, like must give son right now to Gerald, or I don't know how Gerald will react. And I think that's a lot because you're living in this huge mansion, you've got kids, you're doing all of this, and it's like, well, what if I don't give Gerald what he, you know, there's a lot of stress.
Well, she seems like she is constantly putting herself.
Like I said before, we are seeing the real Shamea before she had the cloak of Porsha, like Porsha and Shamea being happy and joking makes it seem like Shamea's happy and blah 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 blah. But Shamea on her own, they said it out their own mouth. She's miserable. And these are white, middle-aged white guys clocking this shit.
In positions where there's like a dominant person telling her what she can and can't do, and so she's like pushing back against that, and but like she's still finding herself in those situations, and that's like a very sad, like it's almost like she's just trying to be herself, but she doesn't know how to be herself, and like yeah, she's instead like being a very annoying reality star persona instead, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
we want better for you, Shamea.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like a person, like it's like an ensemble member of a musical. Let's pick an old musical, like Guys and Dolls. Okay. And you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on with this background person? And then you put them in the center of the stage and they're just like, want to roll the dice, want to roll the dice. I love gambling. Like, do you have anything else to say? And then it's like, well, why are you bringing the ensemble member up here? They're just supposed to sing.
It's like Melinda Doolittle. Do you remember Melinda Doolittle?
Is that from no? Oh, Melinda Doolittle. Oh my gosh, yes, from American Idol when Simon was like, "You're just a backup singer,"
and he was right. Melinda Doolittle had the best voice of that season. She just had an amazing voice.
Melinda Doolittle.
Yes, she was great, but ultimately she was a backup singer, and Simon was right because she just, no matter how good her voice was, she never really popped as a star. She had the talent, but she didn't have whatever it took. And so some people are just background players, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. But like sometimes, like it's hard to get out of. Sometimes it's hard to get out of the lane that you're sort of slotted into in life. And she lost that season ultimately to Jordan Sparks, who appeared on the Love Island finale last night. So look at that. Like it all comes together.
She did. I watched it. Where was Jordan Sparks? I mean, I was.
You see it? Do you see this fucking thing? I told y'all around 3 o'clock is bewitching hour. Do you see this motherfucking raccoon climbing up my wall? Oh my god, it's two of them. Look, you see it? I ain't fighting two raccoons. That's why the cat ain't out there. Didn't I tell you they come around 3, 4 in the morning? Like they're nocturnal, so they're like going to bed. I'm going to
give you attention and stuff, and then you come onto the show as a full-time member, and it's like, okay.
I forgot to feed the cat, so I put the food out there, and I felt like as soon as I put that food down, I heard it go, whatever that noise was, and I looked, I heard something. They're climbing up the goddamn pipe. Oh my god, I have to tell Jamal because he swear, like that shit is just different. Like, and hold on, let me go out front. I'm not going out there. There's two of them motherfuckers. One of them was all the way at the top, but the other one started climbing down. I don't know if he smelled the food or he wanted some smoke. Oh shit. That was crazy.
okay, but if you want to be a star, then go be a star. Like friend. Oh my.
Amazing. We're all sitting watching video tribute. First, we were watching like, remember this happened, and then it was like different like parents were like, "Hey guys, we're so proud of you," and then various celebrities came on and it was like Lizzo saying, "You guys are amazing," and then Demi Lovato was like, "Love watching you guys," and then ultimately Jordan Sparks came on and said, you know, like, "Oh my God, you guys are great. And thanks for singing No Air during the karaoke competition."
Oh my God. Yeah, I definitely had my thumb on the fast forward button for that one.
So,
but yeah, you know, but also I see Porsha's side of all of this. Like Shamea, whatever's going on with Shamea, okay, you want to be more of a star. Your best friend is a huge star on this TV show. Your best friends brought you on this TV show for years to give you attention and stuff. And then you come onto the show as a full-time member, and it's like, okay, but if you want to be a star, then go be a star. Like, what are you coming into my? I kind of do get that when at the end. I mean, we're going to the end already. Not much else happens in this episode, but I mean, I kind of get it's like if you want to be a star, then go do it. Why do you have to? First, you come on my thing, which Porsha seemed to be fine with the first year, no matter what Shamea says. She seemed to be fine with it. But now you can't even do your own thing that I'm not with you. You have to keep starting fights with me to keep yourself relevant. It's like if you want to go be a star, go be a star. But if you can't be a star without like clombing onto me and starting shit with me to make yourself to give yourself screen time, like I don't know what to tell you, lady.
Yeah. Sorry, I just started thinking about Melinda Doolittle and the concept of Melinda Doolittle as like something that's in our pop culture, like general, like it's out there. I just was laughing, like Melinda Doolittle. God, I loved her. I wanted her to win.
She's so talented. I'm mad I missed Jordan Sparks because I haven't seen Jordan Sparks in years. So I want to know it's anyway. I'm not rewatching Love Island. Jesus Christ. Okay, so
better watch it again from the start. All 2 hours.
So Porsha and Kelly have just announced that they made up and they're going to try to be friends. Shamea is visibly upset and then goes to her room crying and calls her mom. And she's like, you know, like I feel so attacked. And it starts with Angela, which she's right on it. That was some bullshit coming from Angela. And she's like, and she was trying to imply that I was sleeping with our neighbor, George. And his wife even texted me and said she's lying. And the mom's just like, You can tell she takes these calls all the time. She's just walking around the kitchen and putting away groceries. She's like, okay, it's Shamea's daily call of sobbing and complaining about being a victim. Okay. So just washing the fridge.
And Shamea's like, I presented that to the group and they were all like, okay, but you talked about her daughter. It just always feels like an attack to me. And Mama Morton's like, Shamea, just remember at the end of the day, who here is going to be the heir to a huge kosher salt dynasty? Mom, I'm telling you, we're not the same Mortons. You got to get off that.
Okay, Shamea. Well, it's not easy when you are having to head up a jail full of women. Okay. Mom, you're not Mama Morton from Chicago either. Who am I even talking to? It's like, oh, Jesus, I'm just trying to make this more entertaining, Shamea. Please.
Listen, when you own a string of Canadian coffee shops, it's hard. Mom, we're Morton, not Orton. We are not Tim Hortons.
Commercials. Here comes one right now.
One thing my mom loves is to bargain hunt. She will go to a garage sale, to a flea market, any old sale at the mall. I'm taking her from sale to sale to sale to sale. And I finally found someplace online that I can just park her and she'll have the time of her life. And that is Whatnot.
Whatnot is an app that does live shopping. It's a whole community there on Whatnot. You're connecting with sellers and other shoppers. And it's kind of like hanging out with a group that gets you. And this is like a really fun way to shop.
You never pay full price, Sarah. You can shop name brands across makeup, perfume, clothes, handbags, jewelry.
Even they are making fun of Shamea crying and wanting to be famous. And it's just so obvious that it's fake. You're a fake.
And they'll just show you like close up of clothes. You'll be like, hey, can I see that a little bit closer? I want to see that detail on that shirt. And they will show it to you because it's real time.
And you can sell too. Do you have clothes, bags, or accessories sitting in your closet that you don't reach for anymore? Whatnot makes it easy to turn them into cash. Connect with shoppers who share your style and have fun going live while doing it.
It's amazing what you can find on there. I literally just purchased a mid-century modern Dansk yellow paella pan for $35, and I've seen it listed elsewhere on the internet for $80. It was a bargain.
Download Whatnot today and get $20 off and free shipping on your first purchase. Search Whatnot, WHATNOT, in the App Store. Sign up and start finding the best deals on the products you love with $20 off and free shipping on your first purchase. Lately, I've realized that when my energy dips or I feel off, it's usually hydration related, not sleep, not coffee, hydration. Drip Drop is my go-to fix because it helps me bounce back quickly, stay clear-headed, and get back to my day without feeling like I'm playing catch-up.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Think support for busy days, long workouts, summer travel, and everything in between, because hydration isn't just something you do when you're behind. It's how you stay ahead.
Drip Drop uses science-based formulas for rapid hydration, so you feel results fast while getting 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks.
Drip Drop is trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams because it's built to hydrate you faster and more effectively than water alone. Perfect for staying active all summer long.
Drip Drop Zero Sugar Plus is a breakthrough, fast-absorbing formula with an advanced blend of 6 key electrolytes, 15 essential vitamins and nutrients, and no sugar or artificial sweeteners. It's fast hydration built with what matters most.
And honestly, all their products taste amazing. There are 16 original flavors and 8 zero sugar plus options that fit seamlessly into my routine: morning, pre-workout, post-workout, or midday slump.
I'm a midday slump kind of a person, and I really love the original limited edition cherry. It is delicious. I love cherry flavored anything, and it does not disappoint with Drip Drop.
Right now, Drip Drop is offering podcast listeners 20% off your first order. Go to dripdrop.com and use promo code CRAPPINS.
That's dripdrop.com, promo code CRAPPINS for 20% off.
Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code CRAPPINS.
So, yeah, the mom's like listening to her as she's going on, and she's crying about being a victim. But you did say something. I mean, she didn't say anything mean about Angela's daughter, but who does that? Who goes up to
that
the
was
kid
so
and is like, wow,
tacky.
you're so much nicer to your
Than your
you're so
mom.
much nicer than your mother is, which we didn't even clock when that was.
I think we
initially
did.
said. Oh,
It
did
was
we?
clocked. Yeah, we clocked it because I thought that was really obnoxious. I mean, I think I clocked it. I remember seeing him being like, that's crazy that you would say that to someone's daughter. Like, that's so tacky. And then she's going to be later on, she's going to be like, why can't you? I'm just surprised you wouldn't have your daughter come over. I'm like, because we saw how you already talked to someone else's daughter in this group. I'm sorry. That was bad.
Yeah,
that was
was
just
really
tacky.
Yeah.
Real tacky.
And you're not the victim here. Okay, with Angela, you kind of were, but you've also been saying all sorts of shit about Angela that could or could not be lies. I don't know, you know? So anyway, I'm not crying for you. But you're crying enough for yourself, for all of us. So then we go back to the kitchen, and Pinky is talking to K. Michelle, and she's talking about the Shamea stuff, and she's like, I feel energy with you guys. Okay, like, so you need to talk about the vibes. I mean, there's something still there. And she's like, well, I just don't feel the same about her. You know, I mean, I'm keeping the same energy, but this situation, I just watched a lot of change ups. I mean, how are you going to be standoffish with me? And then we go back to Shamea, and she's crying still. She's like, even with Kimberly last night, we had some stuff that we had to talk about, which we did end up finding some resolve, but I was just hurt that, you know, it came up in the group.
So then K. Michelle is telling Pinky, like,
Hey, it's not when she was like, I don't have anybody here but Kelly. And I'm like right here, you know?
and Pinky's like, yeah, you were sitting right there. She's like, yeah. Now, K. Michelle is hilarious because her whole thing was that Shamea at the club. Shamea put her hands on K. Michelle's cheeks and said, I'm the only one who's willing to be friends with you. And K. Michelle was like, fuck her. That's so obnoxious. I don't like her anymore. And I have to imagine that got back to Shamea. And now Shamea's like, well, I guess I really only have Kelly. And then, I mean, all I have is Pinky. And now Kelly's whole thing is like, wait, but we're friends. And I said to her, like, we're going to be friends. Because she tells us, she goes,
I don't care if you're mad because you're going to be my friend. to see her look at the Kelly that way and be like, I don't got nobody in this group but you. And I think that's really unfair because when I've done nothing but have your back, except for when I told everyone how crazy you were at the club.
It's like K. Michelle is so all over the map at all times. It's like, wait, I thought you were angry at her. I thought you didn't even consider her a friend. You thought she was like, I can't get a read on K. Michelle, but it's like, that's what that's what I love about her. I love how ridiculous she is.
Well, she told Pinky that Shamea had said that. And then whoever was it,
Pinky was
who
like, are
brought
you
it
guys
up? She was
okay?
like, you need to bring it up in the group. They kept trying to make her bring it up in the group. And at first she was like, I'm not going to do this. This isn't the right time to do this. And then they brought it up again for her to bring it up. So she had to kind of in the Real Housewives kind of a way. But she's like, wait a minute, how's this caught up with her that she's mad at me now?
So then K. Michelle saying,
I feel like I was trying to make sure she was all right, okay? And I was all really like, I didn't get no dick from her.
Pinky's like, no dick. She's
Like none of my bills are like all and none of my bills being paid, nothing. So I played like Phaedra, because she just like Pillsbury. She just goes,
I love that. I love when she said that.
That was so
It's
funny.
like, I'm just gonna act like Phaedra.
K. Michelle is so funny.
So we go back to Shamea and she's like, I don't want to keep talking about it, but it's hard to move forward when you've been wronged. And when they're saying your feelings are invalid, and I have to be the bigger person. And it's always me who has to just apologize. And I'm tired of apologizing. Oh, Shamea, your apologies, please. They're not true. And that YouTube apology, that YouTube apology she gave after the reunion last year.
That was shitty.
Forever rent free in my mind, where she's like, everyone of everywhere, I apologize if ever you were offended by anything that I have done. Okay.
Yeah, that was shitty. That was a bad move. And that's what sort of undermined all of her things that she said this season. She's like, well, I've apologized already. It's like, no, you just gave a blanket generalist apology. Doesn't count. So now it's nighttime. Day 2, and everyone gathers for their evening looks. And Pinky is she's on her phone with her VP. She's like, I just want to say today is a fucking day. I'm so frustrated right now because of the text messages I see back to fucking back. It's always just something. You gotta pay 50 here, you gotta pay 20 here. You got this lawsuit that just came, this judgment. Oh my god. So she's once again, she owes money left and right to all sorts of different vendors, and I'm like, why is it so disorganized? Why is it so chaotic? Why can't this be fixed already?
Yeah, and watching somebody in like brand, like really expensive brands, like all dressed up, like these like gorgeous expensive sunglasses, like it's so hard, like everybody's asking for money from me and I just can't take it anymore, and you've got to pay employees and you've got to pay for food. Yeah, you have a fucking restaurant business. What do you think is going on over there? Here, look, let me just suggest something. Spend $40,000 on a TV show about yourself.
I know. That's gonna fix everything. Everyone knows that independent pilots are always the fast track to success. They do well every single time.
Kenya was nothing before her sitcom pilot. She made for herself. Twirl. The twirl. What was it called? Like the twirl goes on.
Like Life Twirls On or something. Yeah. Life Twirl. The Golden Twirls. That actually would have been good.
I like her thriller, Gone Twirl.
Twirl Interrupted.
Yeah. Don't forget the twirl.
Twirls just want to have fun.
So they're like, oh God, Angela, you'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Okay, everybody gather around. Pinky is sorry, I said Angela. Pinky is crying about being broke and owing people money again. Pay your employees. So then Drew comes in and she's like, what's wrong with everybody? So they surround her and they're like, we're here for you. We're here for you, Pinky.
With everybody. What? It is funny. Angela's very blasé. She's like, we're crying over money. I mean, it's just money. Like, I get that. Like, there's more important things in life. Because she's like, money comes and money goes. I get that. But also, like, like when it's okay for money to come and money to go, but when it all has to go like right now, at this moment, in like rich. 5 or 10 figures.
Yeah, it's also very rich for Angela to say that, who just like lost millions of dollars on deals that she's claiming that Charles didn't help her pay.
Yeah.
But come on, like it's easy to say when you're rich, you know, and you don't have money problems. You're like, what? It's just money.
Like,
oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, just 20,000 a year. I actually think that what Pinky's really crying about is more like it just never ends. It's like it's always something. It's always gotta pay this, gotta pay that. It's like you're like it's not that the money is going, it's this idea that like I'm just trying to turn the boat around, and it's like the currents are just it's like, oh no, but yeah, I still owe this, I still owe this. It's like, when can we stop going uphill, you know? But Andrew's like, it's just money, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not what
it's like, I'm tired of this rat race, I'm tired of it.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to hear that with anything. Like, oh my God, this divorce is so hard. It's just divorce. It happens every day. Like, oh no, no. So now they're gonna go out and they get onto their Sprinter van or whatever. And Cynthia announces that she'll be late because she has to go see a pharmacist.
Yeah.
What's that?
Which
why didn't she take everybody? Someone posted on Reddit. Remember when Cynthia took everybody to the titty doctor? And I was cracking up. And it just shows all the ladies of Atlanta standing around Cynthia getting
Dr. So-and-so. I forget that that doctor had a crazy name too. It was like Dr. Boobies or something. Yeah, she goes to pharmacist, and we didn't really get an update on that. Was she under the weather? What was happening? And then they all
goes to the pharmacist that you don't say, how come? What are you getting? I mean, HIPAA, etc. But say, I don't know. Just don't tell me you're going to the pharmacist, and then don't tell me what you're getting. I need to know.
I would love to see what a Scottish pharmacy looks like. I'm sure it's just like any other pharmacy, but in my mind, because when I watch these shows, I reduce everything down to each country's like stereotypes. I'm like, oh, that's where you go if you want to get cough medicine and a kilt and some haggis. It's like CVS. It's like haggis, CV haggis.
CV haggis.
So Kelly, they're in the Sprinter van, and Kelly is wearing a McDowell's uniform from Coming to America, which is very funny. And it turns out that her man gave it to her. My man. And then it's like Shamea is very proud because she's like, I introduced them at a Hawks game. And then, of course, Kelly's like, yes, and he paid for my $70,000 teeth. And like the rest of us here watching, Phaedra's like, yeah, this girl's got to get her priorities together, because if a man comes to me offering me teeth when I actually need money to pay my bills, I'm going to be smart enough to say, just give me some Crest whitening strips and then give me the $69,972 for bills.
So Kelly's like, well, you know, I'm just glad that I found somebody, you know, because I don't want to become hateful because my situation is bad. You know, I've got someone giving me love. I've got somebody giving my money. And so Angela asks, what's his sign? And Kelly's like, he's a Pisces. And so they talk about Pisces and stuff like that. So then Drew's like, so then they start talking about having to pee. And then Drew says, well, you know, I had hysterectomy, and I noticed that now I go to the bathroom a lot more, and I have really frequent urination. And then they ordered me to physical therapy, and they do the pelvic floor thing. And they're like, what? And Phaedra's like, okay, you've got your vagina, you've got your cervix, and then you have a pelvic floor that will sometimes fall to the point that you have to have sex to knock it back up. And then begins pelvic floor talk, which, wow, I knew nothing about.
I've heard of the pelvic floor, and the way Phaedra describes it, it sounds like
a finger, like you go to the doctor and they finger you to put it back in there.
I was just telling y'all that about
our note taker Shelby she's a lady, and she can sometimes she helps us here with these things, and she says this is not true about the having to have sex and knock your pelvic floor. She says this is not true. You have to strengthen your pelvic floor muscles, because what actually happens is the muscles weaken that support the pelvic organs, and sex will not fix that. So there you go, everyone.
But it will come out.
I definitely knew that as well.
Like Phaedra said, It will come down.
They talk about the pelvic floor, and I don't know about this getting fingered during physical therapy. It feels like you're not. Feels like it feels like a strange choice.
Well, listen, if it took muscle to hold anything in, I'm super glad I'm not a woman, because I would just have it on the ground, because I don't have any muscles anywhere.
So, so Kelly said, like, wait, you got fingered in physical therapy, and Shamea's like, how long? And Drew says it's for 5 minutes, and Shelby has further insights for us. She says this is done so the therapist can make sure you are tensing the muscles correctly and can evaluate the strength and stuff. This is a completely normal thing for pelvic floor therapy. Sorry if you don't care about this, but in case you didn't, I didn't know how much 2 gay men would know about it, and I didn't want you to be misguided. Thank you. You assessed that correctly.
Yeah, I didn't know. So now they're like, haha, now we know why you're really going to physical therapy, Drew, to get fingered. And you're just like, who's her doctor? Is he taking new clients? So
now they do Kegels to tighten everything up. And Porsha leads like a Kegel workshop. And they're all sitting there in the van, and they're doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, breathe in, tighten, hold, everything, and they do the whole process, which is exciting. I think that actually men have to do Kegels too. I think it's helpful for bladder stuff.
Wow.
So we should get our Kegels on.
I guess
so. We're not peeing our pants as we go into the second chapter of our lives, the second half.
Good God, I think I'm well into that. Not to be negative, but I'm honestly shocked I'm still here. Did I tell you about eating French fries every day of the week? So now we go to a kilt store.
I love this. I want to go to Scotland specifically just to go to the store. This was gorgeous. This stuff, these fabrics, these tartans. Oh my God, to die for.
No, it was fun. A bunch of housewives going basically to a fabric store. So they stand around. They're like, "What's a tartan?" And then they explain to them.
Girl's name?
And so then they start talking about kilts. And Shamea is like, it's only right for those men to go commando underneath those kilts. Gives them more fashion flexibility. Free the bat, free the balls. Yeah. I love dicks. We know, Shamea.
Yeah,
and I love dicks too,
But let's relax here.
Congratulations, you've reached the end of part 1 of a 2-part recap. For part 2, go look for the recap that says part 2. See you over there, suckers.
Watch What Crappens would like to thank its premium sponsors. Ain't no thing like Allison King.
Our way is the Amber way.
It's the Foster and the Furious. It's Amanda Foster. It's Always Automatic with Ashley Otto. Put your hands together for Carly Clapp.
Get on the right foot with Chrissy Offutt. She's not just a Sheila, she's a Daniela Etchels. We never miss her call. It's Diane Call. Big yay, it's Emily Gauthier.
Aaron McNicholas. She don't miss no trickolas.
Hava Nagila Weber.
You'll never hide from Heidi Eleanor Jones.
It's no BS. We love Hugo ES.
Jamie, she has no last naming. Sip some scotch with Jessica Trotch.
She's our favorite streamer, Caroline Peacock.
Kristen the Piston Anderson. She gets a name from us. It's Lindsay D. Let's give a kisserino to Lisa Lino. Fresh as a daisy, it's Maisie McHenry. Come again? We're obsessed with Margaret O'Halloran. Megan Berg. You can't have a burger without the Berg. Gather round for the lore of Michelle Moore.
This is Living with Michelle Vivian.
I love ya, Olivia Williamson. She's the lady of the house. It's Rachel Sherrouse.
She sure is swell. It's Raquel.
Yes, we canna. It's Savannah.
Cast a spell with Shannon Spellman. Let's share with Sharon Eldridge.
Darn Skippy, it's Tippy.
And our super premium sponsors. She's VVIP. It's Amanda V.
Somebody get us 10 cc's of Betsy MD.
We're taking the gold with Brenda Silva.
Let's get real with Caitlin O'Neill.
Put us on a stretcher. It's Charlotte Fletcher. Don't get salty with Christine Pepper. Can't have a meal without the Emily Sides.
Who, what, why, where, and Gwen Pentland. Nobody holds a candle to Jamie Kendall. We got our wish. It's Jen Plish. My favorite Murdo, Karen McMurdo. Let's get savage with Laura Wildman. In the study with a candlestick, it's Leslie Peacock. We're ride or die for Lisa Ryder Barron. She's a whiz, it's Liz Sarthy. Always killing it, it's Lola Alkalani. Roger that, it's Marlis Rogers.
The incredible edible Matthews sisters. She eases our woes, it's Melissa St. Rose.
There's a chance of meatballs, it's Rebecca Cloud.
She's our princess, it's Rebecca Prince.
She's the queen bee, it's Sarah Lemke.
We cannot tell a lie, it's Sarah Tellefson.
Shannon, out of a cannon, Anthony. Please don't stop, it's Soli and Pop. Let's take off with Tamla Plain.
Strike a pose, it's Tori Rose. She ain't no shrinking Violet Kuchar. We love you guys.
This episode is sponsored by Michael's, one of our very favorite places in the entire world to shop.
This is a true story. One time I thought I was walking into an entirely different store and I was like, wow, they have really upped their crafting game in here. And then I realized it was Michael's and I was so happy. Have you ever accidentally walked into a Michael's? It's a dream.
So I always thought Michael's was just for crafting, but it turns out they have a ton of party supplies.
They call it the party shop at Michael's. Whoa, you know what? There's a party at Michael's, okay?
The party shop at Michael's has everything you need to create the ultimate assortment of party supplies and balloons.
They have over 60 themes like soccer and rainbow and rodeo, and they just lowered prices on hundreds of items. Some stuff starts as low as 99 cents.
And you can get same-day delivery or buy online and pick up at the store. It's perfect for celebrating birthdays for the kids.
Or adults.
Oh, jiggy!
They also have free helium inflation for balloons on select styles.
Visit Michael's in-store or shop online now. Michael's, everything to celebrate anything.
Hi, it's Paige from Giggly Squad, and this episode is sponsored by Experian Boost. Summer glow up? Check. Credit glow up? Even.
That's their outro. I'm about to turn on part 2 of this episode. Since I can't go in my backyard. Let me see, it's still on part 1. Oh, you talking about the podcast? It's called Watch What Crappens. And they're funny. Two white gay guys.
Men's self-care with his brand Crown Skin. Amazon ads helped him grow.
I walked away from big tech to build a luxury brand in a category that no one was paying attention to. With the help of Amazon ads, I'm reaching relevant audiences and competing with the biggest names in men's grooming. We've scaled to over $500,000 in
So I'm here to stimulate everywhere. So now, like on the in the city, we watched that one together, right? When they had the wedding dinner. Yeah, we did. They had the wedding dinner, or we recapped it together, rather. They had the wedding dinner, and it was at one of these senses place. And he's like, oh, I'm here to stimulate more than just your mouth. No, that's okay. This is a fucking restaurant. Stimulate my mouth. Like, what are you going to rub my kneecaps? And then they start like a pine cone on fire, and they're like, snip the pine cone. Get the fuck out of here. Get me some fries.
I like that. I want to go to that restaurant. Next time I'm in New York, I want to go to Dilly Dally. It looked good. It's
Okay,
like
I'll go with you and not complain. Just kidding.
You can come with them and complain, just not to their faces.
Yeah.
Just privately.
No.
Privately, we can complain.
Like Kathy Griffin always said, I would never say that. I would say it behind your back. I was raised right. So,
like Kathy Bates would say, I object, because she's on Matlock.
Or like Kathy Bates would also say, I'm older and I've got more insurance.
Or as Kathy Baker would say, Ronnie Karam has a beef with me and I still don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Tracy.
So now they're talking about, what are they talking about now? We're still in a kilt store. Oh,
Yeah.
Are we at dinner yet? Oh no, now we're at dinner. We just talked about the pine cones. Okay, so now they're at dinner and Porsha is being nice to Kelly, and Kelly is like, oh wow, I could get used to this. You know, I like when Porsha likes girls. She's nicer. She's nicer is a lesbian. So
yeah,
whatever Peach is peaching Porsha, keep pegging the peach. That's what she needs.
Pegging the peach. And then Angela asks a question that very few people in America have ever thought about, but she says, Drew, how's your music going? And she goes, oh, my music is amazing. I have a new song coming out with Ray J. And everyone's like, Ray J? She goes, it's very sexy, you know, making moves. K. Michelle's like,
well, it might be a great record. I mean, it really is for real. It might be a great record because you know why? Because Delusion on Delusion makes hits.
So they're like, oh, I'll be your backup singer, Drew. Just give me a call. So then Drew, in her starting ship voice, is like, well, you know, Porsha, we are looking because I met with Dennis and we're talking about putting this tour together. And, you know, he was upset. You know, he wasn't very happy. And we didn't have a chance to talk, but, you know, we're talking about personal stuff and catching up. And he was definitely like pouring his heart out a little bit about your all's relationship. Porsha's just like, seriously? I just made up with you 3 weeks ago. I just asked you to come back to the Go Naked Hair, and now you're going to bring up Dennis, who we fought about all season last season because I didn't want you bringing my ex as your storyline onto TV, and now you're going to bring him up on TV, and then bring up shit that he said to you behind my back on TV. They're trying Porsha today.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an element of like pretending to be, I guess we call it concern trolling, but really what Drew is doing is flaunting her access to Dennis in this moment, right?
And also, I think they're trying to get a reaction out of Porsha. Like, oh, I talked to Dennis and he was talking about your relationship. Oh, hell no. You're lucky that Porsha is just in her cruise control where she's like, I'm just going to be fun, nice Porsha all season and no one is going to ruffle me. Because, man, they just keep coming up to bat. So Drew starts that and she's like, so I'm asking, do you miss her? Do you want to be back together? And he says, you don't want him. And Angela's like, is Mike a threat? Does she think Mike's a threat?
Yeah. And she's basically like, she's like, no, well, Mike wasn't a threat. But like then once Sway came into the picture, all of a sudden Dennis started to kind of like feel a certain sort of way.
He didn't mind the man. He minded the woman.
Yeah, of course.
Which is interesting.
And Angela's like, wow. So Portia's like,
I honestly don't feel like Dennis should have an opinion on who I'm dating because I have no idea who he is dating and who he calls like his work. And at this point, like we both have been very responsible parents. So I feel like he should just like dress like who I want to be with.
Yeah. Because he should have no say.
I'm sorry, what's that? Yeah, he should
have no say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's like, you know, I was very protective of the situation. It's not like I'm going to bring anyone around my child, whoever they are, unless they're good to me. I'm not going to put my child in the middle of anything like that. And Shamea is like, well, I have a question. Uh-oh.
Dun, dun,
Here
dun.
we go. She's like, Dennis talked to Gerald and told Gerald that you mentioned that you weren't comfortable with Pilar coming around us. And that was very disappointing and very hurtful. Because you know I would never do anything to hurt your child. Oh, Jesus. Now it's that Porsha is accusing you of wanting to hurt her child. She didn't say that.
Yeah. And so Porsha goes,
well, if somebody doesn't like me or if I feel like someone has ill will, like or we're not close, like I'm not going to like have my daughter go over to their house.
which I think is correct. And by the way, the reason why you don't do that is look at Porsha and Shamea, two girls who were friends and the mothers had a falling out, and look at how it winds up sort of poisoning this friendship. It takes a while, but it's a ticking time bomb and the seeds grow. And like, yes, they had a very close friendship, but the moment the friendship starts to curdle a little bit, all that poison that comes in from both their mothers, because you know their mothers talk shit about each other in front of both those girls. like it all comes out. So like, I think Portia's got the right idea. Like, nope, if we're not getting along, the Pilar is not going to be going over to your house.
Yeah, because it's not about like physically hurting the child, but there's different ways, you know. And if somebody doesn't like you, they could be like, "So, how is your mom? Yeah, it's kind of difficult." I mean, there's a
Yeah.
lot of ways to get in there. I don't really get it. My mom would send me to her enemy's house on purpose, you know, just be like,
Get the intel.
enjoy this show tune singing, you know, hypercritical 5-year-old to read you for filth for no reason. Oh, by the way, he started tap class and I forgot his sneakers. So have fun. You know?
Get him. Go get him, you tiny gay. Make them rue the day they ever met me.
So Porsha, yeah, she's like, yeah, it's not gonna happen. And Shamea goes, well, respectfully, you're the mother of Pilar and you have to make the best decision. But I guess I just would have hoped that we wouldn't have allowed what our friendship or lack thereof to affect what our kids have. Your kids, they're like 6, 7. I don't know how old Pilar is, 8. Like, sorry, you know, like kids are pretty resilient and like at that point, friendships are not like very deep. So like, yeah, it would be a bummer if they couldn't hang out anymore, but like I guarantee Pilar's gonna get a new friend. Like we all had friends that moved away, or like there were people that I was friends with that like my mom clearly did not like the parents, and then suddenly I wasn't going over to their house anymore, and I didn't understand why, but I was like, okay, you play with new kids. I'll play with my toys with someone else. It's not like there were like these deep conversations happening with like kids at like 7 or 8. It's kind of like, do you want to come over? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play with toys? Like that's it.
Also, Shamea didn't know this until Dennis. You know, Dennis, by the way, this is the second time in this conversation that Dennis is behind the scenes trying to start shit to get on this show.
Yeah, by the way, that's also
he just did
shitty.
it with Drew. Now he's doing it with Shamea and her husband. But anyway, Shamea didn't know that this was even an issue, that the kid wasn't coming to her house until Dennis said something. So how many times have you been in, or how many times have you even invited Pilar over that they've said no? Probably none, because you're probably not invited. Like, how are you just noticing this now that Pilar is no longer hanging around your child?
This has always been my issue with Dennis. I've always felt like he was passive aggressive and he's crafty and he's always doing different things to get at Porsha. This is one of them. I think like obviously like signing on to be Drew's music producer is a thing to get at Porsha, especially because his ministry is hot dogs. And so suddenly he's a music producer. So he is doing things. And I'm really glad you brought this up because I didn't even think about that. It's totally true. If ever the question comes up of why don't you bring Pilar around, he can just say, "Oh, she's busy. She's with her mom." Or like you can come up with any excuse. But the fact that you're throwing Porsha under the bus to the family that Portia's having issues with, that's crafty. I think like your loyalty should be to Porsha. Like, don't go to Portia's house and give us a whole sit there and try to make us feel bad for you. Give back this ring. Like, I guess I hoped that someday it would actually really happen while you're also going over there. And you're not having her back. Like you want this person to someday come back to you, but you're not going to have her back with her enemy. That's just not going to work out that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hot dog king. He came on here clearly to be on TV, you know, and then got his own, you know, got his spinoff with Porsha and all of that. So he's still riding the wave.
Yeah, he is.
And they all fall for it. So Shamea tells us, oh, do you really think I would hurt your child? Oh God, that just got me even deeper. Oh please, she never said you were gonna hurt the child. This is what Shamea does. She twists things to make it like, oh, now you're accusing me of, you know, hurting your child. No one ever said that. Why are you making?
She's saying, yeah, it's not. It's just Porsha does not want to bring her child around someone who she's just not vibing with. Because also there's like that moment of having to pick up the child. Like it just, you don't know what awkwardness could happen there between the parents. I think Portia's making the right decision. And Porsha is like saying, yeah, well, now she's poking at me. And like she's poking at me by using the thing that's most important to me, which is my daughter.
It's time for a commercial. It's time for a Crappens commercial.
You know, one thing I love about summer is how easy everything feels. The days are more relaxed, and I find myself reaching for the same comfortable go anywhere pieces again and again.
Returns quince.com/Crappens.
Stars.
You brought my child into this, like Pilar. And then she's going to go for a mom later. She's like hitting and she didn't really say anything bad about Dennis, but you know what I mean? She's doing the things that when you do on a reality show and they're like, oh my God, you brought my child into this, like Angela, like you said something to my child. That's a no-no. And Shamea goes for 3 of them in one scene.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Portia's basically like, the only time I would be down to like have the kids still hang out with like at the household of an adult who I'm not speaking with would be like have to be like my sister, right? And then so Shamea's like, yeah, but then again, you also mentioned at your house that no one should speak on our friendship because we were like sisters. It's like, Shamea, you're like sisters. You are not sisters. Like, so like, stop trying to play the sister card here because it's like that ship has sailed.
But that's also she's also referring to a moment where Porsha was kind of sticking up for her when they were trying to start an argument at Portia's party at the beginning of the season and be like, oh gosh, Shamea's walking in here late, so do you guys still have an issue? Because it seems like there might still be an issue. And Portia's like, no, I'm not going to speak on this with you guys. This is mine and Shamea's business. I mean, to me, that's kind of sticking up for somebody and being like, no, I'm not going to sit here and fight with them on TV because I care about this person. And then you've still gone and had animosity towards Porsha for the rest of the season. So it's like you're bringing it up now like it's this horrible thing. Like you said at your house that well, she's not saying it's a horrible thing, but she's saying like at your house you said we were sisters, and now you can't leave your kid at my house even though I'm like your sister. Which is it? Shamea, you're just struggling too hard to have an argument with somebody who doesn't care anymore.
Well, and also again, she is also seeking the approval of Porsha because she's basically saying like, I thought we were sisters. Aren't we sisters? Can't we be sisters? And like, why don't you bring your girl around my place? Like, why? And so Porsha is like, yeah, well, I said that we were sisters. I thought we were, but like, then things came to my knowledge last year that changed for me. And we see like a flashback of Angela basically saying, what was it? What was the crux of that pivotal conversation over tennis about like, oh, Shamea's saying that she doesn't like.
Well, that's when Porsha found out that Shamea had been kind of coming for her behind her back all season and saying that, she's always been there for Porsha, but Porsha didn't even want her on this show and all of this stuff.
Right.
And that over tennis is when Angela told her.
Exactly.
She's so after that clip, Shamea is like, yeah, and you told a lot of lies last year, and you let them land, even down to the fact of you saying to Andy, didn't I want her always to be part of the friend group, Andy? And then we see the reunion clip where she says that to Andy, and Andy's like, yes, you've always said Shamea should be a peach holder.
Right. And then Shamea's like, you and I both know that we sat down and had a whole conversation about me being part of this friend group. And you said, Shamea, you sing, you dance, you act, you got the hawks, all this stuff. And you said this was your thing. And this is your friend group. And I'll bring you on as a friend on the show. But I think it might mess up our friendship if you actually come on as a full-time housewife. That's what you said. I believe that conversation happened. And I could see it going both ways. I can see Porsha being like, this is my thing. Like, you don't get to be like, this is my thing. You don't get to be part of it. But I can also see Porsha saying like, hey, you have so much talent. Like you can do other things. You don't have to do this. Like if anything, it puts our friendship in jeopardy. So I don't recommend you come on the show. So I can see it going both ways for sure. I just can't figure out which way was the intention.
We know that Shamea twists. So I have a feeling Shamea, and also, okay, I'm still kind of.
But I also can kind of believe Porsha would kind of want to say, this is my thing. Don't come. You're not allowed to be a part of it.
We see how Shamea twists things. And I think I could see Porsha saying Shamea, because Porsha had already brought Shamea on the show. She had already given Shamea this opportunity. She had already done all of this in my mind for Shamea. So I don't see her being like, no, you can't come on the show. This is my thing. I don't see that. I'm not saying Shamea is really a liar, but I could see, like you were saying, I think that Porsha was probably like, but Shamea, the problem is if you come onto this show, they're going to pit us against each other. You see what they do. I've been on this show forever. They're going to pit us against each other. We're going to end up hating each other. This could be a thing in our friendship. so just know that. And look what happened. It did happen. And it wasn't Porsha who did it. It was you. It was you who came on and was like, Porsha never wanted me. No. And been doing it now for 2 years. So she was correct. So you're sitting here crying, but that's exactly what you did the second you had the chance. You came on the show and then you tried to start shit with Porsha for camera time. And she told you back then it was going to happen. And now it's happening. And what's she supposed to apologize to you? What the hell?
I think that Shamea's had long running issues about feeling like she's had to always be second fiddle to Porsha, and so I think that has been something that she has struggled with. And so when Porsha says this, actually as an act of like protection of the friendship, Shamea takes it in the worst possible way, because to her, she sees it as another piece of evidence that Porsha's always going to be top dog and Shamea's going to be lapdog. And so Porsha may have had really good intentions, be like, no, this, like, I will support you coming on the show, but this could really jeopardize our friendship. And Shamea sees it as like, oh, this is her way of saying, you're not allowed to, this is my thing, you're not allowed to be part of it, because Shamea is reading those intentions into it because she already has so much baggage. So I think it's a pretty complicated thing. And I think that Shamea just has to work on her issues regarding like Porsha and just like being her own person, because ultimately I can see the frustration of feeling like you're in like a one-sided relationship with someone, but eventually like you have to be in control of like your own reactions and what you do. And so like the only way you can truly have some sort of parity is not by like demanding it of the other person. You just sort of have to just be your own independent person, and then you can reestablish your friendship that way.
Yeah. So Porsha calls her a liar.
That was
She's
the
like, why would I
bias.
lie? Why would I lie about it? It's what you said. And she's like, well, I don't have a reason to lie. And she goes, but you do, Porsha. And she's like, well, I'm trying to figure out why.
They made an excellent point where Porsha already brought her on the show, so why would she have a problem bringing her on the show again? Like, she was already on the show, so why would she? What would be the issue with bringing her back on the show? Now, I believe she said it's gonna mess up our friendship, because like you said, they're gonna put us against each other, blah 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 blah. But I think Shimmy is the liar.
Why you're doing this. And you're here with these girls and you're just doing the same thing. Like, what the hell? And she's like, no, I'm not. What I'm going to speak up though, because we talked about our parents in Savannah and you said, oh, I don't ever want our friendship to be affected by our parents' friendship. And we agreed to that. But then you went on your public platform and talked about my mom, doing something. What?
My thing is, like, you coming at Porsha, you were on the show as her friend or whatever. Why didn't you ask Candy to bring you on the show or do whatever it is you're trying to do? Or somebody else on the cast, since you like to move around and make friends with everybody and friend hop. Shit. She did you a fucker. You wouldn't even be here without Porsha. Show some respect. Put some fucking respect on her name, Shamea. We wouldn't even know Shamea if it wasn't for Porsha.
But I'm going to speak up though, because we talked about our parents in Savannah and you said, oh, I don't ever want our friendship to be affected by our parents' friendship. And we agreed to that. But then you went on your public platform and talked about my mom, doing something egregious to your mom. And my mom, you said that my mom bought your mom's daycare when in fact your mom did something first to my mom. I was like, oh no. Okay. You're bringing the moms into it. That was a reaction. This is making me crazy. That was a reaction post to something that was said. You're allowed to make reaction posts to the things that were said on the show. And now you're fighting about the mom's daycare. And at first I was like, oh no, this is so low. I cannot believe you were doing this. And then I was like, this is the best thing ever. And I hope they bring the moms. The moms have to be main characters on the show. I need a daycare fight. So she's like, your mom did something first, which is why my mom did buy your mom's daycare. Dun, dun, dun.
Which, as we all know, is the most classic version of retaliation, buying someone else's daycare. So,
you guys, welcome to the daycare. Your kids are going to be well taken care of here. I really didn't ever want a daycare. I just bought this because I hated the bitch who owned it before. She flirted with Jasmine. Anyway, I don't know, 5 + 5. What do I know?
so we see that like Porsha had posted something about, you know, the moms, right? And this is what Shamea's reacting to. And, you know, Porsha had written something like, don't take it there. Don't imply shit about Diane Williams. I've been keeping it cute and quiet, and you can do and say what you want in me, but hear me when I say wrong road, talking about, well, your mom, your mom thought my mom was a friend, knowing goddamn well what she did to my mom was highly egregious. Don't keep playing the victim. So this is something that Porsche had posted, and now Shamea's basically saying like, well, I wasn't going to take it there, but then you put it out there, made it seem like my mom was the aggressor here. But now it's time for America to hear what caused the great daycare wars of 1995.
But again, this post that they show on screen is a reaction to Shamea saying on TV, like, well, my mom just thought that her mom was a friend, doing the same victim shit she's doing right now. So then we see a flashback to the reunion where the drama of the moms comes up. And she says, she's telling us now, I was quiet last year because I was trying to protect and salvage what I thought was a genuine friendship, but fuck it. I'm going to go there. If you want to go there, I'll go there. So Shamea's Portia's like, Shamea, I don't care what our parents did because they were friends prior to us. Like, what does that have to do with anything? It's like, well, you posted about my mom, but you didn't post about what your mom did. You want to talk about that? She's like, I don't know about their relationship. What did my mom do? She's like, oh, really? You knew enough to tell everybody that my mom bought your mom's daycare. She's like, everybody knew that. Yeah, but everybody doesn't know that your mom tried to sleep with my dad.
And the music is like, boom, and everyone goes, ah! And I was like, whoa! I was not expecting that twist. And everyone's just like, everyone's shocked. And, you know, K. Michelle's really sad. She goes, oh, Shamea. And Cynthia's like, Shamea came to dinner with one in the chamber. This just wasn't the one-to-one load. And K. Michelle's like, oh, man, she's about to explode. Porsha, don't play about her mama.
This was incredibly low and stupid of Shamea to do. I mean, what the hell? So during this, I'm like, well, she went so low, Porsha automatically wins, right? Like Shamea's been pushing. Porsha's just, all she has to do is stay quiet and she automatically wins. Oh, hell no. So then Porsha goes, you and your mother are low down dirty snakes. I was like, oh my God, yes. I was like covering my head and cracking up.
And then Shamea's like, no, you and your mama are low down dirty snakes, bitch. And she goes, yes, you are. And everyone's like, stop. And Shamea's like, and it comes down from generation to generation. You are a slithering, dirty snake, and I've kept my mouth closed long enough. I mean, and you're the same person you're saying it comes from generation to generation, and then you're like, why doesn't Pilar come over? Like, what?
Yeah,
are you crazy?
Why would you think I would be mean to Pilar after you're like, generations of you have been horrible women? So Portia's like, oh, there it is. There's that nasty snake. And she's like, yeah, well, I'm holding my mouth because I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to embarrass her. And Portia's like, oh, who are you going to embarrass? Me? She's like, if my mom did something like that, that's on her. What do I know? Anyway, it's not true, you nasty snake. I love that reaction. Like, what do I care if my mom tried to hit on your dad 90 years ago?
So Shamea's like, but every chance you get, you bring my mom up. Why would you do that? She's like,
no, I've been sitting on this because I knew it already, and I took that home to my mom.
She was like, and what'd your mom say?
Well, she was flabbergasted. Okay, and you know why?
Why?
Because your mom slept with your father's brother.
And I was like, what?
What? So Shamea's like, cut it the fuck out. That is so low. It's like, my mom was dating your father's brother.
And Pinky's like, this sounds like we're in Utah.
My mom was dating your father's brother.
So Diane was dating Shamea's uncle.
Yes. So she's saying that she was dating the uncle, and then Shamea's mom slept with him too.
That is what the allegation is.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that because I watched it, but I'm just cracking up reading it all over again. Yeah, Pinky's like, this sounds like we're in Utah. So Shamea goes, my uncle? Which uncle? And Porsha goes, oh, really? Your mother slept with him. You didn't want to know this? She's like, what's his name? Tell me which brother. And Phaedra's like, I wouldn't care if his name was Jesus. If you said my mom slept with one of my uncles, I know that's a lie. The correct response is absolutely not. Not which one?
Shamea goes, do you not know that everybody and their mom has told me about what that you said that? And then Portia's like,
I have not, and I have never said nothing about you to no one.
They told me your glam said that you said, oh, she was on the show now and it's everything's off limits and we're not friends anymore. We are coworkers.
Girl, no, that's bullshit. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, if you came on the show and started a bunch of shit with her and she's upset and she tells her glam team, well, whatever, then I guess we're just, coworkers. So all the rules are off. I don't blame her. But second of all, what the fuck, glam team? Isn't there like some kind of oath that you have to take where you don't just go tell everybody the things said to you while they're sitting in the chair? That's not fair.
Yeah. But also it's crazy that Shamea is being such a literalist about this. So again, to clarify, Shamea is saying that Porsha told her glam team that she and Shamea are just co-workers now. They're not friends. And like, there's nothing is off limits. Like, it's like it doesn't matter anymore. And so like, I can't believe Shamea is like, well, since nothing's off limits, then I can say this thing about the moms. Oh, and by the way, send your daughter over to the house after I've now like talked shit about you and your mom.
Yeah. And Portia's like, she's just trying to trigger me. And Shamea's saying, why would I lie? Why would I lie? It's like, what are you even talking about? You're the same one with the questions as last year. It's like the same old. Thank you. Oh my God. And Shamea goes, you're the same one too. Oh my God, Shamea, you're starting all of this and all you have are you are fights. That's her argument for everything. You're a snake. No, you're a snake. You're talking about the same things from no, you are. Oh God, the you are fights.
Commercials. Here comes one right now.
One thing my mom loves is to bargain hunt. She will go to a garage sale, to a flea market, any old sale at the mall. I'm taking her from sale to sale to sale to sale. And I finally found someplace online that I can just park her and she'll have the time of
colors with great modern dance yellow paella pan.
Need a dentist and you don't know where to start for $50,000 local.
It all. I always said she's like, in spite of what? In spite of what? In spite of our mom's relationship or any other relationship. And Angela is just sitting there like, oh God.
So Pinky's like, wait a minute, I'm new to this. What's the real reason you're not friends? No, Pinky, no, watch the season, So Shamea says, because she's a manipulator. And Portia's like, oh, please, she's nobody I would have near me, close to me as my friend or any of that. Forget it. And Shamea's like, girl, you're such a puppet. Really? That's what you've been called for years. You are fighter.
Yeah. She's like, girl, goodbye. I don't want to hear from you. Not at this point anyway. And Porsha goes,
I'm here. It does not matter.
She was like, well, I don't want to be near you. I'm ready to go home. So she gathers her stuff and starts to head out. And Portia's like,
for somebody that does the things that she's done, you're going to make a decision for yourself.
So whatever. So Shamea just leaves. And then she's in the hallway and she's like she has like a garment bag for some reason. Maybe it's from the store or her change of outfit, but I don't know why I thought it was funny that she just suddenly had a garment bag. She sort of grabs it and there's like this little table lamp that's like wobbling afterwards, like, whoa. And she's like, fuck her. And Kelly's like, I know, because Kelly follows her out to be a good friend. And Shamea's like, I've been holding that shit in because I wanted to protect her, which I always think is so funny when people say they want to protect someone, but then they like air out like a terrible family secret. But I was trying to protect you.
I was trying to protect her by saying that her mom tried to fuck my dad. So Shamea is crying and she's like, she's not protecting me. And like if she wants to like keep fucking talking, then we can talk that ass. I'm over it. I've got shit on you too. So fuck you. You started it again. And you lost, and now you're crying and going to be the victim. So she goes, "You talk shit about me. I've never done anything to you." You literally just did. So Kelly is like, "You've been nothing but a good friend. Shamea, you are the best friend. I still don't have to pay you rent, right? Or I'm still good on that."
Yeah, seriously. So Shamea says, bottom line, Porsha didn't want me here. That's always been clear. I love her because I was a true friend, but I think that the love could only be reciprocated if I was only a friend of. And I've made mistakes and I talk a lot. I own that. I own that I talk a lot, but I never, not one time, said anything ill about Porsha to any of these ladies. And I'll put that on everything. Well, I'm sure she would say, I never talked ill about Porsha, but you most likely she probably would say anything that was ill was just her venting and saying how she felt at the time. That's not the same as talking ill.
I think
But,
talking to everybody, telling everybody, this girl's been blocking me from the show because she's so jealous and she just wants everything for it. That is talking shit about somebody. I mean, you don't have to call somebody
is.
that. You know what I mean?
It is.
Like you're saying she's not a good friend or a good person, basically. So
But I also don't think this is as I don't think it's a fully one-way street. I do think that there probably is I think that being friends with Porsha is hard. It probably is exhausting. And then I think that Shamea probably started she was like, okay, I'm finally around people who also deal with Porsha in a different way. And she's probably like, blah, and it all came out, etc. It probably was not, she shouldn't have done that, or she shouldn't have done that with people she doesn't know very well. And so if she was venting, she should not have vented to people that are gonna basically weaponize that. And that's essentially what happened with her. And I do think that Portia's probably it's hard to be friends with someone who is such a big star like that. I'm sorry, it really it's got to be hard. And so I feel like I do hold space for Shamea just wanting to be seen as an equal in the friendship. But also ultimately, it's it still seems like she's so focused on her relationship in relation to Porsha instead of just being focusing on saying, you know what, Porsha will do her, I'm going to be me. And I think everything that we've seen of Shamea this season, her whole vibe that she's trying to be really fun, shot o'clock, is purely a reaction to Porsha instead of her just being herself.
Well, she was doing that last season too.
She was, but she really leaned into it more, even more, all of it. Even when she did last season, it's still the same thing. I think it's her trying to be I'm as fun as Porsha, or don't whatever Porsha says about me. This is look at me being fun, but it's all in reference to Porsha, and she's not just being who she is. Because by the way, who she is someone that we all as an audience really liked for many years on Atlanta. So she just has to know that she is enough.
Well, I mean, look, Porsha was allegedly saying, I don't want, you don't belong as a Real Housewife. You should stay a friend of. I mean, at this point, I kind of agree. And to be bringing all this shit up with Porsha again, you're just retreading the same shit for the second year in a row. You're not friends. You haven't been friends. You don't hang out. Your kids don't hang out. You don't do anything. And you're still bringing this up. You're not even bringing it up hey, can we go for a walk here while we're in Scotland and have a talk? You're doing it at the dinner table in front of everybody to make a big scene. You have nothing but you are, and your mama's a whore or whatever, she's insinuating. And now she's crying like a victim. I don't feel for her. No, she's got all the underlying stuff going on with Shamea, the husband stuff. That's not great. And I feel for her for that. But this is not it. And I don't know what you were expecting going up against a Porsha again in front. You never win. Why are you doing it again? It's just so embarrassing.
Yeah. And so Portia's at the table being
yeah, she knows what she was doing. She's just trying to trigger me. And now the hell are you going to say to me, it's just a shame that you won't let Pilar come over and I would never hurt her. Bitch, you would probably poison me. You think I'm going to let my child come over there?
So Shamea's in the van crying now, and she's like, you know what? She just wants to be liked, and she needs to be liked so bad because her life. And this is a classic projection line, by the way. Everything she's like, she needs to be liked so bad because her home life and her family life's fucked up, so she does shit that people can like her instead of being loyal and honest.
I don't really see
Porsha being someone who tries to be liked. I think she just is liked because she is just who she is. I see Porsha as actually being someone who has diva moments that I think are actually incredibly unlikable at times. And I think she's just someone who has opinions. She says things, she's funny. So like she's more authentically self. Porsha now versus Porsha her first season. I mean, people liked Porsha her first season, but she's totally leaned into being herself as opposed to like the sweet homemaker that she was for Cordell that first season. So it's really all about
Well, it's interesting that
authenticity.
you point that out because Portia's first season with Cordell, she was just like, I'm just this good wife and I just want to do whatever my husband wants. And my husband doesn't want me to do this and I'm not going to do it. You guys want to go to a strip club? I'm not going to do that. My husband's not going to like that. He's not going to approve. And it's very, it's kind of like a parallel of what Shamea is going through in a way. I mean, not this, not the purity thing of the husband, but I have to have the kid I have to have a son for my husband. And I can't be in acting because I can't kiss people for my husband. It's kind of the same thing. And I wouldn't really be surprised if it turns out the same way that Porsha did, where she goes, she gets a divorce, then she comes into her own and she becomes a good person. I don't know that she would ever achieve the same, entertainment status as Porsha. I don't know that she really has that in her, but it's interesting that she's kind of copying the same storyline. I'm not saying intentionally copying, but she's, her life is mimicking that one.
Yeah. So K Michelle is basically like, look, I don't want anyone in this group to feel like everyone hates them, And Cynthia is like, well, do you feel like any of the things that she's gone through in this group that she has brought on herself? Which is Cynthia's way of saying like, she's fucking annoying and I don't like her. So maybe maybe she deserves to be hated. That's Cynthia talk for like, I don't like the bitch anymore.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Shamea fucked this one up again. And it's been a whole trip of, it's been multiple trips. And Cynthia just through her trip, well, not multiple, two, but Cynthia just had her Dallas trip where, Shamea was like, oh, I can't even go in the room. I'm going to sit by the pool and not come to dinner. Because I cannot believe I've been treated like this. So yeah, Cynthia's had it. Dear.
Yeah, Cynthia's over Shamea for sure.
Yeah.
So so then there's K Michelle and Pinky are talking about how it just feels like there's something heavy on Shamea's chest. Like, and K Michelle says,
Shamea's been holding so much in and she's been taking it on the chin. And it probably was a relief for her to get that off her chest, but it wasn't the time for that.
And so Pinky's like, do you think the friendship is done? And Portia's like,
yeah, I mean, did you hear what she said about my motherfucking mother?
She's like, it's done.
And then Porsha cements it by telling us, her and her mom are like trash that you put out on Wednesday and hope that they pick it up on Thursday. It's like, oh, that's it. You and your mother are both trash. So it's like the nail in the coffin of that friendship. So she's like, whatever, let her deal with her emotions. And then we go back to the van and Shamea's like, I knew it was going to come to a head. It was only a matter of time. Oh my God. You did it.
She says, that's a low down dirty bitch. My mom slept with my dad's brother. You are a fucking liar. That's your motive. You fucked everybody. I'm like, didn't you also just say that to Porsha, your mom tried to sleep with my dad? So like, you're like, wow, how could she dare say that about my mother?
You brought up her mother and her daughter and her ex in the same. Well, the ex I should leave out of it. You brought up her mother. I'm just trying to make a theory because I like Trinities. Very Christian.
And you brought up a napkin.
You brought up coaster porn. Do you know how hard it is to watch coaster porn in Texas? I just want to watch someone move their drink on a raw table and get off on it. Okay. So she's like, yeah, that's my family. You know what I mean? My parents have been married almost 50 years. You started it. I mean, the queen of UR fights. I just ended it yelling at the TV. You started it.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see how this one goes. But yeah, fun times. Amazing to see this very humdrum episode just like come right to life with not just like a fun little spat at the end, but like, decades of simmering distrust and frustration and acrimony bubbling to the surface in Scotland.
Yeah. Good times. Well, thank you everybody for being here. This was a fun one. Happy, I don't know, July 13th.
Monday. Oh yeah, we have
Happy
crappy hour
Monday,
tonight, by the
everybody.
way.
We have
Join us for
crappy hour
crappy hour.
tonight, 5:30 Pacific time, and we're going to jump on and do an Amazon Live as well. So join us for that. That's every Monday at 1:30 Pacific time. And thanks so much for being here. We'll talk to you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Watch What Crappens would like to thank its premium sponsors. Ain't no thing like Allison King.
Our way is the Amber way.
It's the Foster and the Furious. It's Amanda Foster. It's always automatic with Ashley Auto. Put your hands together for Carly Clapp.
Get on the right foot with Chrissy Offutt. She's not just a Sheila, she's a Daniela Hitchels. We never miss her call. It's Diane Call. Big yay, it's Emily Gauthier.
Aaron McNicholas. She don't miss no Trickolas.
Hava Nagila Weber.
You'll never hide from Heidi Eleanor Jones.
It's no BS. We love Hugo ES. Jamie, she has no last naming. Sip some scotch with Jessica Trotch.
She's our favorite streamer, Caroline Peacock.
Kristen the Piston Anderson. She gets a name from us. It's Lindsay D. Let's give a kisserino to Lisa Lino. Fresh as a daisy, it's Maisie McHenry. Come again? We're obsessed with Margaret O'Halloran. Megan Berg. You can't have a burger without the Berg. Gather round for the lore of Michelle Moore.
This is Living with Michelle Vivian.
I love ya, Olivia Williamson. She's the lady of the house. It's Rachel Sherrouse.
She sure is swell. It's Raquel.
Yes, we canna. It's Savannah.
Cast a spell with Shannon Spellman. Let's share with Sharon Eldridge.
Darn Skippy, it's Tippy. And our super premium sponsors. She's VVIP. It's Amanda V.
Somebody get us 10 cc's of Betsy MD.
We're taking the gold with Brenda Silva.
Let's get real with Caitlin O'Neill.
Put us on a stretcher. It's Charlotte Fletcher. Don't get salty with Christine Pepper. Can't have a meal without the Emily Sides.
Who, what, why, where, and Gwen Pentland. Nobody holds a candle to Jamie Kendall. We got our wish. It's Jen Plish. My favorite Murdo, Karen McMurdo. Let's get savage with Laura Wildman. In the study with a candlestick, it's Leslie Peacock. We're ride or die for Lisa Ryder Barron. She's a whiz. It's Liz Sarthy. Always killing it, it's Lola Alkalani. Roger that, it's Marlis Rogers.
The incredible edible Matthews.
Okay. Nothing like don't look at it as something different. I ain't doing nothing new. I ain't doing shit new. It's the same. I'm the same Alexander.
It's going to be a fun show. And also, for the very first time, we're going to have a fun time, especially, let's see. The old holes are being exposed. I'm all for mean, but I felt that was so ignorant coming from her. Like, why wouldn't I want to, like, culture myself if I have the means to do so? Oh, shit. Anyway, sorry, lost my notes for a second. So first they play this log game that looks pretty dangerous, followed by a hammer throwing game that looks dangerous as well. And finally we get the tug of war, which was actually funny, seeing Kelly get dragged like a rag doll, like legs in the air. And, you know, I'm happy that she was dragged this way instead of by Porsha earlier this season, because y'all know she deserved it. Just saying. I still can't get over how Kay is first chair. Me either, but it's only episode 14. I feel we got at least 5 weeks to go. And I'm also very excited that I don't even think we're going to get to the reunion by the time our live show comes up. Because, look, I cannot wait to discuss Atlanta with it being on air. Oh, we have a lot to talk about. Candy was just as ignorant asking for McDonald's in Japan. The corn-fed heifer, oh my goodness. Anyway, I don't believe in the Love and Hip Hop ATL versus RHOA stuff, but that was the most Love and Hip Hop ATL comment ever, if there was one. Which comment you talking about? Oh, about the ignorant thing. Yeah. It was given ignorant. I don't think Kay is going to bring that much leading up to the reunion. I hope I'm surprised. Because it looks like as the episodes are going forward, it looks like she's getting more comfortable. We'll see, though. Afterwards, Phaedra tries to introduce them to some Scottish food like haggis, and I'm sorry. I'm cultured, but my taste buds aren't. I will say that. Like, I may be that person, y'all. We might need to stop somewhere so I could get me like a chicken sandwich or some French fries or something, because I gotta eat. Like, at least, I think the last place I was in was Portugal, but I was lucky because there's so much good seafood in Portugal. I had like a good time, like a lot of grilled dishes too. I was fine when I was in Brazil, other than the little stomach virus that I got because it's so, I don't know. There's a lot of meat in Brazil. But yeah, I feel like in Scotland, I might be in trouble. So yeah. Anyway, where am I? So Kelly lets the ladies know at the table that she appreciates them for, the sister moment that they had in the last episode. And then Drew also chimes in saying, she loved that moment. And Porsha also says that she's glad that her and Kelly aren't beefing anymore. So, at this point, they've squashed the beef. They're in a great place. The camera pans to Shamea, who looks like she is just boiling inside. And I get it from Shamea's perspective. Like, she's known Porsha for the longest of anybody on this show. And she's still not fucking with you, but she'll forgive Kelly or the next bitch, I would ask her, why does she think she's in that position with Porsha? Like, it really bothers me that they couldn't get over this, and I don't think they are. Like, they're just not going to be friends anymore, and it is what it is. They can keep that haggis. I don't eat chitlins either. Yeah, I heard what haggis is, and not in my mouth. Not in my mouth. Shamea probably told Kelly she had to get out the house at the moment. Oh, let's see. So I think it's obvious that Shamea wants Porsha's friendship, but she's too proud to admit that. And I also think that she resents Porsha. Oh, by the way, we have over 100 people in the chat. Like the video and subscribe. I got to pay these bills. Now, Porsha haters. I get it because a lot of people say, like, well, you like Porsha, you don't like Shamea. Like, all these women kiss Porsha's ass. I get it. Like, I haven't forgot about y'all, the Porsha haters. Like, I understand that Porsha has done some shit too. Probably off camera to Shamea. But I will say the way she has navigated this show, like with the beef with Shamea, like to the point where there's no blood on her hands, I think it's a little impressive. Because at the end of the episode, Shamea is the one looking crazy. And I will tell you why. Because I get it. Like, Porsha, I get it. Her hands aren't clean, but she rarely talks about things that happen off the show unless she's provoked to. And I feel like they were doing a good job not acknowledging each other. And we were like just hoping, why aren't they acknowledging each other? And I guess because something like this was going to happen. Oh, you came for the mess. Look, low key, I think in that scene at the table, I think what really pissed Shamea off at the beginning of the episode is when Kelly was, not beefing with Porsha anymore. I think that Shamea actually liked Kelly beefing with Porsha. But anyway, after lunch, there is some downtime, and now we're with Shamea venting to her mom how she's constantly the one everyone is jumping on. Again, I think Shamea is really good at playing the victim. Like, meanwhile, Kay is talking to Pinky, and from what she's saying, it's like the energy between her and Shamea is still off. Now, here's the issue with Shamea that we're even seeing in real time. Like, when you think she's over something, she's actually not. Like, even with the K Michelle thing, like, even Kay feels like she hasn't moved on from it. Like, she's moving like she's mad at me. And when you think she's over something, it seems like she'll be venting to someone about it later, or she'll be talking about it in an interview, or in how she treats somebody. And there's definitely a pattern here. And I want to be on Shamea's side. I really do. Especially, like, Porsha is a known liar. We can all admit that. There's a lot of liars on this show. But Shamea, I just feel like she's not capable of taking accountability. Like, I need her to take some accountability and move and have the like the wherewithal to move on, or else this just isn't the platform for you. I don't believe none of them, and I blame production. Production is telling her to do things to paint a narrative. Someone called her Shavictim, Shaliar, Shamina. Yes, there is a pattern. She is so unhealed. That's the problem. She will apologize and turn right around and bring it back up. Porsha was right in her assessment of Shamea. She wasn't up for this type of show. Maybe try Wheel of Fortune. Shamea is equally messy as Porsha. Porsha is a liar, so Shamea actually is a loser for losing the plot against the Underground Railway. Everything about Shamea gives try hard. Yeah. Well, it seems like most of y'all are seeing what I'm seeing when it comes to Shamea. Like, it makes me feel bad that I have to call Shamea out, but it is what it is. Anyway, so Kay is saying that Shamea said in front of her that all she has in her corner is Kelly. Now, Kay says that she's tried to check on her and make sure that she was okay. Like, she's like, I'm not, like, she ain't giving me dick. Why am I doing all this? Like, and it's been crickets from Shamea. Pinky says Shamea definitely feels like everyone is against her. And then we get a clip show of all of Shamea's beefs. Again, I'm shocked that Shamea has third chair. Like, I really want to know, like, how does she not have first chair? But I think that because of last season, they don't want Porsha and Shamea just like taking over the reunion. But for them to put her behind Kelly, I just thought that was diabolical. That's just me. After what happened later on, the door is closed on that friendship. You don't feel bad. I just feel bad because if I call Shamea out, people are going to think automatically I'm on Porsha's side. And it's not that way. I'm looking at what's presented to me, and I'm trying to be as fair as I can. Now, who do I like more on the show? Like for the show, I think Porsha, because she's entertaining. She just knows how to navigate. Shamea, like, all she has is her relationship with Kelly. It is what it is. Like, I feel like she's not trying to develop any other relationship on that show outside of Kelly. Not Shacrier. Anyway, so let's see, where am I? Anyway, I think Shamea really needs to look at the part that she plays in this, because now you even have girls on Shamea's side talking about her. Like, it can't be everybody else. And I also think, as I was saying earlier, like this, like on these ensemble shows, like you have to try to build relationships with everybody. And I don't think Shamea is doing that, which is another reason I think this show isn't for her. Child, ain't nobody talking about that rum. We haven't heard about that rum since that business meeting she had with that green-haired beard man that allegedly she was sleeping with, according to Angela. But Chris, we all have biases. It's human. It's just that some people don't make good TV. That's just facts, biased or not. I agree. Oh, we will get to that. So, fast forward to the ladies coming downstairs before they leave for dinner, and Pinky is having another financial crisis. Like, I feel sorry for the fact that Pinky's name is synonymous with bankruptcy and debt. That's immediately what I think of when I think of Pinky, other than her being a vegan. The thing is, I be confused because at the same time, Pinky be telling us that she rich. Meanwhile, she says, I see $20,000 gold just in fucking less than 24 hours. And people trying to like comfort her. Meanwhile, earlier this season, you said you wipe your ass with $20,000. So which is it? Which is it? Again, I feel like Pinky, the type of businesswoman that she is, I feel like from the mess that she's in, it comes from a person who tried to cut corners, like take the shortcut, stuff like that, and, not pay her workers. Like, as she complained about all these expenses that she has. Newsflash, when you have a business, when you run a business, you're going to have to put out money too. Like, you're going to make money, but you're going to have to source that money out too. So I feel like she likes to cut corners to see more profits. And that is why she's in the mess she's in. And it's hard for me to feel sorry for her predicament. I do agree with Angela, like how she ties in her money with her identity. Now, she's being consoled by the other ladies, but then I'm immediately taken out of this scene because of what Kelly is wearing. Y'all, I didn't have time to put up what Kelly was wearing, but y'all already know. I was like, who put her like up to wearing that? Who encouraged that look? And that fucking McDowell hat? The McDowell hat. I was like, ooh, she thinks she is doing the damn thing. She needs to be arrested for this fashion crime. Like, I bet she thought she was doing the damn thing. It was hideous. And she really put that McDowell's cap on. Like did anybody in the chat find that cute? Like, oh, she got the Coming to America reference. Even if it was, I just thought that was a fashion crime. I was just like, it really took me out the scene what she was wearing. I'm surprised they didn't blur that out. You thought it was cute? That McDowell hat was so inappropriate, but I thought it was funny. Okay. I just thought it was just a little corny. It was just given try hard, look at me. Is that the way you did Tartan, Kelly? I don't know. It just bothered me so much seeing that. Yeah, it's something cute for Halloween. I can see that. She might as well just put on the damn uniform and put on some blue overalls or something. It was just too on the nose. Anyway, so they're headed to the Sprinter, and the ladies are lying to Kelly, saying, that McDowell's outfit is cute. But then speaking of Kelly, she's telling the ladies now about her mystery man that she's seeing. And then Phaedra chimes in that, he got Kelly some new teeth. But we cut to Phaedra's confessional, and she's saying that she'd rather have, that man take care of her bills than give her new teeth. So then we move on to this conversation about the pelvic floor, y'all. And I was so confused. Now, if anybody in the chat, ladies in the chat, please educate me about the pelvic floor. And then the way Phaedra was like, oh, honey, sometimes it will fall out. I screamed. Because I was like, what is she talking about? What is falling out? And then Drew says, sometimes in physical therapy, they got to put a finger in there. My God, today. I was like, is this another lie from Drew? Like, she literally just said they have to finger her to keep her pelvic floor from falling out. That's a real thing? Wow. Wow. All right. I mean, you learn something new every day. I am a gay, y'all. I'm a true gay. I'm a gold star gay. I have not been down there before. Educate me. No, Drew wasn't lying. It can start sliding. My God. Pelvic floor therapy is a real thing. Drew made it sexual as a joke, but it's real. Well, I guess the other ladies made it sexual, right? I see why you go there. You have to do exercises. The same can happen with your anus. All right. Call me ignorant. I'm sorry. I just don't know nothing about that. All right. You know what? Oh my God. Let's just move on. That just sounds horrifying, y'all. And then, yes, we start talking about Kegel exercises too. I'm sorry. I'm speechless right now because y'all are affirming what she said. And I was just like, maybe she exaggerated. Phaedra said, oh, girl, sometimes it falls out. Oh, my God. Anyway, so after this conversation, they make it to the next destination finally. Maybe I just need some more older women as friends. So this is just something that I've just found out, y'all. Anyway, we're going to try to move on. Like, I lost my place in my notes. Anyway, so the first destination. Woo! So the first destination is this place that makes custom tartan clothing. And Frickin' Frack is treating everyone to getting a sash made. Can y'all shut up in the comments, please? Anyway, I do think that the theme for the reunion is going to be tartan. Now, that can be really cool and fire, or it can go horribly wrong, especially seeing Kelly in this McDowell's outfit. But then after this scene, the ladies head to dinner. Pinky asked Phaedra, what type of food is it? Because Pinky's been having a problem with the food in Scotland. And then Phaedra says it's expensive. I gotta give it to Phaedra sometimes. She does give a good one-liner. I don't think it's worth making her full time, but I do think it's worth making her a friend of. Now y'all saying, thank God I had a C-section. Ciao. I'm not even reading that. Anyway, we have lost the plot, y'all. Back to the review. I'm not even high yet, thank God. But I do want to shout out to the good folks at Layup. They still have not given me any type of, product placement money, but it's such a good product that, hey, I am not blushing. I'm good. I just never heard of that. And y'all just affirming that, I'm just like, oh wow. Anyway, so they're at the table. Drew's talking about her music plans. And I'm just wondering, why does K. Michelle keep shading her when it comes to that? Like, she's coming off like a hater because in the grand scheme of things, Drew didn't do anything to her. It just comes off really weird. I'd rather them be like frenemies or something like that. Or like, I would love to just see them be nice towards each other. Cause I could see if Drew did something to K. Michelle, but I just feel like it's unwarranted, Drew says she's been working with Dennis, and thank God, Porsha already knows this, this time she knows it. But on the topic of Dennis, she tells Porsha that, he was pouring his heart out to her about how, Porsha don't want him, which I thought was really strange, telling that to one of Porsha's friends. And then Angela asks, why does she think, what does Dennis think about, who she's dating? And then Porsha says that he didn't mind when it was Mike, the actor. And I think he didn't mind because he knew that shit was fake. But she says he does mind when it comes to Sway, and he has different feelings, and even implying that it's because it's a woman. And I also think that, well, I do kind of think that Porsha and Sway is real. And I think it's more real than Mike, but I still think it's a cheap way to have a storyline. Where do you get Layup from? You get it from your local dispensary. Or you could just Google Layup and they might deliver. But get it from your local dispensary. Does Dennis have a record label? Hot Dog Records. Look, I'm wondering, why are we going to Dennis for production? Who cares what Dennis thinks? He's in a whole relationship. Exactly. Sway looks like she can beat Dennis up. So I do think that it is none of his business who Porsha dates. However, when a young child is involved, like, is it different? That's what I want to ask y'all. Let me know in the chat, or let me know in the comment section below for the people who are catching the replay. Also, make sure you hype the video. I guess Dennis does have a right to know who Porsha is having around his child. So how does that work, y'all? Because on one hand, like, Porsha don't care who he's dating, but I guess it's because it's not serious. I don't know. Does Dennis have a right? I mean, Dennis does have a right to know who's around his kid. And Porsha bring everyone she's sleeping with around PJ, and it's a lot of people. I mean, we can't prove that. I don't want to just say, she just sleeping around bringing anybody to the house. I would give Porsha, like, I don't think she'd play about her daughter, and she wouldn't do that. But yeah, I'm just curious to know y'all thoughts on that. Like, does Dennis have a right to care about who Porsha's dating for that reason? Is he? Oh, questions that need answers. That's why I skipped that part. I wasn't about to acknowledge that foolishness. But thank you for bringing that up. But anyway, speaking of that, Porsha does say that she is very mindful of who's like around her child. And she wouldn't bring anyone around unless they were good to her. The camera then pans to Shamea making some type of face that she always does because Shamea can't hide her facial expressions, much like me. So she interjects and tells Porsha that, well, Dennis told Gerald that Porsha isn't comfortable bringing Pilar around them. And as soon as she brought that up, in that moment, I was like, oh, Lord, wrong road already. Anyway, Shamea says that she was disappointed and hurt to find this out. Now, Porsha, she says she stands by her decision, saying if she knows someone don't fuck with her or have ill will towards her or they're not close, then she's not going to have her daughter go by their house. And I thought that was fair. Like, it's her daughter. She has the right to, like, I don't want my daughter to be around somebody I'm not fucking with. So Shamea says that she would have hoped that their relationship wouldn't affect the relationship that their kids have. So Shamea takes it as Porsha's implying that she would have ill will to, like, against her child, which of course she wouldn't. Like, I don't think Porsha isn't bringing her daughter over for her daughter's safety. It's just because I don't have a good relationship with the mom and I don't want my child over there. And I just think that's her right. But it's a tricky situation because I think, first off, Shamea and Porsha aren't related. So there's no obligation there. And also the kids, they're at an age where they don't have that much autonomy, in my opinion, to see each other anyway. Like, is Pilar asking, like, where is Shamea's daughter? Like, I don't think she's old enough to, well, how old is she? Like, maybe 4 or 5? I don't know. It doesn't matter. If I said no, it's no in the discussion. Thank you for the super chat, Harmony. Did y'all catch Shamea lied about Dennis bringing PJ to the house for play dates? That's not matching up with the conversation. Now, see, I don't know if she lied or not. How do you know that she lied, though? Shamea didn't have to bring it up before everyone else. She could have done it privately. She wanted a way to get her lick back at Porsha. I was thinking that. But I was thinking so far in this part of the conversation, before things went way left, I was thinking at the end of the day, it's Porsha's right. But cut to her confessional, she says Shamea is poking at her right now and knows exactly what buttons to push to get a reaction. Now, Porsha does say, when the whole sister thing is involved, that the only exception, if she was beefing with somebody, and she still would want to have a relationship, it would be with her sister, Lauren. But Shamea then says to Porsha that, well, Porsha, you've said, and production pulled up the receipts, that Porsha saw Shamea as a sister. So Shamea is asking, which is it? Did you see me as a sister or you didn't? So then Porsha says, at the time, I thought we were like sisters until last year when things were said that came to my knowledge and things changed. But still, Porsha, you did say the reason why you don't want to speak on Shamea or whatever, because she was like a sister to you. I don't know, but it was in the playback. Then, thank you again. Him and Gerald go out, and Pilar comes for play dates. Why would this be a conversation if she can still come over just when Dennis has her? That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Because, Shamea does like to bring up things that Dennis told Gerald. And then she said the reason why Dennis and Gerald are still friends because they have play dates. So I guess I would ask Shamea, like, oh, was that the last time or whatever? That's a good point, Harmony. Did anybody else see that point? I think she meant as far as bringing up her child, knowing that that would hit hard. I assume the play dates were in neutral ground, like a park or jungle gym, not Shamea's house. Okay, so maybe it was just in regards to having her at Shamea's house. That's a good point too. Also, yeah, like Dennis do be gossiping. And then, of course, that's kind of messy on Dennis' part too. Because he knows that they're going to have pillow talk. Dennis gets invites to parties, funerals, bar mitzvahs, brunch, christening, and he isn't even a cast member. Exactly. And then remember, Shamea said that if Simon was in the States, he would be invited to things. He would have probably been at Gerald's birthday, which says a lot. So it's just like, Shamea, do you want to be friends with Porsha or not? So yeah, Shamea then brings up that, well, Porsha has told a lot of lies, and she said that she let them land, and things are just going left, and the table is silent right now. So again, anytime Porsha and Shamea argue, like the fourth wall is broken for whatever reason. And she says Porsha told her verbatim that she only wanted Shamea on the show as a friend. And if she became a housewife, it would mess up their friendship. And I'm thinking, well, and there it is. And there it is. Like, I don't think they've ever recovered from this, because it's still being brought up. Like, it was brought up at the reunion. And it's like, if you want to move on, Shamea, you can't keep bringing up like this housewife thing. Like, Shamea seems like she has always resented Porsha for how she's like for how she is, and like just staying in that friendship. Like, we've seen the real Porsha on the spinoff. And I would agree with Shamea. Like, yeah, girl, like Porsha probably isn't a good friend to you. I totally agree with you. But it's your choice if you want to continue being friends with her after you called her out. But it feels like Porsha didn't know that Shamea had all this resentment to her last season, and she found it out from other cast members. And I think that's where things kind of blew up. And look, if Angela was the one holding the match, it is what it is, because she was burned at, like, if we go back to season 16, Angela was burned by Porsha for saying that, oh, well, she better chill out before I fuck her husband. And then Shamea was laughing at it or whatever. And then, Shamea was jumping on Angela because her bestie at the time, Porsha, was on her too. So what did Angela do? She blew up their friendship. Petty. Real petty. Anyway, back to present day on the show. So I can understand Shamea feeling that way. But yes, like I said, it's her choice of remaining friends. So Porsha denies this, of course. I definitely think she said that to Shamea about the show and everything. Like, it kind of reminds me of the same merry-go-round with Teresa having a problem with Melissa being on the show. Like, how many times? Like, they were talking about this since season 3. They were bringing this shit up when they paused Jersey about Melissa. Like, it always went back to Melissa getting cast on the show. And Teresa can never get over that point. And I still don't think we know the truth of what really happened. So I'm just thinking, you got to move on. So Porsha accuses Shamea of doing the same thing to her that she's doing it to the other ladies. Child, and then Shamea decides to bring up their parents' relationships. Now, again, Shamea decided to bring this up. Like, I think when they start talking about lying, that's when, like, okay, well, let's bring the parents' relationships on. Like, I'm just like, why, Shamea? Why did you bring that up? So then, she brings up how, Porsha was coming for her mom last year about the whole daycare situation. Shamea says, in fact, that Porsha's mom did something to her first. She doesn't say it yet. Cut to her confessional. It looks like this is like something that Shamea has kept under wraps to protect Porsha last year. But now I guess, the gloves are off and she don't give a fuck anymore. And here's the thing, just trying to put this in a real life situation for myself. There's been some friends that I've had and like I've beefed with them and now we're back to a cordial place. But it's only because like I haven't said because there's always something I can say about a friend, but I know that I got to make the decision. If I'm really done with this friend, then what I say, when I don't give any fucks about it, that means we are done. We are done. But if it's somebody that like I've been friends with at a long time, I'm going to be mindful of what I say. And yeah, like I've been in situations where I've beefed with a friend and I know there's something I can say where, okay, we're at the point of no return now. But you always, I don't know, I just don't feel, it's just not me to do that. Now, if you do that to me, then okay, then all bets are off then. But I will never be that person to be like, okay, I'm at a point of no return, fuck you. Like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the husbands. Whatever. Thank you, Harmony, for the super chat. My thing is, Andy already deaded this, so in public opinion, it's over. She got to move on. She was moving from issue to issue that malfunction. Exactly. So it's like, first it's the issue about, why can't Pilar come to my house? And then now you're bringing up, okay, you never wanted me to be a full-time housewife to begin with. And now we're talking about the moms. Like Shamea, like basically you've been wanting to get this off your chest for the longest. And now that you know that maybe Porsha will never be your friend again, now you're saying this. But anyway, let's see where it was. So from Shamea's perspective, Porsha had no issue calling out what her mom did, but she didn't want to say what her own mom did. So Porsha says, well, it wasn't a secret that, your mom bought my mom's daycare. Well, Shamea just says, well, everybody don't know that your mom tried to sleep with my dad. Mouths drop at the table. I remember, when I watched it for the first time, I was at Jared's place yesterday. I went to Philly. I was watching it. I gasped. I was like, like, I can't believe she went there. Oh my God. Like, mouths drop at the table. I was floored, y'all. Like, that was a bomb drop. I didn't think Shamea was going to go there. That is something to say about somebody's mom. That they tried to sleep with your dad? Oh my God. Like, and before we even move on, I want to say that at that moment, that is the moment where Shamea blew her brains out. Right there. Like when you go that far, there's no coming back from that. So now you've just created like a divide in the show with a cast member that's a mainstay on the show. So once two people can't move on, somebody got to go. And unfortunately, Shamea, it's going to be you. It's going to be you. So that was a choice. That was a choice. She did not have to bring that up. She didn't have to bring that up. That's where she lost. Like, she could have just stayed on the Pilar thing. All she had to say was, Porsha, like, I don't think what what we are beefing about is to the point where you can't feel like your child can't come over and be with my daughter. Like, can we fix this? Like, when you bring stuff like that up, I question Shamea because did you want to fix this? It seemed like you don't if you bring something up like that. It was too much, Taquita. Too much. Oh my God. Like, even K. Michelle was like, Shamea. Like, I would have been taken aback. Like, why? Basically, Shamea did to Porsha and Diane what she accused Angela of doing to her last episode. She lost it when she saw Peach Juice apologize to Kelly. I think that was the final straw. Like that, oh man. Let's see. Porsha has done and said worse to her own family. I mean, she did try to knock out her mother-in-law with the boom mic. So, but still, Shamea, you just got to take blame for that. You got to apologize for bringing that up. But at this point, why even apologize? You meant that. You meant to like try to humiliate her. You meant to call her out on it. Stand in it. Stand, if it's really fuck that bitch for real, stand in it. Because in that moment, you don't care if you're on the show anymore. You can't move on when you say stuff like that. You might as well say like, fuck Pilar. Like, I don't know. Anyway, so Porsha then tells Shamea her and her mom are some low down, dirty snakes. It's a back and forth. Shamea says she's kept her mouth closed long enough because she didn't want to embarrass Porsha. Porsha's like, who's embarrassed? She says anything her mom did, that's on her. And she said it wasn't true. But Porsha then says, oh, well, I been knew and took it to my mom. And she said that she was flabbergasted because your mom tried to sleep with your uncle. I was like, Lord, have mercy. So now Porsha is accusing Shamea's mom of sleeping with her husband's brother. The reactions at the table. Could y'all imagine being at the table with shit like this go down and trying to expose people? Yes, Porsha hit her with an Uno reverse, but I'm gonna just be honest. I feel like Porsha pulled that out her ass. Like, I think she made that up. But either way, I feel like Shamea shouldn't have brought that shit up. But yeah, anyway, we cut to Phaedra. Well, first Shamea says to this that it's a lie, and then asks Porsha, well, which brother was it? Then we cut to Phaedra saying, well, if somebody accused my mom of sleeping with my dad's brother, the first thing I'm just going to say is it's a lie. This is absolutely not true. I'm not going to ask, oh, well, which brother was it? See, this is why we can keep Phaedra as a friend of, but please cut her as full-time. Thank you, Harmony, again. Even if Porsha was lying, when Shamea left it, what was said in the air. Shamea left what was said in the air. Okay, I see what you're saying. It doesn't matter if Porsha pulled it out. Shamea said which one. I had a friend like that wanted to do everything that I wanted to do. It's draining to have a codependent friend. Well, Shamea is that codependent friend that will be doing what you want to do too. But we will get to that, you know, the inner workings of how their friendship has been through the years and how it's like imploded. But yeah, Shamea is now throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Porsha's direction. I will say, though, the growth that Porsha has achieved is astounding.